Have you ever done something so quiet, so hidden, so full of raw faith, that even heaven paused to catch its breath? Chosen ones. As I speak these words, the Spirit is stirring. The angels are still. The throne room is leaning forward, because you made a move, a holy, unseen, costly move that shocked the very atmosphere of heaven. You didn't wait for applause. You didn't act from comfort. You moved from conviction. You obeyed God when logic said, stop, and in doing so, you revealed a level of surrender that even the angels didn't expect. This is not just a message. It's a prophetic unveiling of what happens when someone like you moves in radical obedience. Heaven wasn't expecting that, but it's responding now. That moment when you gave your last, forgave the unforgivable, or said yes in secret while trembling, that wasn't overlooked. That was recorded in glory. Before we go further, drop 777 the comments. If you feel the fire in your spirit already, that's not a number, it's a divine code, a sign that your obedience is about to unlock completion, alignment, and reward. And to every heart that has supported this mission through super thanks, we see you. Heaven sees you. Your generosity is prophetic. Your giving is not small, it is sacred. Thank you for partnering with the voice of God, going forth into nations. You are sowing into souls and shaking atmospheres. Now, lean in, because what I'm about to share next will explain why your one surrendered act altered the heavens, and why the ripple you created in the spirit realm is about to return to you as divine reward, supernatural release, and holy recompense. Let's go deeper, God's chosen ones. Heaven wasn't expecting that. You shocked God with that one move. You stunned heaven with that one decision. Yes, you. In a moment where logic would have told you to hold back, where self-preservation would have whispered, wait, you chose to move forward in radical faith. Heaven, with all its celestial blueprints and angelic protocols, did not forecast that particular frequency coming from your soul. What you released wasn't just a decision, it was a disruption in the spiritual architecture. You interfered with the predictable echo of human nature and released a divine resonance that caught even the angelic realm off guard. When you gave not from overflow, but from a well that felt nearly dry, something eternal cracked open. When you forgave someone who shattered you, when you surrendered your plan for God's will, it wasn't just obedience, it was warfare cloaked in silence. It was a holy defiance against the culture of comfort. You did what most wouldn't dare. You chosen faith over formula. You activated a realm where God's response wasn't just approval, it was motion. Can you recall a time when choosing faith over a predictable formula led to an unexpected divine response or shift in your circumstances? Isaiah 66:2 says, "These are the ones I look on with favor, those who are humble and contrite in spirit, and who tremble at my word." That trembling, chosen one, is not a weakness. It's frequency. It's the vibration of reverence that sets the heavens into motion. You aligned not just with divine instruction, but with divine awe. Have you ever wondered what happens when a human does something so pure, so sacrificial, that it interrupts heaven's rhythm? That's what you did. The angels, who had witnessed millennia of faith stories, stood still. Because you didn't choose what was easy, you chose what was eternal. Just as Abraham raised the blade over Isaac, trembling with holy confusion, yet full obedience. Genesis 22. You raised your life above your own understanding and said, God, even this I give you. At that moment, heaven didn't respond with applause. Heaven shifted. The atmosphere rearranged. Assignments were rerouted. Heavenly architecture was altered to accommodate your trust. Luke 21:3, -4 echoes. When Jesus saw the widow's 2 copper coins, he said, Truly I tell you, she out of her poverty put in all she had to live on, what the world deemed insignificant. Jesus called eternal. That's what your act became, an altar no one saw. But heaven recorded. There's a kind of faith that shocks demons and shakes principalities, but yours went even further. You shook the ones who worship in unceasing harmony. You displayed a trust so raw that it awakened glory in the world of architecture. There's something called resonant frequency collapse. When a structure vibrates at the wrong frequency for too long, it can fall. But you, your obedience, vibrated at the perfect divine resonance. And instead of collapse, it caused construction. Heaven began building anew around your surrender. Have you realized yet that your eyes rewrote your bloodline's patterns, that your one decision just shifted the trajectory of future generations? You were not acting in isolation. You were echoing eternity. In contrast, think of Elizabeth Holmes, once hailed as the youngest self-made female billionaire for her biotech company, Theranos. She painted the illusion of breakthrough, but refused transparency, manipulated truth, and deceived investors and the world. Her decision wasn't made from faith, it was made from fear of failure. The result, a fall from grace, a dismantled legacy, and prison time, while your surrender ignited heaven's favor. Hers exposed how pride masks itself as vision when it's not submitted to truth. Meanwhile, someone like Pope John Paul II, a man raised amid war, who lost his mother and brother young, still chose forgiveness, love, and faith as his foundation. His private sacrifices made him a global symbol of moral courage. His secret surrenders became a lighthouse for generations. Do you see the pattern? And there was Maya, a young woman who gave up a job offer at a prestigious law firm to care for her mentally ill mother alone. Unpaid and hidden. Everyone called her foolish. But 2 years later, her story was published. Doors opened. A global foundation was built from that hidden sacrifice. Heaven had seen her long before the world did. Psalm 34:18 declares, The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. That's where you were when you made the decision that heaven didn't expect. You didn't feel strong, but you were dangerous in the spirit. Nature speaks of your story, like the wild grass that pushes through concrete, unseen, persistent, and underestimated. Your faith refuses to die. God's eye wild weeds are often ignored, but they break through impossible terrain, weather storms, and thrive where nothing else dares to root. You are that unexpected strength, resilient, holy, and rooted in eternity. Do you understand now why the heavens responded with movement rather than mere applause? Why does the atmosphere around you feel different, like something's being rearranged? Your faith wasn't flashy, but it was fatal to fear. And Hebrews 11:6 reminds us that without faith it is impossible to please God. But you didn't just please him, you touched his heart. So stand up, chosen one. You have already moved heaven, and now heaven is preparing to move you. Listen closely now. Chosen one, because of your one hidden act of obedience, A supernatural chain reaction has already been activated. What was once delayed is now accelerating. What was once locked is being opened. What was once invisible is now shifting into form. You may not have felt the tremble beneath your feet, but heaven has already responded. The coordinates of your destiny have been recalibrated. Eclesiastes 3:1 declares, "To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under heaven." Your time has come. That moment when you gave, loved, or forgave with no crowd and no camera has torn the veil between delay and fulfillment. Heaven didn't just smile, it moved. Favor has been unlocked in rooms where your name was never spoken aloud. Your decision didn't just influence the now, it has interrupted timelines. What if I told you that right now, new blueprints are being drawn in the divine architecture of your life because of one obedient act? A divine shift isn't just a poetic phrase, it's a spiritual physics. Just like in quantum entanglement, where one particle's behavior instantly affects another across any distance. Your act of surrender on earth triggered immediate alignment in heaven's unseen chambers. Romans 8:28 affirms, "All things work together for good to those who love God, to those who are called according to his purpose." That's not a cliché. It's the foundation beneath this holy shift. You are not witnessing coincidence. You are walking into divine compensation. Do you realize that your obedience just restructured generations of spiritual DNA? Do you sense the pull in your spirit? Like a magnet drawing heaven's resources into your atmosphere. It's not in your imagination. The earth may not have noticed, but eternity has. Now pause, yes. Pause in your spirit. If something is stirring inside you right now, drop a fire emoji or 777 in the comments. Not for hype, but as a signal of agreement, a declaration of alignment, and share where you're watching from, city and time, because this is no longer about just you. This is the map of rising remnant voices. You are part of a holy migration of unlikely vessels being awakened across the nations. To those who have supported this prophetic movement with your giving, whether through super thanks or pinned links, heaven has not ignored your seed. Luke 6:38 says, "Give, and it will be given to you, a good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over." You didn't just sow into a screen. You sowed into the kingdom, and God is about to respond in dimensions you never expected. Here's a question your spirit already knows the answer to. What if the act you thought was small is the very thing God is using to open your Red Sea? The story is unfolding. Let me take you deeper, not into content, but into confirmation, because your life is about to make sense in a way it never has before. What you are about to receive is not just teaching. It's not a motivational echo. It is a revelation that rearranges the atmosphere, a divine current you were born to ride. And you're not late, you're right on time. Your obedience has created spiritual combustion. You're not just waiting for heaven to move. Heaven is preparing to shock you back. What's coming is not proportionate to your action, it is exponential in return. Have you considered how many prayers in your bloodline are converging through you at this very moment? You were the unexpected one, but you've become the fulfillment of generations. In the realm of endurance racing, there's a phenomenon known as the second wind, a hidden reserve of strength the body finds after reaching its limits. That's what's happening to your spirit right now. You're not about to break, you're about to burst forward. But they who wait for the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint. Isaiah 40:31. The late Dr. Miles Monroe, global speaker and leadership expert, once said, "The wealthiest place on earth is the graveyard. filled with books never written, dreams never fulfilled. But not you. You're breaking that pattern. Your obedience has become a spiritual protest against potential wasted, and the result is that heaven has now begun to build with you in mind. Meanwhile, others like Harvey Weinstein, once a powerful Hollywood producer, chose to ignore integrity for indulgence. His decision, driven by control and lust, crumbled empires, ended careers, and shattered lives. What was done in secret was exposed in public. Where you sowed in secret and will be rewarded in the open, he harvested dishonor from darkness sown in pride. Nature. The monarch butterfly doesn't begin its metamorphosis in motion, but in stillness, cocooned and unseen. But when it emerges, its wings are not born in the light, they are strengthened in the silence. You too have been hidden, but not forgotten, encased, but not erased. And then there's Ricardo, a janitor from a small coastal town in Mexico. No titles, no platform. For years, he worked nights in silence, using part of his paycheck to anonymously sponsor the school fees of 3 children he didn't even know. He never told a soul, not even his own family. One of those children went on to become a heart surgeon. Another became an educator who now builds literacy programs for underfunded schools. And one, now a lawyer, found Ricardo one day in his late 62nd, still sweeping floors. The lawyer wept as he handed him a home, deed paid in full. Ricardo never posted. He never preached, but his obedience moved destinies. God saw every peso, every hour, every prayer offered in silence. You're not so different. You don't need titles to have legacy. You need obedience. 1 Samuel 16-7 reminds us, people look at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart. Almi, have you ever wondered how many destinies are waiting on your silent yes right now? Isaías 43:19 declares, See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? Yes? Now, not someday, not one day. Now, your faith lit the fuse, and the eruption of destiny is underway. So prepare yourself, not out of fear, but out of holy readiness, because what you are stepping into next is not a continuation, it's a divine shift. Heaven saw what you did, and now heaven is about to show you what it can do. Stand up, chosen one. You started something irreversible, and now the irreversible is about to carry you. Let me show you something holy. Heaven does not blink. It watches without sleep, without distraction. Psalm 33:13-15 tells us, From heaven the Lord looks down and sees all mankind. From his dwelling place he watches all who live on earth. But there are rare moments, rare, sacred moments when heaven doesn't just watch. It leans in. The celestial realm holds its breath. Every angel, every archangel, pauses as one singular act on earth draws divine attention. That moment was born when you did something that didn't make sense to anyone around you, but made perfect sense to God. When you chose to give, not out of surplus, but out of sacrifice. When you loved someone who hadn't earned it. When you surrendered control, identity, timing, even when every part of you wanted to run. That's when the fabric of heaven rippled, because you did what most never do. You moved without applause. And still, the Spirit moved with you. Have you ever felt unseen by people but inexplicably supported by heaven? That's not imagination. That's divine recognition. Those are the moments that echo louder than sermons. They are seismic in the spirit. yet often silent in the flesh. The widow in Luke 21:1-4 gave 2 copper coins, almost worthless in the eyes of man. But Jesus stopped everything. The creator of the universe interrupted his teaching to point to a woman most would have walked past and said, "She gave more than them all." Why? Because her offering was laced with the very essence of kingdom, faith, humility, sacrifice, trust. That kind of giving breaks frequency barriers. It creates divine resonance. This isn't about the amount. It never was. It's about weight, the emotional, spiritual, even generational weight of what you gave. 1 Peter 1-7 says, "Your faith of greater worth than gold may result in praise, glory, and honor when Jesus Christ is revealed." Heaven doesn't see the surface. It reads your frequency. It hears the surrender inside your silence. It responds to the gravity of your eyes. You may not have been on a stage, no spotlight, no viral post, but you carried faith wrapped in holy fabric, raw obedience, trembling devotion, and invisible fire. That is the faith that terrifies hell and shakes heaven. That is the kind of moment that gets inscribed into the eternal record, not for the world to see, but for the Father to honor. Have you realized yet that the most world-changing acts are often the ones no one claps for? This kind of surrender creates spiritual resonance, like tuning forks that respond only to their matching frequency. When your act of sacrifice matched the frequency of heaven's heart, the realms aligned. Physics calls this constructive interference, when 2 aligned waves combine to create a force stronger than either alone. That's what happened when your faith collided with God's timing. The dandelion, considered a weed, has roots that go deep and wide, surviving drought, pressure, even fire. The world tries to erase it, but it always returns resilient, defiant, flourishing in spite of. Your faith is like that, unwanted by some, unnoticed by many, but unstoppable in the soil of the Spirit. And your story is not alone. Catherine, a quiet nurse from rural Kenya, walked miles every day to reach patients in makeshift tents. She often skipped meals, stayed past shifts, and prayed over every wound she touched. No cameras, no awards. But one child she nursed, a malnourished infant, abandoned by the roadside, grew up to become a national health leader. Catherine passed away before seeing it, but heaven recorded every tear, every touch, every hidden intercession, and now generations live because of it. Meanwhile, Jeffrey Skilling, former CEO of Enron, made billion-dollar decisions rooted not in service, but in ego. He gambled with lives, pensions, and futures. When it all collapsed, millions lost everything. Skilling walked away from mansions into prison, not because he failed, but because he deceived. Heaven does not weigh by profit, but by purity. Does your spirit understand yet why your obedience carries more glory than anyone's applause? The world is obsessed with exposure, but God is enthroned in the unseen. What you did when no one clapped, when no one saw, is now echoing through realms you cannot see. And Jesus, even now, is pointing to you and saying, "This is what faith looks like." Hebrews 6:7 promises. God is not unjust. He will not forget your work and the love you have shown him. Your gift may not have been large, but it was weighty, and heaven never forgets weight. So now the question is, will you keep sowing in silence, even when you feel invisible? Because here's the truth. Your invisible yes was never small. It was architectural. You've added a beam to the eternal house God is building through your life. One that storms won't shake. One that future generations will inherit. So rise up. Chosen one. Your surrender has already become a structure in heaven, and heaven has leaned in to honor it. When was the last time you did something no one applauded, but heaven couldn't ignore? Search your memory, not the public one, but the sacred one, the one where the Spirit whispered, and you obeyed without a spotlight. The kind of decision that didn't trend, didn't gain likes, didn't fit human logic, but it restructured something eternal. That moment you said yes to God when everything in you wanted to say no. That was more than obedience. That was spiritual thunder in silence. James 2:22 declares. You see that his faith and his actions were working together, and his faith was made complete by what he did. You, chosen one, completed something unseen the moment you acted in faith. You set something in motion, and heaven didn't just notice it, recorded it. Maybe it was when you emptied your savings into someone else's miracle while you still prayed for your own, or when you forgave the one who shattered your identity and walked away as if your soul wasn't bleeding. Maybe it was when you said yes to serve in a place that looked beneath your calling, but heaven saw it as preparation, not demotion. Have you ever wondered why you felt a holy trembling the moment you obeyed, like something invisible broke open around you? 2 Corinthians 2:15 reminds us. We are to God the pleasing aroma of Christ. Your obedience didn't rise as noise, it rose as fragrance, a scent so rare that heaven inhaled and responded. The angels didn't just witness it, they leaned in. That moment became a monument in the unseen realm, like a pillar of incense before the throne. Think about a violin string. When stretched and placed under tension, it doesn't produce beauty until it surrenders to the bow. That's your obedience pulled tight by pressure, but yielding song when it meets surrender. In the spiritual frequency of heaven, the quietest obedience creates the loudest shift. Have you realized your trembling step of faith caused a cosmic reconfiguration? When Nelson Mandela, imprisoned for 27 years, forgave those who had robbed him of almost everything, he wasn't just setting South Africa free, he was rewriting the spiritual law of vengeance into redemption. He could have become bitter, but he chose higher. His private decision to forgive laid the foundation for an entire nation's healing. That's what obedience does. It expands beyond you. Contrast that with Bernie Madoff, once a trusted financier, who chose deception over stewardship. He built an empire of illusion and took thousands of families down with him. His choices were celebrated publicly until truth surfaced. His disobedience didn't just hurt his legacy, it tainted trust across generations. One chose faith under pressure, the other chose illusion under praise. And then there's Alina, a high school dropout who cleaned hospital floors by day and studied online by night. She didn't have a mentor, she didn't have money, but she had a yes. One night, while taking a patient's vitals, she felt a quiet nudge to pray. She hesitated, but then she whispered, trembling, "God, heal them." That same patient survived a stroke. Years later, he funded Alina's nursing school. She never asked. He never forgot. She's now a lead trauma nurse, saving lives every day. That whisper, it was obedience, and it unlocked destiny. Hebrews 13:16 says, "Do not forget to do good and to share with others, for with such sacrifices God is pleased." Alina didn't wait to be qualified. She obeyed. You didn't wait for certainty. You moved. And in that movement, something shifted in the architecture of the spirit realm. Do you understand now? You didn't just open a door. You activated a spiritual portal. There are levels of obedience that don't just access blessings, they alter blueprints like tectonic plates beneath the earth. They reshape spiritual continents when moved. Romans 12, enriching. Offer your bodies as a living sacrifice. Holy and pleasing to God, this is your true and proper worship. You didn't just lift hands. You became the offering. Your body, your money, your dignity placed gently but fully on the altar, and the world still may not see it. But the heavens have already shifted, so I'll ask again. When was the last time your obedience shocked heaven? When was the last time your trembling yes overpowered the noise of your fear? Because that moment, yes, that one didn't just echo through your timeline. It is still resonating. You may have felt alone, but God stood to his feet. The throne room paused. Destiny accelerated. The atmosphere rearranged. And now, chosen one, you must rise. Not because of recognition, but because your obedience has qualified you for inheritance. You shifted more than your future. You made heaven move. This is the sacred terrain. You now stand upon the kind of soil Abraham once walked. Trembling and obedient. You are not the first to be asked to place something precious on the altar. Genesis 22 is not just a passage, it's a blueprint of surrendered trust. A blueprint you are now mirroring. Abraham was given a promise, not just a son. Isaac represented legacy, bloodline, and the very fulfillment of everything God had spoken over his life. And yet, God asked for it back. Take your son, your only son whom you love, and offer him. It made no sense. It tore at the fabric of human logic. But Abraham didn't stall. He built the altar anyway. Can you imagine the kind of obedience it takes to lift a knife over your future? Trusting that God's word is still true, even when it seems he's asking for everything. This was no parable. This was pain. This was Isaac's breath on the altar, and Abraham's heartbeat pounding with holy fear. And just as the knife was raised, the voice of God thundered, "Now I know that you fear God." Genesis 22:12. Not because God lacked foresight, but because Abraham's action had released a resonance so holy, so complete, that even heaven responded. Faith, when it's real, becomes an action, a sound, a frequency that cuts through the noise of compromise and aligns with eternity. And when you surrender your own Isaac, that dream, that relationship, that plan you loved, you become the echo of Abraham's obedience. Philippians 3:7-8 echoes this surrender. Whatever were gains to me, I now consider loss for the sake of Christ. I consider them garbage, that I may gain Christ. Paul was saying, even my greatest achievements mean nothing compared to knowing him. You felt that too, that holy pull to let go, to lay down what once defined you, simply because God asked. Have you asked yourself lately, what am I still clinging to that God has asked me to offer? There's a reason heaven stops for that kind of obedience. It's rare, it's costly, and it changes the atmosphere. You can pray with fire and still hold back what God asked for. But when you release it, heaven moves. Psalm 51:17 reminds us. The sacrifices of God are a broken spirit, a broken and contrite heart. O God, you will not despise. What if your broken yes is building what your perfect plan never could? Nelson Mandela, whose story we revisited before, is not the only one who chose surrender over power. Corrie ten Boom, a Dutch Christian who helped Jews escape the Holocaust, watched her family die in the process. After years in a concentration camp, she came face to face with one of her former captors at a church event. He reached out for forgiveness. She froze. Then she reached back. Her hand trembled, but her soul obeyed. Later, she said, "Forgiveness is an act of the will, and the will can function regardless of the temperature of the heart." She gave up vengeance, and heaven moved through her. In contrast, King Saul, anointed yet insecure, once had a destiny as high as David's. But when God told him to fully destroy the Amalekites, he held back what looked valuable. His disobedience looked wise, but it was rebellion in disguise. The result? He lost the kingdom. 1 Samuel 15:22-23 warns us, "To obey is better than sacrifice. Rebellion is like the sin of divination." M6. Have you ever thought about what disobedience costs in the architecture of your future? It's not just about now. It's about legacy. And then there's Jonas, a violin prodigy from Prague, who was accepted into an elite conservatory. But as his mother was diagnosed with terminal cancer, God impressed on his heart to pause his studies and return home. No one understood. He barely understood. He gave up the opportunity of a lifetime, but during her last months, he wrote music inspired by their conversations and her prayers. That score, recorded years later, won international awards and became the soundtrack for a documentary on grief and God's presence. Jonas didn't chase legacy. He surrendered, and legacy chased him. Isaías 55, 8, 9 declares, "For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways. As the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways." God will always ask for what reveals where your trust truly rests. He's not punishing you. He's preparing you for what you can't carry until you're willing to lay down what you love. Have you recognized that surrender is not subtraction, it's sacred exchange? Nature shows us. The cicada lives underground for years, buried, unseen, unheard. But when it emerges, it sings a frequency so loud it fills forests. Your obedience may feel buried right now, but the sound it will release is heaven-altering. What you offered, yes, even through trembling hands, is being received like incense in the Holy of Holies, a fragrance that cannot be faked, a vibration that even the angels recognize as rare. Romans 4:20-21 testifies of Abraham, yet he did not waver through unbelief, being fully persuaded that God had power to do what he had promised. That persuasion, the quiet conviction in the storm, is the spiritual architecture your altar now rests upon. So stand tall. Chosen one, you laid down your Isaac. You didn't flinch. You didn't flee. And now heaven has responded, not with whispers, but with movement. Heaven stood still to watch you surrender. And now, heaven is moving to honor it. Now let's explore what happens when your private obedience causes a ripple that becomes a roar in the spirit realm. When you shock heaven, there is always a consequence, but it's not punishment. It's a supernatural movement. Heaven does not stand still when faith hits its highest frequency. God doesn't just applaud your sacrifice from a distance, he acts within it. He releases divine motion, precision-aligned favor, and cascading breakthroughs. Malachi 3:10 declares, "Bring the whole tithe into the storehouse, and see if I will not throw open the floodgates of heaven and pour out so much blessing that there will not be room enough to store it." This isn't just poetic, it's architectural. When you move in obedience, God doesn't crack the window. He tears open the heavens and floods your atmosphere with holy response. Have you noticed that your deepest breakthroughs often come after your most private sacrifices? That's because heaven rewards what was birthed in secret, what no one saw. Heaven builds upon. You thought you were planting one seed, but in the dimension of faith, that seed became a spiritual detonator, setting off an unseen wave that is now rearranging what once felt immovable. Hebrews 11:1 reminds us, "Now faith is confidence in what we hope for and assurance about what we do not see." You activated something invisible that now commands visible results. The rewards of that kind of obedience aren't always immediate, but they're inevitable. What looks like delay is often divine construction. Just like when a dam reaches its pressure limit, it doesn't crack, it explode. And when your obedience reaches God's appointed tipping point, the dam breaks, and heaven's flood overwhelms every dry place in your life. Have you ever felt like the reward skipped you, only to discover God was building a legacy? Not just a moment. Florence Nightingale, a British nurse born into wealth, gave up a life of privilege to care for wounded soldiers in filthy, overcrowded field hospitals during the Crimean War. Her radical compassion and tireless service transformed global health systems. At the time, no one understood her choices, but her faith-driven obedience changed history. She didn't just heal bodies, she redefined mercy. That's what obedience does. When heaven breathes on it, it becomes historic. On the other side, Jordan Belfort, known as the Wolf of Wall Street, used manipulation and greed to build his empire. He made millions but sacrificed integrity and left behind destruction. His decisions brought him to prison and lost him everything. What heaven would have empowered with surrender, he tried to control through deceit, and it broke him. And then there's Serafina, a 42-year-old single mother who worked 3 jobs and tithed faithfully even when it meant going without meals. For 10 years, she sowed in tears. No spotlight, no escape, until one day, a former customer at the diner where she worked anonymously paid off her mortgage and funded her daughter's full college tuition. She never asked, but heaven never forgot. Psalm 126, 5 declares, "Those who sow in tears shall reap in joy." You may be weeping as you release your Isaac, but God is already moving behind the veil to orchestrate a harvest that will speak for generations. Have you begun to realize that your obedience is not just planting for your future, but for those who will come after you? In nature, the redwood tree stands over 300 feet tall, but its strength comes not from a deep single root, but from a vast underground network that intertwines with others. That's what your obedience is doing, interlinking legacies, stabilizing future generations, creating spiritual infrastructure beneath the soil of your sacrifice. 2 Chronicles 6:9 tells us, "The eyes of the Lord range throughout the earth to strengthen those whose hearts are fully committed to Him." Heaven has not only seen you, it has appointed reinforcements for you. And here is the unshakable truth. When you obey in the dark, God rewards you in the light. When you sow in silence, heaven responds with thunder in your timeline. You are not simply waiting for a blessing. You are constructing the path it will travel through. Obedience is the scaffolding that elevation is built upon. Have you felt the spiritual climate around you changing even when your circumstances haven't? That's not a coincidence. It's a consequence. Your obedience shifted the atmosphere long before the fruit showed up. Luke 6:38 says, "Give, and it will be given to you, a good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over." You didn't just give money, you gave trust. And God is not in debt to anyone who gives Him their faith. So now, hear this. Chosen one, you are not behind. You are positioned. Every obedient decision was a brick in the altar God is building to launch your next. Doors you couldn't open are being unlocked. Provision you couldn't imagine is being delivered. You didn't just impress heaven, you activated it. Stand firm. Stand alert. The floodgates are open, and they're coming for you. Now comes the holy confrontation, the divine challenge. What is it really that you're still holding on to? What part of your life has become so tightly gripped that even God must wait for you to open your hand? Is it the relationship that numbs your discernment, the habit that makes your soul leak, even as your image stays polished? Or is it the dream, the one you've carried so long that it now feels like identity? Whatever it is, if heaven is asking for it, it's no longer a blessing, it's become a binding. Hebrews 9:8. Vi insurgesus. Let us throw off everything that hinders and the sin that so easily entangles. Not everything that hinders you is sinful, but if it slows your destiny, it's still a weight. And when you lay it down, you do more than obey. You release a shockwave in the spirit that God cannot ignore. Have you sensed a stirring lately? A divine discomfort pressing against the parts of your life that once felt safe? Surrender feels like death because it's meant to kill what never belonged in you to begin with. And yet, it is the only path where resurrection begins. We live in a world that preaches self-mastery, brand building, and control. But the kingdom does not operate on ego logic. It functions on eternal exchange. Surrender is not losing, it's transferring authority from yourself to God. Matthew 16:25 declares, "For whoever wants to save their life will lose it. But whoever loses their life for me will find it." You don't need to try harder, you need to let go deeper. Because the moment you stop striving and start yielding is the moment heaven begins constructing what your hands could never engineer. Have you realized that control doesn't equal power, but it does block miracles? Now revisit the Garden of Gethsemane. It wasn't just the place where Jesus sweat blood, it was the battlefield of surrender. Matthew 26:39 records the moment he says, "Not my will, but yours be done." And in that single sentence, a divine earthquake shattered the foundation of sin itself. The cross was the execution, but the garden was the activation. Jesus didn't just go to the cross, he went through surrender. He didn't just die for you, he yielded before he bled. That is the blueprint you are being invited into. And this kind of surrender, it's not quiet in heaven, it triggers heaven's army. When you say, "Not my will," something eternal happens. Psalm 20:6 proclaims, "Now this I know, the Lord gives victory to his anointed with victorious power of his right hand." Surrender is not defeat, it's warfare on your behalf. It's where God begins to lift what you can no longer carry. Think of Dietrich Bonhoeffer, the German theologian who resisted the Nazi regime. He surrendered comfort, position, and eventually his life, not for politics, but for principle. He once wrote, "When Christ calls a man, he bids him come and die." Bonhoeffer didn't survive the war, but his obedience has outlived generations. Contrast that with Lance Armstrong. Once the symbol of endurance and human will, he controlled every narrative, every achievement, until it crumbled under lies. His pursuit of control became the death of his credibility, while surrender births legacy. Manipulation ensures eventual collapse. And then there's Mireia, a ballet dancer in Spain who tore her ACL weeks before a career-defining performance. Devastated, she planned to push through the pain until God whispered, "Let it go." Against all logic, she withdrew. That same week, a position opened at an elite academy, not for performance, but for choreography. today. She's one of the most renowned spiritual choreographers in Europe, training others to move with God's rhythm. Her no to one stage became her yes to eternal influence. Have you asked yourself, what if the very thing I fear releasing is the gateway to the influence I was born to carry? The snake cannot grow without shedding. The old skin must break, and the process is uncomfortable, sometimes painful. But if the snake refuses to surrender what no longer fits, it suffocates in its own potential. What are you still wearing that you've outgrown in the spirit? Proverbs 3:5-6 instructs, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding, and he will make your paths straight." But he cannot direct paths. You won't give him permission to reroute. When you surrender, heaven does not send silence. It sends reinforcements, power, favor, grace. The architecture of your life is adjusted to host what your obedience has now invited. That's why 2 Corinthians 12:9 declares, "My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness." Heaven doesn't need your perfection, it just needs your permission. So now, stand boldly, chosen one. Your surrender is not the end, it's the entrance. It's the unlocking of the next chapter, the opening of the scroll, the breaking of the chain, the collapse of resistance, the birth of divine strength. You're not losing control, you're stepping into glory. Lift your hands, let go. The heavens have already begun to move. Now hear this clearly, not just with your ears, but with your spirit. Faith is not an event. It is an ecosystem. It is not a single moment you walk through. Once it's a terrain you choose to live in daily. Faith is a frequency. It must be tuned into every morning when fear knocks, every night when silence lingers, every hour when obedience is required without applause. Hebrews 10:23 declares, "Let us hold unswervingly to the hope we profess. For he who promised is faithful." This is a daily decision not to feel strong, but to remain anchored. When you trust God in the dark, when you obey, when logic is absent, when you love without return, you are participating in the supernatural. You are stepping into a realm where the laws of heaven override the resistance of earth. Have you realized yet that every time you choose faith, you're testifying to 2 realms, one you see and one you don't? You may feel invisible to people, but in the spirit, you become blazing fire in enemy territory. The kind of faith you carry, the quiet, rugged, unshakable kind, is rare. That kind of faith doesn't perform, it perseveres. It does not scream, it stands. And hell trembles not at noise, but at constancy. 1 Corinthians 15:58 confirms this. Stand firm. Let nothing move you. Always give yourselves fully to the work of the Lord. Your labor is not in vain. Yes, even when you feel forgotten, even when your tears have no audience, even when you're sowing and the ground stays dry, heaven is recording every seed. Have you ever wondered if the most powerful things you're building can't be seen yet because they're happening underground? Faith doesn't always bear immediate fruit. But like the oak tree, whose roots go deeper before its branches reach wider, your obedience is building an unseen foundation. Isaías 37:31 declares, "Take root downward and bear fruit upward." Before anyone sees your impact, God establishes your root system, and the deeper the roots, the greater the reach. And this is the kind of faith that makes people pause and say, only God could have done this, not because you were flashy, but because you were faithful, not because you shouted, but because you stood still while the winds of testing blew hard. Think about Dr. Ben Carson, the neurosurgeon raised in poverty, written off by teachers, mocked by peers. But through his mother's relentless prayers and his own quiet, relentless discipline, he became the first to separate conjoined twins at the brain. He wasn't the loudest, but he was steady. Faithfulness, not fame, built his legacy. Now contrast that with Adam Neumann, the former CEO of WeWork. He presented a vision of utopia through shared workspaces, community, and ambition. But behind the branding was reckless spending, self-centered decisions, and spiritual language twisted to promote ego. The company imploded, lost billions, and left thousands scrambling. Why? Because what looks visionary on the surface will always collapse if it's not built on surrendered obedience. Charisma without character is construction on sand. And then there's Daniel, a factory worker from the Philippines, who prayed silently every morning over his co-workers' stations. No one knew, no one listened. One day, during a dangerous machine malfunction, the very station he prayed over was spared. The incident went viral, but he didn't take credit. He said, "It wasn't me. God heard the prayers. I never spoke aloud." His faith wasn't loud, it was consistent. And God made it visible when it mattered most. Have you started to see how your private consistency is building a public testimony? In neuroscience, there's a concept called long-term potentiation, a process where repeated neural activity strengthens the brain's connections over time. Your spiritual consistency is doing the same. Each act of obedience is reinforcing a pathway between heaven and your purpose. Over time, it becomes reflex. You no longer wrestle to trust, you simply walk by faith. Galatians 6:9. Let us not grow weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. Your harvest may be underground now, but the roots are working. The kingdom is expanding under your feet, and the time is coming when the fruit will break through, and it won't bless just you. It will multiply to those around you. Have you asked yourself, what if your legacy is not built by being known, but by being faithful? Because when the fruit arrives, when the reward unfolds, it will be so undeniable. Even your enemies will say, "Only God could have done this." Not because you hustled louder, but because you trusted longer. You didn't cave under silence. You didn't retreat under delay. You didn't abandon your post in the dark. And that is the kind of faith that doesn't just touch earth. It shakes heaven and establishes eternal legacy. So now rise again. Chosen one, stay steady. Stay faithful. You are becoming the living proof of God's faithfulness. And legacy is already bearing your name. Now you may be thinking, but I'm not perfect. I've failed. I've made mistakes. I've missed it. Chosen one, hear this clearly. Heaven did not pick you for perfection. Heaven picked you for surrender. Your struggle is not disqualification. It's confirmation that your calling doesn't depend on your flawlessness, but your willingness. Psalm 34. The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. God does not turn away from the shattered, he draws near. He leans in, and when you offer him the fractured pieces, he doesn't discard them. He builds platforms of glory upon your ruins. Have you ever considered that the cracks in your life are where his light is most radiant? The enemy wants you to believe your history has revoked your destiny, but the kingdom doesn't work like the world. In God's economy, sur un des outrances status, he chooses those who know the taste of shame, the weight of regret, and still whisper, "Yes, Lord." Oh, Joel kaksi kymmentäviisi promises. I will restore to you the years the locusts have eaten, not just days, not just moments, years. God is in the business of restoring what you thought was wasted. When you surrendered that relationship, that reputation, that piece of yourself, you were planting seeds you didn't know you'd reap later. Have you realized that what you handed over in weakness is about to return in power? Think of Peter, the disciple who denied Jesus 3 times, the man who wept bitterly in shame, and yet, that same Peter was chosen to preach the first message after the resurrection, and 3,000 were saved. Why? Because Jesus wasn't looking for Peter's perfection. He was drawn to Peter's post-failure surrender. In contrast, Oscar Wilde, once a literary genius of Europe, rejected God, rejected repentance, and embraced indulgence, even in the face of truth. By the end of his life, his wealth, his platform, and his reputation were gone. In his final days, he wrote, "I forgot that every little action of the common day makes or unmakes character." His brilliance couldn't save him. His pride isolated him. Surrender could have redeemed him, but he delayed until it was almost too late. And then there's Reuben, a teenage orphan in Brazil who spent years stealing to survive. One night, he returned a stolen item with an apology note. The owner, a retired pastor, invited him in, fed him, and introduced him to the gospel. Today, Reuben runs a shelter for abandoned children. His past was criminal. His present is divine. Because surrender doesn't erase your story, it redeems it. Isaiah 55:11. My word will not return to me empty, but will accomplish what I desire and achieve the purpose for which I sent it. That includes his word over you. What he spoke still stands. His plan is not void because of your detours. If anything, your detours will become the landmarks of others' deliverance. Have you noticed that even your worst mistakes are now the very things that make your testimony undeniable? Romans 8:1 declares, "There is now no condemnation for those who are in Christ Jesus." God is not keeping score. He's drawing a new blueprint. One where the foundation isn't perfection, but faithful return. In biology, broken bones, once healed, often become stronger at the fracture point. That's what grace does. Your weakest point becomes the very place God builds from. Have you wondered if the pain you survived is the key to the breakthrough you're about to walk into? Because now it's time. God has been waiting. The heavens have been watching. The angels have been dispatched. You didn't just shock the courts of heaven with your obedience. You triggered a chain reaction of divine orchestration. Something irreversible has already begun. 2 Corinthians 4:7 reminds us, we have this treasure in jars of clay to show that this all-surpassing power is from God and not from us. You were never chosen because you were flawless. You were chosen because your cracks prove the power is His. Get ready. The echo of your surrender has reached heaven's court, and heaven is preparing to answer you in public. This is your moment, not to explain yourself, not to clean yourself up, but to receive. Because you shocked heaven with your move, and now heaven is about to shock you with its response. Chosen one, you have crossed the invisible line. A spiritual threshold has been broken beneath your feet. What once felt like silence is now supernatural orchestration. The heavens are not still, they are in motion. The angels are not waiting, they are preparing. The gates are no longer shut. They are opening wide with the sound of prophetic unlocking. The seed you sowed in tears, watered in secret, and buried in silence is rising. And it's not returning in pieces, it's returning to power. Psalm 126, 5-6 declares, those who sow with tears will reap with songs of joy. They will return with songs of joy, carrying sheaves with them, what you gave up in secret. Heaven has scheduled for public restoration. You obeyed when the world called it reckless. You believed when evidence screamed impossible. You chose worship instead of worry, surrender instead of self-preservation, and radical trust when fear was the safer choice. You did not just pass a test, you shifted the atmosphere of generations. Have you begun to sense the holy friction in the spirit, the resistance before release, the pressure before breakthrough? That's not a delay. That's birth. What's been forming in the dark is about to manifest in the light, and the same heavens that witnessed your yes are now staging your reward. Isaiah 60:22 whispers, I am the Lord. In its time I will do this swiftly. God is not slow. He is strategic. The time has come. The manifestation is not theoretical. It's moving toward you even now. The angels have been dispatched. Assignments are aligning. Resources are being rerouted. God's response is not minimal. It's magnificent. What's coming isn't partial. It's prophetic. Not drips of mercy, but floods of favor. Have you wondered why it felt hardest right before now? It's because the enemy sensed what heaven had already released. But he cannot block what God has ordained. Ephesians 3:20 assure. Now to him who is able to do immeasurably more than all we ask or imagine, this overflow will not just touch you, it will overtake you. It will not just restore what was lost, it will compensate beyond calculation. Nature shows us. The river does not trickle when the dam breaks, it surges. You are standing at the edge of a divine surge. You will not walk into blessing, you will be carried by it. And the world will say, how? But you will know. You'll whisper what only surrendered hearts understand. God saw me. Oh? Have you ever dreamed of seeing with your eyes what your spirit carried in silence? That moment is upon you now. Malala Yousafzai, shot in the head at age 15 for daring to believe that girls deserve education, did not let fear silence her voice. She forgave her enemies, continued her fight, and became the youngest Nobel Peace Prize laureate. Her obedience wasn't glamorous, it was costly, but her faith and refusal to hate transformed nations. What began as quiet resistance in a small village became global reform. She didn't just survive, she became the voice of generations. That's what God does with surrendered pain. In contrast, Fire Festival's Billy McFarland built promises he couldn't deliver. He didn't wait for God's timing. He forced the outcome. He manipulated glory. And what looked like influence turned into infamy. Heaven honors surrender, not shortcuts. And then there's Elena, a widowed grandmother in rural Poland. For decades, she prayed for revival in her town. She never saw crowds. She never stood on stages. But her living room Bible study began to grow. Years later, her grandson became a pastor. That small prayer group became the foundation of a nationwide house church movement. Elena passed away, never knowing her impact. But heaven knew, and now thousands worship on the altar she quietly built. Galatians 6:9 reminds us, let us not grow weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. You didn't give up, you gave forward. Have you realized yet that overflow isn't coming, it's already in motion? The delay has ended, the windows are open, and what's about to fall on you is not just provision, it is confirmation. Psalm 80:4-11 declares, no good thing does he withhold from those who walk uprightly. You walked upright even when your knees were shaking, and now heaven is about to make good on every seed. So prepare your spirit. The harvest is not a drizzle, it is a downpour. Divine compensation, holy increase. supernatural restoration. This is not recovery, it is repayment with interest. And when it comes, you will know without a flicker of doubt, God saw you, God chose you, and now God is rewarding you. Enough words. Now heaven is waiting for your voice. This is not the part where we sit back. It's the moment where we step into holy ground. We've heard the word. We've received the fire. And now we respond in prayer. Heavenly Father, we come before you with hearts wide open, hearts that are burning for more of you, longing for your presence, desperate for your glory. We confess with full humility that apart from you, we are nothing, and yet you have chosen us, marked us, and called us by name as your chosen ones. We now stand with expectation, believing that you are about to move in our lives in a way that will rewrite everything. Thank you for the revelation that has shaken us and awakened us. Thank you for the fire of faith you've ignited inside us, faith that refuses to settle, faith that chooses obedience even when it doesn't make sense to the world. Thank you that you are the God who sees what others miss, the quiet surrender, the silent yes, the unseen sacrifice. And now, Lord, we ask you to respond. I lift up every chosen one, reading or listening right now. Ignite in them a fire so consuming that fear cannot put it out. Let your spirit blow across their lives like a rushing wind, setting their hearts ablaze with unshakable faith, faith that shakes hell and commands heaven to stand still. We refuse to remain silent. We refuse to shrink back. We choose to walk boldly into every calling, every battle, and every assignment you've written for us. To the one who feels invisible, remind them you see them. Their offering, though hidden from men, is mighty before you. Their tears, their surrender, their whispered obedience have moved heaven. And now, in the name of Jesus, I declare the floodgates are opening, blessings are being released, favor is being poured out. Miracles are coming in waves, for those still struggling to surrender, for those clinging to their Isaacs, their dreams, their relationships, their plans. Give them supernatural courage. Let the weight of your peace rest on them, the peace that only comes when we release what we cannot control. Show them that when they give everything to you, you return it multiplied with purpose. I pray for divine boldness. Let courage rise. Let fear be silenced. Let trust lead, because your ways are higher, and your plans are always better. Father, I pray over everyone who will encounter this message. Let your presence burn through every word. Let it reach cities, nations, and generations. Let this not just be heard, it must be felt. Let it become a wildfire of faith that cannot be contained. Make this a movement of radical obedience, radical giving, radical love. Let it ripple through families, through churches, through countries, until the very foundation of this generation shakes under the weight of your glory. God, remind every person listening that their obedience matters. Their faith is not in vain. Their sacrifice is not forgotten. You placed them here for a purpose. They were born for such a time as this. And the world will be different because of their yes. Now I declare over this generation, we will be the ones who shock heaven, the ones who give without measure, who love the unlovable, who surrender even when it hurts, who trust you fully, even when we don't understand. We know the enemy has fought us, but we refuse to bow to fear. We rise in the name of Jesus and declare war on every lie, every doubt, every delay. We are more than conquerors. We are filled with the Holy Spirit, and we are unstoppable. Father, you alone open doors no man can shut. You alone make the impossible possible. So as we step forward in radical obedience, we declare that you are moving mountains, breaking chains, and unleashing favor like never before. We are ready for the floodgates of heaven to pour, for the supernatural to manifest, for miracles, breakthroughs, and restoration to be released. We are ready for souls to be saved, for lives to be changed, for glory to fall. We pray all of this not in our own strength, but in the mighty, unmatched, miracle-working name of Jesus Christ. Amen. This is not the end. This is the unveiling. Chosen one. What you just encountered was not content. It was confirmation. Not a message, it was a mirror. A reminder of who you are and what you carry. Heaven wasn't expecting the move you made, but now all of heaven is aligned to honor it. You didn't follow the crowd. You followed the call. You didn't choose the easy path. You chose the eternal one. You chose obedience when comfort begged you to quit. And now, because of that, heaven is in motion on your behalf. But don't let this revelation stop here. Let it keep working its way into your habits, your decisions, your identity. Let it inform how you walk into rooms, how you sow in secret, how you speak in silence. Because the move that shocked heaven was just the beginning, so I challenge you now. Protect this word. Revisit it. Share it. Declare it. Don't scroll past this moment. Sow into it. Sow with your obedience. Sow with your voice. Sow with your spirit. Heaven doesn't bless what you merely hear. It blesses what you respond to. If this message pierced something in your soul, if it ignited something sacred inside of you, then don't keep it hidden. Click the like button as a small prophetic gesture, not just to support a channel, but to confirm in your own spirit, I receive this word. Comment below with the city you're watching from, and drop a fire emoji if you know this word was for you. I want to see where the chosen ones are rising across the earth. And if you haven't already, subscribe, because we're not just building a channel, we're stewarding a move of God, and I don't want you to miss what's coming next. To every person who has shared, liked, commented, or subscribed, thank you. And to those who have supported this mission through the Super Thanks feature or the giving link pinned in the comments, whether it was a gift of abundance or a penny of sacrifice, thank you. Your seed is prophetic. It's not forgotten, and heaven multiplies what is given in faith. But hear me, even if you've never given a cent, your yes is priceless. Your obedience is a seed, and God sees it. Let me speak this over you as you go. May your life begin to reflect the weight of your obedience. May the sacrifice you made in secret return to you in public honor. May doors open that no man can shut. May restoration come in ways that shock your enemies. May your name be whispered in rooms your feet have not yet entered. May angels be dispatched to protect what you planted in prayer. May every delay turn into divine acceleration. And above all, may you never forget, God saw you. Heaven recorded it. And the reward is already on its way. This is your harvest season. This is your recompense. This is where the fruit finds the faithful. The world won't understand it, but they'll witness it. And when it happens, you'll know. Heaven remembered your move. I love you. I honor you. And I'll see you in the next word. Until then, walk boldly, stay surrendered, and never stop shocking heaven. In Jesus' mighty name. Amen. They never imagined you'd rise like this. Not just standing, not just surviving, but returning from your silence with a flame that exposes everything fake, fragile, and foul in the shadows around you. You weren't supposed to heal. You weren't supposed to awaken. You weren't supposed to remember who you are. But now that you have, you've become something they never prepared for, a mirror they can't manipulate, and a storm they can't stop. And the question they're too afraid to say out loud is this: what if the very one they tried to break is the one God sent to break the cycle? You see, the danger wasn't in your anger, it was in your alignment. The moment you stopped shrinking, the moment you stopped explaining, the moment you stopped seeking peace with people who were threatened by your purpose, everything shifted. Suddenly, your silence started speaking, your glow started testifying, and your presence, it started judging every false spirit in the room without you saying a single word. You didn't change to make people uncomfortable. You evolved. And your evolution exposed the comfort they had in pretending. So let me ask you, why do manipulators always feel attacked the moment you walk in, carrying peace they can't counterfeit? That's not coincidence. That's spiritual collision. You've become a living interruption to every unclean agenda around you. And here's what most won't admit. It's not just that they're afraid of you. It's that they remember what they did to you. And they're scared your elevation might come with receipts. But let them squirm. Because this isn't about revenge. This is about revelation. God didn't raise you up to clap back. He raised you up to become the evidence that nothing formed against His chosen ones can prosper. So if you've ever watched people disappear the moment you stopped begging for bare minimum respect, comment 777 right now. Because that silence wasn't rejection. That was heaven making room for your real tribe. And before we go deeper, let me pause and say this from the heart. To every single person who's supported this channel through Super, thanks, thank you. You are not just fueling a voice, you are funding a movement. You are the reason this message keeps reaching the hidden ones who needed confirmation that they're not crazy. They're called. So, I'll leave you with one final question before we go all the way in. What if your presence was never meant to fit in, but to interrupt? What if you weren't sent to be understood, but to be unshakable? Because today, we're about to break open why you, as a healed, aligned, divinely backed, chosen one, are not just dangerous to the darkness. You are the divine disruption it never saw coming. Let's get into it. God's chosen ones. No one has ever been as dangerous as you. Your haters are running scared. Number 1. The moment you took it back. There was a shift, so quiet, no one heard it. Yet it split the spirit realm in two, and it happened the exact moment you stopped playing the victim and started owning your role in the story. What if your greatest awakening wasn't loud, but surgical? What if power doesn't come from rage, but from radical responsibility? That's when you became dangerous, not to the world, but to the structures that fed on your silence. Because when you stopped repeating your pain for pity and started tracing it like a divine roadmap, everything changed. You went from crying for rescue to architecting your resurrection. You became fluent in the language of pain, not as a crutch, but as curriculum. Every wound, tracked. Every heartbreak, interrogated. Every betrayal, held to the mirror until it bled truth. This wasn't healing. This was rebirth. And the ones around you felt it before you even knew what you were becoming. They grew uneasy, not because you harmed them, but because you no longer allowed them to weaponize your suffering. You no longer performed pain for applause. You didn't need applause. You became the sound. Like Joseph in Genesis 50-20. You began to understand what they meant for evil, God intended for good. How many people have secretly hated you simply because you healed without their permission? How many spiritual manipulators thrived off your guilt until they saw you shed it like dead skin? You weren't supposed to grow. You were supposed to stay broken enough to be predictable. But something shifted when you stopped waiting for an apology and chose resurrection instead. There's a reason Jesus healed the man at the pool of Bethesda by asking, "Do you want to be made whole?" John 5-6. Because healing is terrifying to those who are addicted to being pitied. And your yes, your sacred, fully embodied yes to responsibility, lit a fire under the comfort of everyone, still sitting by the water, waiting for someone else to fix them. You didn't just grow, you exposed the lie that growth was impossible. Do you know why they whisper about you now? Why some left quietly and others with venom? Because you reflect what they refuse to face. You're the walking, breathing mirror of what's possible when someone stops blaming the world and starts building from the ashes. Your evolution speaks fluently in a frequency they've tried to avoid their whole lives. And like the prophet Jeremiah, you learned to carry fire in your bones, Jeremiah 20-9, not to burn others, but to awaken purpose. Imagine a forest after fire stripped, rough, charred yet in a year. Green life pushes through soil reborn. That's what you did. You scorched the facade. You buried the fake version of yourself and let truth resurrect you from the root. People aren't scared of your power. They're terrified of your process. Because if you made it through betrayal, abandonment, lies, and loss, and came back softer, smarter, and spiritually sovereign, then what excuse do they have? Nelson Mandela, former South African president and freedom fighter, once said, "I am not a saint, unless you think of a saint as a sinner who keeps on trying." You didn't ascend because you were perfect. You ascended because you stopped pretending to be powerless. There's a woman named Lena who once sat in silence for 3 years after her husband left with no warning, her kids growing up watching her shrink. But one morning, she got up, emptied the closet, and instead of crying again, she applied to med school. At 38, people laughed. 10 years later, she's the head of trauma surgery in a major hospital, not because she was fearless, but because she refused to stay frozen. The same spirit lives in you. You remind people that freedom is possible, that healing isn't an accident. It's a decision. You became a fracture in their fantasy. In a world obsessed with blaming others, you are a divine disruption, not loud, not chaotic, just awake. And nothing is more terrifying to the asleep than someone who walks in truth. Your very existence ruins their excuses. Your light exposes their comfort. Like lightning that splits the sky, you don't need to speak. Your presence is the thunder. What if healing wasn't your destination, but your weapon? What if you weren't sent to be light, but to be a revelation? What happens when someone no longer needs revenge to feel complete? When forgiveness becomes armor and grace becomes war paint? That's who you are now. You walk like Christ walked into the temple and flipped the tables calm. Intentional, fierce with purpose. You are dangerous not because you seek vengeance, but because you embody proof. You don't argue anymore. You reveal. You don't beg anymore. You build. And every time you show up in truth, the world trembles just a little more. Number 2. When purity becomes a weapon. Not every war is loud. Some of the most disruptive forces in the spirit realm enter the room without a sound, without a word, and yet everything starts to tremble. You are that kind of presence, the kind that doesn't have to raise a hand to raise the truth. And the more pure your energy becomes, the more contaminated everything around it starts to feel. But what if your silence was never empty, only surgical? What if the unease in their eyes isn't your fault, but their exposure? You carry a frequency that doesn't flatter masks, it shatters them. You don't confront people with words, you confront them with presence. Just as Jesus exposed the Pharisees without chasing them, Matthew 23:27. Your very walk into a room causes those who live behind performance to fidget. They call it intensity. But what they're actually feeling is accountability. You are walking clarity. And when clarity arrives, confusion has to pack up and go. Some rooms get quieter when you enter, not because you're unwanted, but because every unclean thing just got identified. You hold a mirror without holding a grudge. You reflect without even intending to. And that reflection, it stings. Because the people around you often built their entire identity on illusion. What happens when someone who won't play along shows up in a world addicted to performance? What happens when a pure spirit shows up in a room that's built on pretend? Your life resembles the story of Ananias and Sapphira in Acts 5. They didn't die because Peter exposed them. They died because their lies couldn't survive the presence of truth. Your spirit, like Peter's, carries too much weight to tolerate games. That's why people distance themselves after they've wronged you, not because you threatened them, but because your light convicted them. You remind them of what they buried. You remind them of who they were before compromise entered the room. And that's terrifying. Johnny Erickson Tada, a quadriplegic author and Christian speaker, once said, "The weaker we are, the harder we must lean on God, and the harder we lean, the stronger we grow." Her life has shaken millions, not because she screams, but because her peace is disruptive, like you. Here, energy challenges comfort zones. It disturbs false peace. It confronts people who've been living sanitized lies for too long. You're not trying to be confrontational, but confrontation comes when truth walks in skin. Why do you think people ghost you without a reason? Why do friends vanish without fights? Why do they slander you when all you did was stay silent? Because your energy speaks what their words avoid. You didn't accuse them. Their conscience did. You didn't threaten their image. You revealed the cracks in it, just like the prophet Nathan did to David. One sentence, and a kingdom shook. 2 Samuel 12:7. Across town, a man named Kareem worked in finance. Always quiet, always kind. He didn't drink, didn't gossip, didn't chase clout, and that drove his team crazy. One day, a co-worker lied and framed him for a mismanaged account. But when the company ran an internal audit, the integrity of Kareem's record was so clean, it embarrassed the entire department. The report didn't just clear him, it exposed everything they'd been hiding. He never raised his voice. His life did the talking. Your existence is like glacier water in a world drunk on sugar. It tastes too real, too sharp, too alive. What if your purity wasn't weakness, but resistance? What if your refusal to engage in gossip, manipulation, or ego wars is why you've become a walking disruption? Nature doesn't need noise to demand respect. The scent of ozone before a storm, it warns everything nearby that the atmosphere is about to break. That's your presence. People can sense when truth is near, and they either repent or run. The Bible says in Matthew 5-8, "Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God." But it doesn't mention what happens to those who can't handle that sight. Some people don't hate your spirit. They fear what it might reveal in theirs. And so they run, not from you, from the mirror you became. Cardinal Robert Sarah, a Catholic theologian and author, once wrote, "The more a man is united to God, the more his presence disturbs the forces of darkness. That's your life, a walking disturbance to everything unclean, a holy interruption to cycles of deception. You are not too much. You are the right amount of truth in a world addicted to performance. That's why they say you've changed. That's why they twist your name when they can't twist your spirit. That's why you've become a trigger, not because you're dangerous, but because you remind them of everything they promised they'd become, but never did. You didn't come to blend in. You came to bring divine disruption." Number 3. You broke the rule, and that broke them. Some prisons don't have bars, just expectations, quiet agreements, unspoken rules whispered into your spirit like lullabies. Stay small, stay soft, don't rise too high, don't shine too bright. You didn't sign that contract, but they expected you to honor it anyway. And when you finally disobeyed it, when you refused to keep shrinking just to make others feel tall, everything around you shifted, not because you betrayed anyone, but because you refused to betray yourself. Have you ever noticed how the ones who once cheered for you get quiet when you start winning on your own terms? Have you ever wondered why people who prayed for your healing now avoid your wholeness? The moment you stood tall, you violated the one thing their ego relied on, your silence. Your struggle made them feel superior. Your pain propped up their confidence. But your growth, that felt like rebellion. Your journey echoes the life of David long before he became king. In 1 Samuel 18-7, after he slayed Goliath, the women sang, "Saul has slain his thousands, and David his tens of thousands." And in that moment, Saul, once supportive, turned into a silent enemy. Why? Because David's greatness exposed Saul's insecurity. And that's exactly what your evolution does. You didn't change to offend them, but your awakening revealed how shallow their confidence really was. It only thrived when you stayed beneath them. Your light didn't shame them. It just made their excuses more obvious. In homes where compliance is mistaken for love, any hint of autonomy feels like betrayal. You grew up in systems where speaking truth meant being labeled disrespectful, where doing better was seen as disloyalty, where dimming yourself was the price of being accepted. But what happens when survival isn't enough? What happens when your soul starts gasping for oxygen and you stop apologizing for needing more? Simone Biles, Olympic gymnast, survivor, and symbol of bold boundaries, once stepped away from competition, saying, "I have to focus on my mental health." She broke the unspoken rule that black women must always be strong, always be invincible, and she was demonized for it. But in breaking that rule, she became a global force. You did the same. You stopped apologizing for your healing, and suddenly, you were too much. A man named Tobias once worked quietly as a janitor at a private university. Always kind, always invisible, until he started writing poems during his lunch break, and one professor noticed. A year later, his first book was published. The faculty who used to nod politely now avoid eye contact. He didn't change how he treated them, he just stopped hiding his brilliance. That's what you did. You chose life. And some people only loved you when you were dying slowly. Have you ever asked why growth triggers guilt in those who refuse to evolve? Have you considered that your confidence doesn't offend them, it exposes their avoidance? The moment you stopped playing small, they lost control. And when people can't guilt you, shame you, or emotionally manipulate you back into submission, they panic. That's not your rebellion. That's your resurrection. The Israelites experienced this after leaving Egypt as long as they were enslaved. Pharaoh fed them. But the moment they stepped into freedom, they became a threat. Exodus 14:5. You are walking that same path. Freedom costs you comfort. Yes, but it also reveals who was only comfortable when you weren't. Picture the eagle, not the common bird, but the kind that soars above storms. Eagles don't flap like pigeons. They glide, they rise, not because they're arrogant, but because they're built different. When your altitude changes, don't be shocked when people start gasping for breath around you. Luke 9:62 says, "No one who puts a hand to the plow and looks back is fit for service in the kingdom of God." You didn't just evolve, you stopped looking back, and in doing so, you shattered the illusion that they had authority over your destiny. That's what makes you so dangerous. Not that you fight, but that you don't fold. Cardinal Raniero, Canta la Mesa, preacher to 3 popes, once said, "Holiness is not never falling. It is always getting up." And you got up, again and again. Even when they hoped you'd stay on the floor, you got up without applause, without validation, without permission. You didn't break the rule because you're rebellious. You broke it because it was suffocating you. You disobeyed the lie that said, being loved means being small. And now you walk in a freedom they were never taught to understand. So they run. Not because you're cruel, but because you stopped playing the role they cast you in. You're not dangerous because you changed. You're dangerous because you refused to ask for permission to live. Number 4. The mirror that wouldn't break. You weren't supposed to survive, let alone reflect. They expected you to stay buried in the grief they left you in. They assumed their betrayal would mute you permanently. But when you rose unbothered, focused, a whole, it wasn't your comeback that stung. It was what your life revealed about their choices. You became the one thing they couldn't escape, a mirror. And no matter how many stones they throw, you don't shatter, because this isn't glass, this is divine clarity. What if the real offense wasn't your healing, but their guilt? What if your peace doesn't just confuse them, it convicts them? You didn't show up to prove a point, but your progress made one anyway. They tried to distort your story, twist your intentions, dismiss your grace, not because of what you've done to them, but because of what your life says about them. You evolved while they stayed rehearsing the same old pain. You healed while they kept making trauma their personality. And that contrast, that's unbearable. Like Joseph's brothers in Genesis 50-18, they came back, not with pride, but banits. Not because Joseph harmed them, but because his power made their betrayal look pathetic. Your strength makes their excuses unravel. You became dangerous not by force, but by becoming everything they swore you couldn't. And when people see you rise from places they've chosen to sink in, bitterness becomes easier than ownership. Have you noticed how those who hurt you often become your loudest critics? Have you seen how those who ghosted you now gossip about you? Why does your peace bother people who never gave you any? The answer is simple. Because your progress makes them confront what they refuse to change. Your focus reflects their distraction. Your calm highlights their internal chaos. And your rise? It exposes the shortcuts they tried to use to cheat a process you endured. You didn't rise to mock anyone. But like Daniel in Babylon, your integrity became intolerable. Daniel 6-4. They searched for dirt on you and found nothing. So they created lies instead. Because when someone has built their identity on being above you, your transformation feels like a threat, especially when you didn't beg, break, or barter your way forward. In the hills of rural Italy, a woman named Chiara left an abusive home at 17 with no money and no name. She lived in silence, cleaning the convent floors. But by 30, she was teaching theology at a university, fluent in 5 languages. Scars still visible, but spirit unshakable. People from her past whisper that she got lucky, but luck never taught her Greek. Grace did. That's what people miss. Your glow doesn't come from performance. It comes from pressure. Actor and activist Viola Davis once said, "The only thing that separates women of color from anyone else is opportunity. But you created your own opportunity, and that's what disturbs people, not your confidence. But the fact that no one handed it to you. You were forged in fire, not flattery, molded by storms, not applause. That kind of foundation can't be erased by slander." In 2 Corinthians 4:8-9, Paul writes, "We are hard-pressed on every side, but not crushed, struck down, bit, not destroyed." That's you, not just surviving, lies thriving in the open, without shame, without needing to clap back. Your very existence is the clap back. That's why they spin narratives. They need the story to make sense, but your success ruined the one they wrote. Have you ever seen lava cool into obsidian? It's sharp, dark, gleaming, born from heat, but unbreakable. That's your presence, smooth on the surface, but forged in fire. Or consider deep-sea coral. It grows in darkness, without applause, and becomes a kingdom all its own. You did the same. They tried to define you by the pain they caused, but you made that pain your platform. Psalm 118:22 says, "The stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone." That's your legacy. They tried to erase you. God turned you into a foundation. You're not dangerous because you retaliated. You're dangerous because you reflect. Your success is a mirror. Your peace is a mirror. Your restraint is a mirror. And they can't destroy what they refuse to face. They'll say you changed, but what really happened is you stopped hiding. And the truth is, they never hated you. They hated the part of themselves you refused to carry for them. Number 5, you became the revenge they never saw coming. Some reflections can't be smashed. Others can't be ignored. And then there's the rarest kind, the ones that transform into prophecy. That's you. They couldn't silence the mirror, so they hoped to destroy the life behind it. But your rise wasn't a retaliation, it was a revelation. While they were scripting your destruction, heaven was rewriting your legacy. And you didn't need revenge. You became it. Can we be honest? How many nights did you cry thinking the betrayal would break you? How many times did you wonder if the lies would stick? If the shame would stain permanently? They counted on your collapse. But what if the collapse they prayed for became the platform God used to elevate you? They didn't predict that your silence would echo louder than their slander, that your peace would haunt louder than any comeback ever could, like Esther. You were supposed to be forgotten in the shadows, but while Haman plotted in secret, God was preparing your moment in plain sight. Esther 6:1. They lied. They manipulated. They used your past like a leash, dragging your name through rooms you never even stepped into. But grace doesn't ask for permission. God didn't consult their gossip before crowning your purpose. When Joseph's brothers sold him into slavery, they assumed his story ended in that pit. But the same God who watched him cry in the silence of rejection raised him to rule in the same land meant to kill him. Genesis 41:41. Sound familiar? You rose in silence. No headlines. No revenge tour. Just favor flowing in unseen places. That kind of victory, it makes their curses irrelevant. Nobel Peace Prize winner and Holocaust survivor Elie Wiesel once said, "The opposite of love is not hate. It's indifference. That's the most dangerous thing about you now. You stopped needing to be understood. You stopped needing them to regret. You stopped needing them. Period. And that's what they can't handle: your lack of need, your peace, your detachment." A man named Darius was wrongfully fired after refusing to cover for financial fraud in his company. No confrontation, no lawsuit. He went silent, studied at night, and built a startup in his garage. 6 years later, he acquired the same firm that let him go. When he visited the old office, he didn't gloat. He just walked through quietly, blessing the space. That's the kind of healing they can't recover from. That's what you embody. Why does your glow provoke people who tried to dim you? Why does your stillness enrage those addicted to chaos? Could it be that your elevation reminds them of the collapse they denied in themselves? Could it be that your joy is louder than any justification they've rehearsed for years? Psalm 23:5 declares, "You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies." That verse isn't poetic, it's prophetic. Every moment you laugh freely. Every step you take without bitterness. Every door that opens without explanation. It's a meal served hot in front of every person who swore you'd never get up again. But here you are, feasting without flinching. You didn't just survive. You evolved without malice. You transcended without revenge. Like Jesus, hanging on the cross in Luke 23:34. You didn't say, "I'll get even." You said, "Father, forgive them." And that kind of grace, that kind of restraint, it's lethal to people who need you to be angry so they can feel justified in their guilt. Look at the way rivers flow. They don't argue with rocks, they just move around them. Over time, they carve entire canyons through stone, not by force, but by persistence. That's you. Steady, silent, devastating in your direction. Or consider how bamboo grows. It spends years building roots underground before bursting upward. Your rise felt sudden to them, but heaven knows you were preparing long before they ever betrayed you. Romans 12:19 says, "Do not take revenge. It is mine to avenge. I will repay, says the Lord." That's not just scripture. That's your strategy. You let God be your vindicator, and He did more than defend you. He elevated you. You're not dangerous because you got even. You're dangerous because you didn't have to. You didn't become like them. You became something they could never comprehend, healed, of whole, and holy. They expected fire from your wounds, but you brought water. You turned your pain into peace. And that's what they'll never be able to imitate. Number 6. You broke the illusion, and that broke their power. Not all chains are physical. Some are built from silence, guilt, and emotional blackmail. But something inside you shifted. You didn't just grow stronger. You woke up. You realized the hands that held you down were never bigger than your calling. They just looked powerful because you had forgotten who you were. But the moment you saw clearly, everything collapsed, not just around you, but within them. That was the day their influence died. Have you ever wondered how much control they truly had? Or if it was just your fear that made them look invincible? What happens when the person they manipulated no longer exists? When you stopped walking on eggshells, did you notice how quickly they tripped over their own lies? The truth is, they never had power. You gave it to them while you were still bleeding from wounds they helped create. But not anymore. In Luke 4-6, Satan offered Jesus all the kingdoms of the world, saying, "I will give you all their authority. It has been given to me." But Jesus saw through the illusion. He knew the devil's so-called power was only borrowed, and you've reached that same discernment. You see through false altars now. What used to intimidate you now looks like a desperate bluff, like Moses before Pharaoh. You no longer tremble at the throne of men who pretend to be gods. Exodus 7-1. Pharaoh's might wasn't real. It was propped up by fear, sustained by silence. But the moment Moses obeyed God and spoke up, Egypt started to crumble. Your words, your presence, your alignment, they carry that same quake now. You don't yell. You don't argue. But the truth you walk in makes entire systems panic. When you stand tall, do you notice how their posture weakens? Why does your clarity make manipulators fumble? Could it be that your discernment is revealing how empty their strategies really are? The guilt trips no longer land. The gaslighting doesn't confuse you. The energy shifts don't catch you off guard. They confirm what you already discerned. Author and humanitarian Maya Angelou once said, "When someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time." And you did, not with bitterness, but with vision. You stopped explaining your worth to people committed to misunderstanding you. You stopped breaking your back to carry relationships that couldn't handle your boundaries. That wasn't rebellion. That was remembrance of who God said you were. Isaiah 54:17 proclaims, "No weapon formed against you shall prosper." That includes spiritual manipulation, emotional warfare, and the subtle violence of shame. They tried every tactic, and now they're frustrated not because you attacked, but because you disengaged. They expected retaliation. You gave them silence. They wanted chaos. You moved with strategy. In Judges 16, Samson didn't lose his power when Delilah cut his hair. He lost it when he stopped protecting what was sacred. But you learned from that. You stopped handing over your peace just to keep the illusion alive. And that's why you're dangerous now. You guard your oil, your voice, your spirit like treasure. They thought you'd be predictable forever. But that version of you died in the fire. A woman named Yasmin once stayed in a toxic relationship for 6 years, constantly manipulated through scripture, guilt, and control, until one day, mid-conversation, she paused, looked him in the eye, and said, "This isn't God. This is fear dressed as love." She walked away with nothing but her Bible and never looked back. 2 years later, she runs a women's shelter for survivors of religious abuse. That's what clarity does. It doesn't shout. It liberates. Why are they so quiet now? Why do the people who once felt bigger than life seem small in hindsight? Could it be that their power only existed in the parts of you that were still unhealed? You've been through the fire, and you didn't just survive, you analyzed it, took notes, built armor, came back, unbothered. Your presence now is like volcanic soil, rich, fertile, born from what once tried to destroy you, or like a glacier slow, steady, massive beneath the surface. What they see is only a fraction of the depth you now carry. Romans 8:31 asks, if God is for us, who can be against us? That's not a question. It's a verdict. They weren't powerful. They were just loud. And now that you walk in revelation, they don't know how to approach you. Your calm is confrontational. Your peace is disruptive. Your wisdom is warfare. You're not dangerous because you fight dirty. You're dangerous because you stopped fighting altogether and started discerning instead. And in a world ruled by illusion, discernment is death to every false king. Number 7. You're not just intelligent, you're spiritually invasive. You used to second-guess your intuition. You used to wonder if you were just doing too much. But now you know the truth. What they called paranoia was prophecy in disguise. What they mocked as overthinking was your divine radar scanning what couldn't be spoken. You don't wait for masks to fall. You read the fracture lines behind the smile. You catch the war in someone's tone before the battle begins. How many times have you sensed something before it happened, only to watch it unfold exactly as you felt it? Why do your gut instincts disturb people who claim to have nothing to hide? Could it be that what makes you unsettling is that you listen to more than words, you read the whole atmosphere? 1 Kings 3 tells us that Solomon didn't ask for riches or long life. He asked for discernment to understand what lies beneath the surface. God honored that. And through that wisdom, Solomon exposed 2 women's hearts with a single judgment. 1 Kings 3:16-28. You carry that same gift. You don't need proof to know the truth. You don't need confession to feel corruption. You just know. You remember when Jesus said to the woman at the well in John 4:18, "You have had 5 husbands, and the one you have now is not your husband." He didn't condemn her. He saw her. That's you. You don't expose to shame. You expose to liberate. But liberation terrifies those who profit from deception. People often avoid you, not because you've done anything, but because their lies evaporate in your presence. Your peace stirs their panic. Your silence makes their secrets louder. You don't confront. You simply show up with so much truth in your energy that it makes the performance impossible. The prophet Elisha had this kind of insight in 2 Kings 6:12. The king of Aram asked, "Who among us is the spy?" But one servant said, "It's Elisha." He tells the king of Israel, "The very words you speak in your bedroom." That's how you feel to people walking in manipulation. Your spiritual Wi-Fi stays connected, and they hate that you're already 3 moves ahead. Alicia Keys, the Grammy-winning artist, once shared in an interview that she often senses people's motives before they open their mouths. She said, "I can feel energy shift when someone's intentions change. I don't need them to speak it." That's what happens when presence becomes perception. You stop being surprised and start being strategic. Maya was a trauma counselor who'd grown up in a house full of secrets and silence. As an adult, she could read people's pain by the way they laughed. One day, during a therapy session, a client smiled mid-sentence while talking about abuse. Maya didn't interrupt. She just said, "That wasn't funny, was it?" And the client broke down. That's the level you operate on, where the vibe speaks louder than the vocabulary. Have you noticed how often people say, "I feel exposed around you"? Even when you've said nothing, why do your questions seem to cut deeper than their rehearsed answers? What is it about your gaze that unsettles those who depend on illusion to survive? Isaiah 11:3. 4 says of the Spirit of God, "He will not judge by what he sees with his eyes, or decide by what he hears with his ears, but with righteousness he will judge the needy. With justice he will give decisions." That's the energy you carry, decision-making beyond sight, intuition beyond reason. You don't guess. You discern. Consider owls. These nocturnal hunters hear movement beneath the soil. They fly in silence. But their perception is surgical. Or look at octopuses. They can detect changes in vibration and light that we can't even register. Your spirit is built like that, still on the outside, but hyper-attuned on the inside. You don't make noise, yet your presence roars. You don't accuse, yet truth leaks from your spirit. You don't seek confrontation, but the lies can't breathe when you walk in. You make deceivers sweat, not because you're dangerous in action, but because you're accurate in knowing you aren't here to be fooled. You're here to pierce the veil. And that kind of sight, it's divine warfare. Because in a world thriving on pretense, spiritual discernment isn't just rare, it's revolutionary. Number 8. You're spiritually expensive, and they can't afford the real you. Some people can't handle being near you. Not because you're arrogant, not because you're unkind, but because you are spiritually expensive, not in ego, not in pride, but in depth. Your energy costs truth. Your presence costs growth. And for people addicted to illusion, you're too much truth in one place. You don't demand payment, but transformation is the toll at every gate you guard. That's why they can't stay. Have you ever noticed how your silence unsettles those who live in pretense? Why do people avoid eye contact when you're around, even when no one's accused them of anything? Could it be that your alignment exposes their avoidance, that your integrity reveals their performance? Jesus said in Matthew 10:34, "I did not come to bring peace, but a sword." That wasn't about violence. It was about truth cutting through convenience. That's you. You don't confront people with anger, but your clarity slices through the fake like a blade. Your peace doesn't pacify, it purifies. And for those still thriving in shallow waters, your depth is dangerous. Like Nathan standing before King David in 2 Samuel 12. You carry the courage to hold a mirror. Nathan didn't yell. He simply told a story, and the story exposed the sin. That's the kind of weight your presence carries. People confess things around you they never meant to speak, not because you interrogate them, but because your spirit makes the lies too heavy to hold. They say you're too intense, but what they really mean is, you make me uncomfortable in my own skin. They label you too much. But what they're avoiding is the cost of authenticity. That's the spiritual invoice you carry. To be around you is to face themselves, and most aren't ready to pay that price. In Acts 8, Simon the sorcerer offered money to buy the power of the Holy Spirit, but Peter shut it down immediately. "May your money perish with you," he said, "because you thought you could buy the gift of God." Acts 8:20. That's how they treat your light. They want the glow without the grind, the presence without the process. But spiritual weight can't be borrowed. It must be earned in fire. Malik was a corporate coach, known for his calm presence. Executives would start confessing their business fraud, emotional burnout, and moral failures just by sitting across from him. One CEO even asked, "Why do I feel like I'm being seen for the first time?" Malik never pried. His soul just made the lies too heavy to breathe. That's what you do. You detox rooms just by showing up. Why do they distance themselves after saying they admired you? Why do they label you judgmental when you never judged? Could it be that what they're really running from is the truth that being near you requires them to grow, and they're not ready? Desmond Tutu, the South African archbishop and truth advocate who helped dismantle apartheid, once said, "If you are neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor." That's your presence. It won't allow neutrality. It won't let people stay comfortable in compromise. You don't force people to choose sides. You just make it impossible for them to keep pretending they never had to. Your spirit isn't draining, it's revealing. Your presence doesn't take energy, it extracts toxins. You don't leave people exhausted. You leave them exposed. And exposure always offends those invested in illusion. Psalm 24:3-4 asks, "Who may ascend the mountain of the Lord? He who has clean hands and a pure heart." You walk like that. And for people holding on to filth, your altitude gives them spiritual nosebleeds. You're not on a pedestal, you're on assignment. And the elevation isn't pride. It's proximity to God. That's why the air around you feels thin. You cost clarity. You cost confession. Like deep ocean currents that move entire ecosystems without making a sound. You alter every atmosphere you enter, or like the silent moon that pulls tides without touching a single wave. Your gravity shifts everything near you, even when they don't understand how or why. You were never meant to be cheap. You were meant to be costly. You carry insight that exposes illusions, wisdom that deflates egos, love that purifies everything it touches. And the closer they get to you, the more they feel the pressure of what they haven't dealt with. That's not your problem. That's your power. You're not intimidating, you're transformational. And only those ready to surrender the lie can afford your truth. Number 9. You don't need validation. You are the evidence. They thought your silence was weakness, but you were simply being shaped in the unseen. While they measured worth by applause, you were being anointed in anonymity. They watched platforms. You built alts. And now that you've emerged, they don't know what to do with someone who didn't need their stage to rise. Because you didn't beg to be seen, you became undeniable. Have you noticed how uncomfortable people get when they can't take credit for your glow up? Why does your quiet strength irritate the ones who used to dismiss you? What if the truth is, you're not seeking validation because you are the validation? In Exodus 3, Moses didn't ask Pharaoh for permission to walk in his calling. He didn't need Egypt's validation to be God's instrument. His burning bush moment wasn't a public performance, it was a private awakening. That's you. Your fire didn't come from followers. It came from being refined in hidden furnaces. Your scars are sacred proof. Like Hannah in 2 Samuel 1. Your prayers were mocked before they were manifested, but God saw the weeping. God heard the groans. And when the promise was fulfilled, no applause was necessary. Because favor speaks for itself. It doesn't need press. It carries presence. You don't walk into rooms to be noticed. You are the room shifter. And when you speak, dimensions respond. There was a woman named Charisse, an orphan turned trauma therapist. For years, people overlooked her because she didn't come from prestige. But every client she healed, every soul she reached, whispered her name in places her feet had never walked. One day, she was invited to consult for global leaders, not because she campaigned, but because her work did the talking. That's what your life is doing now. Malcolm Gladwell, journalist and author of Outliers, once said, "Practice isn't the thing you do once you're good. It's the thing you do that makes you good." What they called isolation was actually calibration. You weren't being buried, you were being built. In Matthew 3:17, before Jesus performed any miracle, the heavens opened, and God declared, "This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased." He was approved in identity before he ever displayed ability. That's why your worth was never tied to performance. You were validated before the fruit. In the root. Why do they gossip, diminish, or ignore what you carry now? Could it be they sense what they tried to delay has arrived anyway? That favor skipped their permission, that your strength was forged in places they never had the courage to walk through. The eagle doesn't fly for applause. Its wings were made for higher altitudes. Or look at the volcano. It doesn't ask for attention, but when it erupts, the whole landscape changes. You're not loud, but your impact is seismic. You move in quiet conviction, and that movement speaks louder than noise ever could. You no longer crave inclusion. You are the distinction. You no longer chase rooms. You become the standard. And the people who once called you delusional now whisper your name in disbelief. You didn't force your way in. You elevated until the room had no choice but to notice. They can't box what heaven built. You were underestimated by design, mocked by assignment, hidden on purpose. But now you are living proof that divine validation needs no earthly stamp, and nothing is more dangerous than someone who finally knows it. Number 10. You were sent to interrupt patterns, not participate in them. They called you the black sheep, the troublemaker, the too sensitive one. But what if you were never the problem? What if your discomfort wasn't dysfunction, but discernment? From the beginning, you felt out of place in rooms that praised silence over truth, tradition over transformation, comfort over correction. And now you know why. You weren't born to perpetuate the pattern. You were born to break it. Have you ever wondered why the family secrets burned in your chest, while others wore them like badges of tradition? Why did you ask the questions no one else dared to voice? Why couldn't you just let it go when everyone told you to move on without healing? In Judges 6, Gideon was hiding in a winepress when God called him a mighty warrior. Why? Because he was the one who dared to ask, "If the Lord is with us, why has all this happened to us?" Judges 6:13. That one question revealed the courage in him to confront the cycle of oppression. Just like Gideon, you weren't anointed to hide, you were anointed to disrupt. Your presence unsettles systems built on dysfunction. Not because you are loud, but because your spirit carries truth like wildfire, and truth, by nature, is confrontational. It scorches the walls people build to protect their denial. Jeremiah was known as the weeping prophet, not because he was weak, but because he cried over people too numb to feel what was killing them. Like him, your sensitivity is sacred. You don't just see the brokenness, you grieve it. And that grief has become your divine compass for change. Jesus didn't come into a world that wanted healing. He came into a world that crucified him for exposing their sickness. In Matthew 10:35, he said, "I have come to turn a man against his father, a daughter against her mother, not to sow hate, but to sever idolatry to generational bondage." What they called rebellion was actually revelation. That's you. You see through it. And the moment you name it, the system targets you, not because you're wrong, but because you're awake. Amira grew up in a household where women were taught to stay quiet, endure abuse, and smile through suffering. But she couldn't. At 16, she confronted her uncle about his behavior toward her cousin and got banished from family gatherings for causing division. Years later, her cousin told her, "Your voice saved me. That's the cost of your presence. It may isolate you temporarily, but it will liberate someone eternally." Pope John Paul II, a fierce advocate for human dignity during communist rule, once said, "Freedom consists not in doing what we like, but in having the right to do what we ought." You weren't sent here to blend in. You were sent to confront what others have bowed to. Your sense of justice isn't an attitude, it's a divine assignment. What do you call a person who won't let the lie continue? Who speaks what no one else dares to name? Who stands up even when shaking? You call them dangerous. You call them disruptive. You call them chosen. like the earthquake. You don't arrive quietly, but when you're done, nothing is ever the same again, or like a storm that breaks open stale air. You don't destroy for the sake of destruction, you stir what's stagnant, so healing can begin. They label you dramatic, confrontational, ungrateful. But the truth is, you're disruptive because you won't let sickness be normalized. You refuse to swallow secrets that rot the spirit. You challenge the family code of silence, the cultural pressure to conform, the spiritual apathy that keeps people shackled. Why do they treat your truth like it's betrayal? Could it be that what they call peace is actually avoidance? That what they call unity is just silence disguised as love? You weren't sent to keep things comfortable. You were sent to make things clean. And cleanliness requires confrontation. Holiness demande disruption. You're not here for applause. You're here for legacy. For the children who will never have to fight what you did. For the siblings who will feel safe to tell the truth. For the future that will breathe free because you chose to confront what others concealed. You don't carry the curse. You carry the courage to crush it. Number 11. They weren't prepared for the version of you that doesn't care to be liked. Something changed the moment you stopped begging for peace that cost you your voice. You woke up from the hypnosis of people-pleasing, and the ripple it sent through your relationships was deafening. Not because you became mean, not because you stopped loving, but because you finally refused to perform for acceptance. And that kind of awakening doesn't come quietly. It rattles every dynamic built on your silence. Why did it shake them so badly when you started saying no without an explanation? What made them so uneasy the moment you stopped over-explaining your heart? Could it be that their connection to you was never love, but leverage? You used to contort yourself to avoid conflict. The old version of you would shrink, apologize, smile through disrespect just to keep the temperature low. But healing matured you. Now you understand that false peace is just chaos with pretty makeup. And truth doesn't owe politeness when it's being suffocated. Like Jesus in Luke 4:28-30. You no longer stay where you're not welcome. When the crowd in his hometown turned on him for speaking truth they didn't want to hear, he walked straight through them untouched. Unapologetic. Unshaken. That's the version of you that terrifies people. The one that walks away clean. You carry the spirit of Elijah, the prophet who refused to water down the truth to make kings comfortable. In 1 Kings 18, he stood alone on Mount Carmel and confronted a nation's compromise. You have that same mantle now, not to please crowds, but to call altars back to fire. That kind of clarity doesn't whisper, it pierces. Cassandra, a high-powered attorney, spent years as the nice one, the peacemaker who absorbed blame to hold her family together. But therapy taught her the cost of that role. One day, she declined to mediate yet another family argument. And suddenly, she became the problem. But she didn't flinch. She told them calmly, if my silence was the glue, then maybe it was time for it all to fall apart. Oh, that's where you are now. You're not rejecting people. You're rejecting patterns. And when people realize they can no longer bait you with guilt or bind you with approval, they panic, not because you're cruel, but because you're no longer controllable. Brené Brown, a research professor and best-selling author on vulnerability and courage, once said, clear is kind, unclear is unkind. Your boundaries may feel brutal to those used to your blurred lines, but they're mercy in disguise. They teach people the language of honor, even if they have to learn it the hard way. Have you noticed how the air shifts when you no longer overfunction in undernourished spaces? Why do people who never invested in your wholeness feel entitled to your access? Could it be that your independence exposes the emotional debts they never intended to pay? The porcupine doesn't lash out. It protects itself, and like that, you've become a spiritual porcupine, soft interior, guarded exterior, not to harm, but to preserve the sanctuary you've built inside. Or think of the sunflower. It doesn't apologize for turning away from the dark. It simply realigns itself toward the light. That's what you've done. Even in Scripture, John the Baptist wasn't admired for diplomacy. He was respected for truth. He didn't smooth the edges of his message to fit social norms. And when he called out Herod's sin, he wasn't rewarded. He was imprisoned. But his voice echoed in eternity. You're not harsh. You're healed. You're not bitter. You're boundary built. And those who miss the performative version of you aren't mourning your distance. They're mourning their lost control. But you've made peace with that. You're not here to be understood by everyone. You're here to be aligned with truth. And sometimes, truth stands alone. That kind of clarity may cost you admiration, but it buys you freedom. And nothing is more dangerous than a person who has made peace with being disliked if it means being whole. Number 12. You walk with God, and that terrifies every manipulator in disguise. You don't walk with noise. You walk with presence, and that's what unsettles them. You don't need to wear religion on your sleeve to carry authority. The power that walks with you isn't performative. It's spiritual alignment. When you enter a room, you don't need to speak in tongues, hold a Bible, or shout down falsehoods. Your spirit does the talking. You are evidence that intimacy with God is a frequency, not a flex. And manipulators hate that frequency, because it exposes what they buried beneath charm, flattery, and fake humility. Why do the most passive-aggressive people suddenly grow silent around you? What makes manipulators lose their grip when you say nothing at all? Could it be that your stillness is spiritual warfare they never saw coming? The prophet Daniel didn't fight back when they conspired against him. He didn't beg the king or slander his enemies. He simply remained faithful, and God shut the mouths of lions. Daniel 6:22. You carry that same kind of divine immunity while others plot behind your back. Heaven reroutes every weapon. It's not that you're untouchable, it's that you're covered. When Joseph was thrown into a pit by his own brothers, slandered by Potiphar's wife, and left to rot in a prison cell, not once did he retaliate. He walked with God. And the result? Genesis 50:20. You meant evil against me, but God meant it for good. You walk in that same oil. What they meant to ruin you, heaven is using to promote you. Take the story of Arman, a youth pastor in Brooklyn who never defended himself when someone in his circle accused him of misusing funds. He stayed silent, kept serving, and trusted the process. A year later, the accuser confessed. The ministry doubled, and Arman was elevated to lead 5 church campuses. He didn't need revenge. He needed obedience. As Pope Shenouda III, former head of the Coptic Orthodox Church, once said, "Do not defend yourself. Let God do that. He knows what to do, how to do it, and when to do it." That is the energy you carry now. They tried character assassination. It failed. They tried narrative distortion. It collapsed. Not because you're slick, but because God doesn't lose. The snow leopard doesn't announce itself. It moves in silence, camouflaged and majestic. But when it strikes, It does so with precision. That's you. And like the oak tree, you didn't grow fast. But you grew rooted, and now your shade exposes who only stood beside you when you were a seed. You didn't come to play in their politics. You came to pull down strongholds. You weren't sent to please fragile egos. You were assigned to shift atmospheres. And that kind of power doesn't announce itself. It reveals itself through fruit. Doors open without campaigns. Respect follows without performance. And impact remains. Even when you leave the room, why do they still watch your every move while pretending not to care? What makes them so frustrated every time your name still opens doors they tried to shut? Could it be that they can't grasp your favor because they don't know its source? They wonder why you keep rising while their schemes keep collapsing. It's simple. You're not hustling your way up. You're being carried. Isaiah 45:2 says, I will go before you and make the crooked places straight. And that's exactly what's happening. They see the elevation, but they don't see the oil. They hear your name, but they don't know the nights you wept in prayer. You don't retaliate because you're not competing. You're consecrated. Your silence is louder than their lies. Your grace under pressure is proof that your covering is not from man, it's divine. And no matter what trap they set, what rumor they start, or what door they try to slam, truth always rises. They can't manipulate your spirit. They can't weaponize your past. They can't sabotage what heaven already approved, because you don't walk alone. You walk with God, and that's why they tremble. Number 13. They tried to treat you like a pawn, but you were the entire blueprint. They tried to treat you like a pawn, a disposable piece in a game they thought they were smart enough to control. You were underestimated from the start, seen as compliant, predictable, obedient, but they didn't realize you were never part of their strategy. You were the divine blueprint the whole time. How long did they think you would sit quietly while they pulled the strings? What made them so confident that their manipulation could rewrite the calling on your life? You let them believe they were in control. You moved silently. Not because you were naive, but because you were observant, strategic. You studied the layout of the board, took note of every pattern, every tactic, every lie dressed as loyalty. They thought your loyalty meant blindness, but you were 10 moves ahead, operating with spiritual discernment they didn't even recognize as dangerous. While they manipulated in the flesh, you aligned in the spirit. And alignment with God is always stronger than alliance with man. Just like Esther, who hid her identity and influence until the moment of divine reversal. Esther 4:14. You were prepared behind closed doors for a moment of exposure that would change everything. She was never meant to be decorative. She was the disruption. And just like Nehemiah, who surveyed the brokenness of his people in silence before rebuilding it with strategy and conviction, Nehemiah 2:12, you kept your plans to yourself until it was time to rise. And when you moved, it wasn't a reaction, it was revelation. They saw you as fragile, easy to manipulate, but like David stepping out in front of Goliath, you didn't bring weapons. They understood. You brought divine clarity, as it's written in 1 Samuel 17:45. You come to me with sword and spear, but I come to you in the name of the Lord of hosts. You didn't need their tools. You had the anointing, and that terrified them. You were never just another piece. You were the prototype. They confused your quietness for fear, your stillness for stagnation. But have they ever watched a chameleon under pressure? It blends into its environment, not to conform, but to survive long enough to strike in silence, or a spider, weaving a web invisibly, while its prey dances arrogantly into its own trap. You moved with that kind of patience, that kind of precision. You didn't need to announce your every thought. You weren't performing for their applause. And that's what made you dangerous. Because, while they gossiped, you were growing. While they plotted, you were preparing. While they tried to corner you like a pawn, you were mapping out an exit that would elevate you beyond their reach. They never expected someone like Kayla, a soft-spoken developer from Detroit, to disrupt their entire infrastructure. She spent years being ignored in boardrooms, spoken over in meetings, but silently, she was building an app that would disrupt the very company that dismissed her. When she launched it on her own and outsold their platform, they scrambled to claim ownership, but it was too late. She wasn't the intern. She was the architect, the blueprint. Evan Benedict Cumberbatch, a British actor celebrated for playing thinkers and tacticians, once said, "The further you go with the truth, the clearer everything becomes. But it comes at a cost, because most people prefer illusion. That illusion is what you shattered. That false system built on hierarchy, manipulation, and performance. It cracked the moment you stopped playing their game. And now they're left speechless. Because what they tried to bury rose with divine timing. What they called disposable is now undeniable. They didn't realize they were never managing you. They were misreading you. You weren't just in the room. You were sent to shift it. The irony is this: the one they thought they could control is the very one God is using to dismantle the system they worshipped. You don't need revenge. You've got revelation. You don't need to shout. Your elevation speaks for itself. You were never the pawn. You were the prophecy in motion. Number 14. They're running because they finally realized you're not the one. You're the warning. They thought you were just another moment, another body, another soul they could twist, test, and toss aside when they were done pretending. But you weren't just a passing presence, you were a divine interruption. The moment you entered their life, the countdown began. A countdown not to destruction, but to revelation. You weren't placed in their path for decoration. You were sent as a final divine checkpoint. And instead of honoring it, they mocked it. But what happens when people laugh in the face of grace? What made them so confident that you were just another phase? Why did they assume they could violate something sacred and not reap the consequence? Did they really think God would remain silent when they mistreated what he covered? You came softly, but your presence had weight. You didn't demand. You discerned. You didn't arrive with thunder, but with divine assignment. Like the prophet Nathan entering David's palace not to flatter the king, but to confront sin. In 2 Samuel 12, Nathan told David, "You are the man," and it broke the king's soul. That's what your presence did to them. You exposed what they never wanted to see. You didn't even have to raise your voice. You just walked in alignment. And alignment brings accountability. Your story echoes the warning of Matthew 10:40. Whoever receives you receives me, and whoever receives me receives him who sent me. They didn't just reject you, they rejected something higher. That's why the weight of consequence is spiritual, not circumstantial. And now, they're restless. Their guilt has shape, their fear has breath, and their memory of you has teeth. You were never just a soft soul. You were a test of character. You were a portal for change, just like Jesus in his own hometown, Luke 4. You were familiar to them, so they dismissed your wisdom, scoffed at your depth. But the moment you left, Miracles moved with you, and now they're haunted by everything they could have experienced. Had they only honored what they were given. Look at the way Carmen, a non-profit director in São Paulo, was treated by her board. They thought her insistence on ethical practices was too intense. They mocked her transparency, ignored her warnings about misallocated funds, and when she left quietly, no one thought twice. Until 6 months later, an audit exposed what her spirit had sensed all along. She wasn't the problem. She was the warning, and they failed it. Even the great Zadie Smith, novelist and professor, once said, "The essence of privilege is that you do not recognize a warning when it whispers. You demand it scream, then blame it when it does. That's the cycle you broke. You didn't scream, but now your success is screaming for you. Your breakthrough is a billboard. Every time they see you glow, something in them dims. Every time they hear your name, their peace shivers, not because you're pursuing revenge, but because you're no longer accessible. They lost their access to something holy, like a lightning storm after drought. Your absence cracked open the silence they were once so comfortable in. Now, even the air feels heavier around them. Why? Because judgment doesn't always arrive in fire. Sometimes it shows up in the calm that follows the exit. You left, the covering lifted, and suddenly everything feels exposed. Your very existence became a spiritual echo. You had a chance. Every door that opens for you now becomes a mirror showing them the one they slammed. Every blessing becomes evidence that they mishandled something divine. Every moment of your elevation becomes a shadow over their conscience, and that's what makes you dangerous. Not your rage, not your revenge, but your release. They thought you'd chase them. Instead, you transcended. They thought you'd fall apart, but you stood still and watched God orchestrate the consequence. Just like the plague that followed Pharaoh's stubbornness, Exodus 11. Your departure marked a shift. You were the final ask to let something sacred go. And now they're reaping the result of hardened hearts, even in nature. There are creatures like the poison dart frog, beautiful, small, radiant, but untouchable. Their colors are a warning, not a decoration. That's you. Your energy was never meant to be toyed with. It was a signal, and they ignored it. You weren't the storm. You were the siren. You weren't the punishment. You were the final pause before judgment. You weren't sent to be loved by everyone. You were sent to reveal what love really is, and their response became their record. They failed the test. And now they run. Not because you're a threat, but because the truth chases them in your absence. You were never just walking through life. You were walking through prophecy. Every betrayal you endured, every season of silence you survived, every storm you passed through with bleeding hands and eyes full of fire, it all led to this moment. You were never weak. You were being sharpened. You were never invisible. You were being hidden by God for a time when your voice would shake the very systems that once tried to bury you. You were not sent to be understood. You were sent to unsettle the lies, to call out the false peace, to burn the bridges that led back to bondage. You were not here to be liked. You were chosen to be a living contradiction to everything this world says is acceptable. You carry grace and fire, truth and mystery, tenderness and terrifying spiritual clarity. You are dangerous not because of your volume, but because of your vibration. You carry divine frequency now, and no demonic distortion can counterfeit it. You didn't survive just to look pretty in the light. You survived to become the kind of force that silences gossip, chokes manipulation, and shatters every illusion that once convinced you you were unworthy. And your haters, they're not just afraid of what you'll say, they're terrified of what your peace reveals, of what your fruit confirms, of what your presence interrupts. They're watching from a distance now, speechless, because they finally see what God saw all along, that you weren't just a target, you were a trumpet. You weren't just a victim, you were a vessel. You weren't just the one they tried to break, you were the breaker of cycles, the interruption of patterns, the proof that spiritual warfare cannot stop a soul covered in divine fire. And if any part of this truth struck a chord in your spirit, don't let it stop here. Take a moment to like this message, not for me, but for the version of you that finally feels seen. Share it with someone who's still asleep in the same darkness you escaped. Comment below what this confirmed for. You don't hold back your voice anymore. Your agreement carries weight, and if you know your soul needs more of this truth, subscribe to this channel and hit the bell icon, because the next word might be the one that breaks your last chain. If you feel led to sow a seed into this movement through a super thanks, your support means more than you know. But know this, even if you don't give a dime, I thank you with my whole heart just for watching, for listening, for allowing this fire to meet you where you are. This journey was never just about validation. It was about awakening. It was about stepping into your prophetic identity and never apologizing again for how loud your healing sounds in rooms that are still allergic to truth. And as you walk forward from this message, walk like someone who knows their footsteps carry fire. Walk like someone who knows their scars are sacred. Walk like someone who knows they were never meant to fit in because they were sent to take ground. You were never meant to blend. You were built to break things, curses, cycles, strongholds, silence. And now that the veil is off, and your identity is fully known, you don't owe anyone an explanation for the glow they can't comprehend. So I bless you. I bless the part of you that was buried too long. I bless the version of you that's just now learning to breathe without shame. I bless the fierce and fragile places in you that finally understand they were never contradictions. They were callings. And may every room you walk into from now on remember your name, not because you demanded it, but because heaven confirmed it. You are God's chosen. You are His storm in silence, and you are more dangerous than they'll ever admit. Now go, and don't just walk. Shift the ground. Have you ever stopped to ask why some people seem to vanish into suffering, only to return with a presence so unshakable, so foreign? It feels like they no longer belong to this world. Why certain souls go through betrayal, abandonment, grief, and spiritual war, but instead of breaking, they become something else entirely. This message is not for the masses. It is for the anomalies, for those whose very existence defies logic, time, and hell itself, for those who were marked not by miracles, but by the quiet horror of divine transformation, God's chosen ones. The elite 1% are not merely survivors. They are sacred anomalies, formed in silence, sealed in fire, hidden in plain sight. You weren't built in church pews or public applause. You were constructed in wildernesses where no one came looking, where no prayers were answered, where heaven stayed silent but watched everything, and while others begged for the storm to end, you became the still point inside of it. You learned how to suffer without losing your song, how to descend without drowning, how to stare back at the abyss and not blink. These aren't the gifted ones who seek stages, platforms, or healing circles. These are the dangerous few who didn't ask to be touched by light because they were busy becoming the kind of light that terrifies darkness. They walk into rooms and shift frequencies. They carry a silence that screams. They don't perform. They don't preach. They exist. And that alone sends tremors through realms both seen and unseen. If you've ever felt like you were born to carry something heavier, something stranger, something holier than those around you could ever understand, comment 777 below. You're not imagining it. You're not making it up. You've just spent your life hiding in plain sight because your frequency has never matched this world. This space was created for you. And to those of you who've supported this channel through super thanks, your generosity is not forgotten. It's sacred. You are the reason these hidden messages continue to reach those they were always meant for. From the depths of my heart, thank you. You are not just viewers. You are part of the spiritual infrastructure that keeps this mission alive. The world celebrates light and talks endlessly about healing, miracles, manifestations, but no one wants to talk about what it really takes to become untouchable. No one teaches what happens when you don't get rescued because God is too busy resurrecting something inside you that can never be enslaved again. No one talks about the chosen ones who never needed to be saved because they already agreed to be transformed. So the question remains, what separates the gifted from the truly dangerous? What did you become in the silence that made even demons take their hands off of you? The next part will unravel the mystery behind this elite 1%, why they exist, what they carry, and why their stillness is more terrifying to darkness than any weapon ever forged. You're not just watching this by accident. You're remembering who you are. Stay with me. This is about to go deeper than you've ever dared to go. God's chosen ones. The elite 1%, formed in darkness too sacred for even demons to touch. You've probably wondered, why doesn't evil always attack the brightest light? Why do some gifted ones still fall, while others move through hell without a scratch? It's not the presence of light that terrifies the demonic. It's the absence of illusion. Darkness doesn't flinch at someone who merely radiates. It studies them, learns the rhythms of their light, mimics their tone, and manipulates their naivety. But when it stumbles upon you, someone who's no longer intoxicated by visions, no longer desperate for applause, no longer threatened by rejection or death, it finds nothing to latch onto. What happens when your silence is louder than their noise? When your peace becomes a weapon? When your emptiness exposes their hunger? Jesus, in the wilderness, wasn't merely showing restraint. He was embodying this kind of spiritual immunity. When Satan tempted him with power, food, and identity, he didn't react with fear or hunger. He responded with truth. Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds from the mouth of God. Matthew 4:4. Not a single illusion survived that encounter, and Satan fled. Could it be that your own wilderness isn't punishment, but proof that you're forming into something untouchable? The prophet Daniel is another example, thrown into a den of lions, surrounded by death, but unshaken. Why didn't the lions devour him? Because the spirit within him had no scent of fear, no aroma of ego, only the weight of purity. Are the enemies surrounding your life right now failing to bite because there's nothing in you left to chew? Saint Teresa of Avila once said, "The devil fears hearts united with God more than words and rituals." She wasn't just a mystic nun, she was a spiritual warrior whose inner emptiness left hell starving. You've become like that. The deeper your ego dies, the less permission darkness has to follow. Could this be why certain people mysteriously retreat from your life? Even though you've said nothing, is it because your energy no longer feeds their shadow? In modern times, we've seen this echoed in the life of Dr. Viktor Frankl, the Austrian neurologist, Holocaust survivor, and creator of logotherapy. He once wrote, "When we are no longer able to change a situation, we are challenged to change ourselves." Inside the concentration camp, he saw men reduced to animals, but a few, those who clung to something deeper than survival, remained untouchable in spirit. They were free in the most hellish place on earth. Isn't that exactly what you've become? Not untouchable because of your circumstances, but because of your internal state. Alea walked in silence, always unnoticed in the background of the prayer gatherings. No one really knew her. But the unseen world did. She never craved recognition, yet her prayers shook the air around her. One afternoon, while passing, a man crouched at the edge of a plaza. Something shifted. His head jerked up, eyes glazed with something unclean. He rose and staggered toward her like a puppet yanked by invisible strings. But then he stopped. His body trembled. He didn't see a girl. He saw a vessel emptied of ego, emptied of fear. He whispered, "You're hollow, and it's terrifying." Could your inner stillness be what causes chaos to unravel in the spiritual realm? And just like the moon doesn't compete with the sun, it shines by being empty and reflective. You've stopped competing. 2. Your strength isn't that you shine brighter than others. It's that you've become a mirror so clean. No ego distorts the glory that passes through you. What if that's what makes you truly elite? You've known the weight of hunger that isn't physical, the kind that crawls through your thoughts in the dark, not to devour your body but your identity. During one of the most sacred seasons of your life, when your soul was stripped bare in the silence of isolation, you didn't just endure the absence of food or human contact. You endured the presence of something ancient. It didn't come with fire. It came with familiarity. Have you noticed how the most dangerous voices don't scream, they whisper? Have you realized that temptation rarely feels evil, only justified? Have you ever felt something circle your life? Not with claws, but with ideas? On the 7th night of a 21-day fast, in a desert, so still, it felt like the earth itself was holding its breath. It came to you, not with threats, but invitations, visions of power, influence, validation. All it asked for was your agreement, that your suffering made you superior, that your calling made you exceptional, that you deserved more because you had endured more. But you didn't move. You didn't feed it with resistance or reaction. You simply remained. That's when the presence left, not because you fought, but because you gave it nothing to cling to. Can you see it now? The absence of ego is the death of manipulation. This moment echoes the temptation of Jesus in the wilderness. Satan didn't ask him to worship demons. He asked him to prove himself, to turn stones into bread, to show power, to leap for attention. Yet Jesus didn't retaliate. He answered with stillness rooted in truth. You shall worship the Lord your God, and him only shall you serve. Luke 4:8. Not once did he try to argue his worth. That is divine detachment. Could it be that your power now flows from that same refusal? Elijah, after his confrontation with the prophets of Baal, didn't find God in the wind or fire, but in the whisper. 1 Kings 19:12. It was in that silence where clarity came, not in chaos, but in calm. Are you finally realizing that stillness is not passive, it's lethal to darkness? Mother Teresa, a woman many called a saint, but who referred to herself only as a pencil in God's hand. Spent years in spiritual dryness, no visions, no signs, just duty. And yet, her inner stillness drove entire systems of oppression to tremble. She once said, "God speaks in the silence of the heart. Listening is the beginning of prayer." Is it possible that the most dangerous ones are not those who shout truth, but those who embody it without needing to be seen? Years ago, a man named Gideon Vega disappeared into the mountains of Argentina, far from noise, to confront the torment of his past, night after night. He was haunted by memories of betrayal and loss. One night, he heard a voice ask, "Don't you want justice?" But instead of answering, he stayed completely still. When the morning came, the presence was gone, and so was his bitterness. Could it be that your refusal to reply is what ends the battle? You are becoming like volcanic rock forged under pressure, silent in strength. Nothing grows on it at first, but over time, the hardest surfaces yield sacred life. The desert didn't break you, it refined you. The voices didn't deceive you, they revealed who you no longer are. What if the truest mark of power is when you're no longer afraid of the whisper because it can't find a home inside you anymore? What qualifies someone to walk among the elite? Not brilliance, not education, not even how many battles they've endured. The measure isn't what they've collected, but what they've released. You've seen it in yourself. The more you tried to hold on to the identity, the narrative, the wound, the heavier it all became. But the moment you allowed the betrayal to break you wide open, instead of building walls, something shifted. Could it be that what makes you elite isn't your survival, but your surrender? Could it be that power isn't in how loudly you heal, but in how quietly you've died and resurrected again and again? Moses had access to palaces, education, influence, but it wasn't until he lost it all, until he became a fugitive, until he wandered for years in obscurity, that God found him ready. In a burning bush. God didn't choose him because he was eloquent. In fact, Moses argued he was unqualified. But God wasn't looking for performance, he was looking for presence. What if that's the same reason you've been stripped of everything except your breath? What if that burning inside you now is not punishment, but preparation? The Apostle Paul once said, "I have been crucified with Christ, and I no longer live, but Christ lives in me." Galatians 2:20. This wasn't poetic exaggeration. It was the outcome of losing reputation, position, comfort, and identity. But in that hollow space, truth took root. Are you starting to see it? That your greatest qualification isn't your gifting, it's your emptiness. Saint John of the Cross, the Spanish mystic who wrote Dark Night of the Soul, spent years in confinement and abuse, and yet, in his silence, he found clarity. He wrote, "To reach satisfaction in all, desire satisfaction in nothing." He wasn't being passive, he was revealing a divine contradiction. When nothing is yours, everything becomes possible. Are you beginning to understand why your prayers now carry weight, not because of your words, but because of what you've lost? A tech entrepreneur named Cyril Blanchard once walked away from a $100 million company. No scandal, no failure, just a realization that success had become a costume. In a Kit mountain town, he began rebuilding, not a brand, but a soul. Years later, when asked why he left everything behind, he said, "Because I wanted to stop acting and start existing." Isn't that exactly what you've done? You didn't walk away from life, you walked away from illusion. Somewhere in the underground scene of a major city, A woman named Mireia speaks without microphones. She gathers in abandoned warehouses, not for fame, but for truth. People come not because she's impressive, but because her presence disarms them. She doesn't preach. She doesn't brand herself. She just sits, listens, speaks when needed, and every word rearranges atmospheres. How do you explain a presence that feels like silence wrapped in fire? An eagle not flapping wildly like smaller birds, but gliding, letting the wind carry it. It doesn't perform flight. It becomes it. That's who you've become. You don't push. You don't promote. You simply move through rooms with a stillness that changes the air. And those around you, they feel it, even if they can't name it. Could this be what it means to carry a frequency too real to be rehearsed? You don't need someone to tell you this part. You've felt it in your bones your entire life. Even among awakened ones, something in you always remained separate. Not because you believed you were better, but because something ancient within you refused to conform. The frequency you carry never quite aligned with any tribe, any platform, or any performance. Have you felt that silent weight pressing on your spirit for years? That sense that something powerful in you was still restrained, not out of fear, but out of timing. It's not that you haven't prayed enough, fasted enough, or sought truth deeply. It's that you're still subtly entangled in appearances. The need to be seen as good, as spiritual, as deep. And that's exactly what's blocking the ignition. The last chains aren't the sins you've already overcome. They're the identities you still cling to. Could it be that your hunger to be perceived as awakened is the final disguise keeping your true self in hibernation? In Acts 5, Ananias and Sapphira brought an offering, but pretended it was their all. Not because they hated God, but because they wanted to be perceived as fully surrendered. The cost wasn't in the amount withheld, it was in the performance of purity. And it killed them. Is your desire to be seen as rare subtly keeping you from actually becoming rare? King Saul's downfall wasn't disobedience alone, it was his obsession with perception. The prophet Samuel didn't rebuke him for weakness, but for preferring reputation over obedience. To obey is better than sacrifice, and to heed is better than the fat of rams. 1 Samuel 15:22. So ask yourself, what part of you still wants to be admired for your walk, instead of invisible in your surrender? Rumi, the mystic poet, once said, "Be like a tree and let the dead leaves drop." The most dangerous leaves are not your sins. They are your masks, your need to be seen, applauded, recognized. They cling quietly, pretending to be righteousness, but they carry the scent of ego. What if you're finally ready to let those fall, even if no one notices? Thomas Merton, the renowned Trappist monk and spiritual thinker, once wrote, "The biggest spiritual danger is the ego's desire to be humble in front of others." Though he spent most of his life in solitude, his presence rippled globally, not because he sought it, but because he stopped seeking altogether. Could that be your next threshold? To walk so deeply with God that not even humility becomes a badge? Nova was once a household name in spiritual circles, an international speaker, best-selling author, and lightworker icon. But behind closed doors, she grew weary, not of the truth, but of her performance of it. One night, backstage before a sold-out event, she looked into the mirror and whispered, "I've become addicted to being holy." She never went on stage again. Today, she lives in silence, yet her presence now carries more weight than her platform ever did. Could it be that your presence becomes most powerful when it no longer performs? And like a glacier that moves without sound, reshaping entire terrains without needing applause, You've begun to understand something sacred. That power doesn't rush. It carves. It waits. It doesn't need to be seen to be real. So what part of you still needs to be seen? What part of your soul still whispers, "Notice me," because as long as you long to be witnessed, you'll still be vulnerable to the invisible hands that feed on that longing. You've probably noticed this by now. The real ones never need to prove it. They don't declare themselves chosen. They don't wear spiritual language like a uniform. Their presence alone speaks. Even when they say nothing. It's not charisma. It's not mysticism. It's density. They carry the kind of weight that can't be seen, only felt. And you're starting to carry it too. But have you realized why it feels so quiet? Why? As your depth increases, your desire to talk about it vanishes. You don't need to defend your walk when you've already survived the fires that were meant to erase you. You don't need to explain your silence when it's been forged in years of being misunderstood. You've walked through judgments that should have broken you, but only stripped you. You've stared into the mirror as everything you once thought holy fell apart. And now, here you are, unimpressed with the idea of power, unattached to being elite. Have you noticed that the moment you stop needing to arrive is the moment you already have? Jesus himself never marketed his identity. When asked if he was the Messiah, he answered in riddles or stayed silent. He told the healed not to tell anyone. When the crowds gathered, he often withdrew. Why? Because his authority wasn't performative, it was intrinsic. The kingdom of God is within you, Luke 17:21. Could it be that your silence now carries more divine weight than your proclamations ever did? When Job lost everything, family, health, status, he didn't just endure suffering. He endured the loss of every identity that made life make sense. He sat in ashes, stripped of ego, stripped of comfort, and it was there, not in restoration, but in ruin, that God finally spoke out of the whirlwind. Job 38. What if the gate to your truest self has always been guarded by the destruction of everything false? Saint Teresa of Avila, a Spanish Carmelite nun and reformer, once wrote, "To reach satisfaction in everything, desire it in nothing." She wasn't being poetic, she was documenting what it costs to reach the depths. Teresa didn't find ecstasy in comfort. She found it through years of inner death. Are you beginning to realize that what feels like disintegration is actually alignment? Malik Alon, a concert pianist who walked away from the world stage at the peak of his career, never gave interviews after his retreat, but years later, a recording surfaced of him playing in a mountain monastery, alone. No audience. A single passerby recorded his words after the session. "I stopped playing music to be praised. Now I let music play me. Could your calling now be playing through you, not for applause, but because you've become the instrument?" There's a man who spends his days rebuilding the ruins of abandoned villages in northern Spain. No social media, no fundraising campaigns. He works with silence and stone. Locals call him the Quiet Mason. But every time someone passes through what he's restored, they feel something they can't explain. Not admiration, but alignment. Could that be what your presence is doing now, restoring what no one else even sees as broken? Picture a jaguar in the forest. It doesn't roar to be respected. It moves in silence, aware of its power, but never performing it. That's what you've become, a sacred being who no longer needs to announce, explain, or even désire recognition. You just are, and strangely, that is enough. But this stillness wasn't gifted. It was earned through annihilation, through loss, through the death of every version of yourself that needed to be known. So here's the final question. What identity are you still gripping because it gives you worth? What sacred image of yourself still whispers that you must be seen to matter? Because once you let that go, not by force, but by fire, something truer begins to move through you. And for the first time, it won't feel like power you carry. It will feel like a current you belong to. So here's what pierces deeper than any doctrine. Would you still walk this sacred path if no one ever witnessed it? If your light never lit up a room? If no title was ever placed on your name? If no one clapped, followed, quoted, or admired you, would you still walk? Or has the journey so far only meant something because someone was watching? The elite, 1%, don't walk for eyes. They don't move for metrics. They aren't fueled by applause or affirmation. They walk because the path is not what they do. It's who they've become. Have you reached that place yet? That quiet point where you're no longer chasing legacy, but shedding it? That threshold where you stop asking, what impact will I leave behind? And begin asking, what weight have I surrendered today? Because the ones who carry divine fire aren't trying to be remembered. They're trying to burn clean enough to disappear. Daniel walked into the lion's den not to prove his devotion, but because he refused to betray it. He didn't beg God for a miracle. He didn't announce his purity. He simply kept praying when it wasn't safe. And the lions didn't devour him not because he was loud, but because he was aligned. Those who honor me, I will honor. God says in 1 Samuel 2:30, is your heart still aligned when no one's watching? Or is it still waiting for someone to clap for your convictions? Jesus said, when you pray, go into your room, close the door, and pray to your Father, who is unseen. Matthew 6:6. Real power is forged in unseen rooms, not in live streams or stages. If your intimacy with God still needs to be witnessed, then your surrender is still negotiating. Can you release even that? Dietrich Bonhoeffer, the German pastor who stood against the Nazi regime, didn't fight evil for recognition. He was imprisoned, tortured, and executed. No one named him a hero while he lived, but he once wrote from prison, the ultimate test of a moral society is the kind of world it leaves to its children. His words had no audience at the time, but now they shape generations. Could it be that your unseen stand today is building something sacred for someone you'll never meet? An orphaned boy named Elias spent years homeless in the back streets of Athens. One night, during a winter storm, he helped an injured dog instead of seeking shelter. That act led him to a woman who eventually adopted him. He grew up, started a rescue sanctuary, and today refuses all interviews. When asked why, he simply says, I was found in the dark. I'll stay there until others are. 2. That's the spirit of the elite. They don't seek the light. They become the light others find in the dark. Watch the roots of a redwood tree. They don't race upward. They expand downward silently, relentlessly. Before the tree ever breaks the surface, it anchored deep in secret soil. That's how the 1% are formed, in the places no one sees, no one claps, and no one records. Are you willing to stay in that soil until your roots make collapse impossible? If you're still here, still watching, still reading, still breathing through this intensity, then you're not normal. Most people tap out by now. Most dismiss this level of spiritual nakedness as madness, arrogance, or extremism. But you're still here. Could it be that the very thing you feared becoming is what you were always born to be? So now we go further, past comfort, past reputation, past identity, into the raw silence where power is unspoken and presence is enough. into the depths where demons don't scream, they flee, into the flame that burns, not for show, but for purification. You ready? Because once we step beyond this veil, there's no going back. You've felt it before, even if you didn't know what it was. That sudden stillness when someone enters the room and the atmosphere shifts. No announcement, no aura of performance, just presence. The temperature changes, the volume dips, conversations soften. People avert their eyes not because they're afraid, but because something ancient and unspoken just arrived. That's what happens when one of the elite 1% walks in, not with charm, not with noise, but with gravity. And here's the part most will never understand. It's not because of what they carry, it's because of what they've emptied. Have you ever wondered why you're most powerful when you stop speaking? Why people feel your presence more when you're silent than when you're trying to prove? That's the bloodless throne, a realm of power not earned through performance, persuasion, or battle, but through surrender. Through the slow death of everything inside you that still needs to be noticed. Have you begun to feel that happening to you? Moses didn't argue with Pharaoh using swords. He simply walked in with a rod that wasn't magical, but submitted. And when Pharaoh's magicians mimicked signs and wonders, Moses stood still. His authority didn't flare, it absorbed. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus 14:14. What if your silence is the most threatening weapon you'll ever carry? In the book of Acts, Stephen faced his accusers, not with rebuttals, but with radiance. Even as they stoned him, his face was like that of an angel. Acts 6:15. Why? Because real power isn't reactive, it's surrendered. Could it be that what makes you untouchable isn't how strong you are, but how little you need to prove that you're strong? His Holiness Pope Shenouda III of the Coptic Church, during the height of political and religious tension, was once urged to publicly denounce persecution. Instead, he entered a 3-day silent retreat and refused all interviews. When questioned, he responded simply, "There is a kind of silence louder than any speech." That silence calmed tensions more than any statement could. Are you learning now that the most powerful language is often no language at all? A man named Corin lived in the shadows of Iceland's fjords. Having once been a high-profile attorney, after a breakdown that the media painted as a scandal, he vanished. Years later, people began reporting strange encounters with him, encounters where they would speak their entire truth, and he would say nothing at all. But when they left, they were changed. They said it felt like speaking to stone, to wind, to fire something still, yet vast. That's what the bloodless throne looks like in real time. No reaction, no correction, just presence. The hush before an avalanche. The snow has built. The pressure has reached its peak. And then silence. That moment before everything shifts isn't loud. It's unnervingly still. That's what the elite carry. Not volume, not display. Just the calm that knows it no longer needs to control the outcome. So the question now becomes, why are you still reacting? Why does your power still flare when challenged? Why does your energy still reach for defense when questioned? That's not strength. That's residue. Because true power doesn't prove. It watches. It listens. It knows. And the moment you stop needing to react is the moment darkness realizes it can't touch you. Because how do you provoke someone who has nothing left to protect? And demons, whether emotional triggers, ancestral patterns, or spiritual parasites, aren't hunting your wounds. They're hunting your reactions. They don't survive on your pain. They survive on your resistance to pain. They feed off the subtle need to correct someone who misunderstands you. The tension you feel when someone questions your intentions. The internal war you fight just to stay seen as the good one. But what happens when that war is over? When there's no need to correct? No impulse to react. No identity left to guard. That's when you ascend. Not upward, but inward, into the bloodless throne. You have to understand, darkness doesn't fear light. It's familiar with light. It's studied it, copied it, and marketed it. But what it can't mimic is the void, that sacred neutrality that no longer flinches. Have you reached that place yet? The place where misunderstanding doesn't sting, where approval no longer defines you, where silence no longer feels like punishment, but like power. When Jesus stood before Pilate, accused and humiliated, he didn't argue, he didn't beg, he didn't even try to explain. You would have no power over me if it were not given to you from above. John 19:11. That wasn't arrogance. That was detachment. It was a man who had already died long before the cross. What if the elite aren't the ones who perform miracles, but the ones who no longer need to? In 2 Kings 6. Elisha's servant panicked when surrounded by enemies. But Elisha stood still and said, "Those who are with us are more than those who are with them." He didn't yell. He didn't summon fire. He simply saw from a place beyond fear, and the heavens responded. Are you beginning to realize that your inner stillness is not passivity, it's command? John O'Donoghue, the Irish poet, priest, and philosopher, once said, "The soul always knows what to do to heal itself. The challenge is to silence the mind." He lived what he taught, spending his final years in deep retreat, rarely giving interviews, no longer trying to explain beauty, just embodying it. And even after his death, his words still awaken people across the world. Could it be that your greatest legacy won't come from your voice, but from your vibration? Nora, a former therapist turned forest dweller in the mountains of Colorado, once shared with a student, "I don't heal anyone. I just don't react anymore." That alone reorders the room. She lives in near solitude, yet people hike days just to sit in her stillness. She doesn't preach, advise, or correct. She simply exists. And somehow, the trauma people carry doesn't follow them back down the mountain. Now picture an eclipse. The moon doesn't scream for attention, it simply aligns. And in doing so, it changes the light across the entire earth. It doesn't announce itself, it doesn't try to impress, it simply moves into position and everything shifts. What if your stillness has the power to realign entire atmospheres without you saying a word? So, here's the deeper challenge. Can you stop needing to be seen as wise, deep, good, or awakened? Can you let go of being understood, even by those closest to you? Because when you no longer need to be visible, your presence becomes magnetic. When you stop performing stillness, you become it. And when you stop reacting, demons starve. Entire timelines collapse. Generational patterns break silently. And all of it begins with the quietest rebellion of all, becoming untouchable by letting go. They don't practice rituals. They are the ritual. They don't summon presence. They are the presence. The space bends around them, not because they perform sacred acts, but because their entire existence has become one. Their breath, their stillness, their absence of need, it reconfigures everything around them. They are no longer seeking the divine. They have become the silence in which the divine speaks. But how does someone arrive here? That level of grounded, egoless clarity isn't reached through study or ambition. It comes from holy erosion, from watching everything, internal collapse, without trying to rebuild it, from walking through praise without addiction, through rejection without reaction? Could you handle losing everything you secretly use to feel important and still remain whole? Jesus in the wilderness wasn't tested with pain. He was tested with identity. If you are the Son of God, Matthew 4:3, the tempter didn't attack his body. He attacked his essence. And Jesus answered not with resistance, but with truth spoken from stillness. He didn't argue. He didn't perform. He simply knew. Could it be that your greatest battle is not against demons, but against the voice that says you must prove who you are? In Philippians 2:7, Paul describes Christ as one who emptied himself, taking the form of a servant. That's the blueprint. Emptiness not as absence but as capacity. Authority not through elevation but through surrender. The elite 1% don't carry power because they seek it. They carry it because they no longer need it. René Daumal, a French poet and mountaineer, once wrote, "You cannot stay on the summit forever. You have to come down. So why bother in the first place? Because it's there that you realize who you are." Daumal lived most of his adult life ill and wrote through pain with clarity that silenced those obsessed with noise. What if your mountain is not the platform, but the process of letting every illusion fall away on the way up? In the canyons of Morocco, a man named Idris has lived without mirrors for 17 years. When asked why, he said, "Because I don't want to forget how to see without seeing myself." Visitors say he reads them without words, heals without touch, and disappears into stone like he was never there. He doesn't speak of awakening. He is what awakening does to a man who no longer needs to talk about it. Down in the ocean's Haddle zones, trenches deeper than Everest is tall. Sunlight has never reached, yet life thrives there. Creatures glow not by reflecting light, but by generating it from within. No eyes watch them, no hands protect them, and yet they persist under pressures that would destroy anything built on the surface. This isn't survival, it's sovereignty, power that arises not from exposure, but from internal calibration. So let me ask you, are you still trying to be admired for your strength? Or are you learning to live without the need for admiration? Are you still using awakening to craft a personality, or has the fire burned it all away? Can you feel what it's like to sit inside your pain without narrative? To walk through the world unprotected, not because you're vulnerable, but because you're free, because the throne you seek isn't up there. It's in here, not gilded, not celebrated, not guarded by angels, but embedded inside the void. That space within where thoughts don't boss you, where emotions don't shake you, and where your heart beats with heaven's rhythm, not the world's approval. And the deeper you go into that nothingness, the more unshakable you become. Pause for a moment. How many of your thoughts today actually belong to you? How many words that left your mouth were filtered through clarity rather than compulsion? How many times did you speak? Not because it mattered, but because you were uncomfortable with silence. Could it be that most of your life has been lived in response to invisible programming, trauma masquerading as personality, fear dressed up as urgency? The elite don't live there. They don't react because they've already located the place inside them that can't be provoked. And in most situations, they don't even respond because stillness itself is their clearest statement. Have you begun to notice that not every jab needs a shield? Not every comment deserves your voice. Not every insult has the weight to pierce your knowing. When Jesus stood before Herod, he said absolutely nothing. Not one word. Luke 23:9. Silence wasn't weakness. It was sovereignty. He knew what Herod wanted. Reaction. Performance. Display. But truth doesn't perform. It doesn't explain itself to mockery. What if the deepest form of power is when you have the full right to speak, and yet you choose not to. King David, long before his coronation, had multiple chances to strike Saul. His men begged him to prove his strength, to show who he really was. But David didn't raise his hand. Why? I will not lay my hand on the Lord's anointed, 1 Samuel 26:11. That restraint wasn't fear, it was discernment. Have you learned yet that real royalty is known not by what it does, but by what it refuses to do? Eckhart Tolle, a spiritual teacher and best-selling author of The Power of Now, was once mocked during a lecture by a man yelling that he was fake, commercialized, and shallow. Tolle didn't defend himself. He paused, smiled gently, and said, "Pain is loud when it has not been met with presence." He went back to silence. The man cried and walked out. Can you feel how unprovoked stillness disarms chaos? Mirror, a corporate strategist turned mystic, now lives in an off-grid cabin near the edge of the Yukon. She doesn't post, she doesn't promote, but people still find her. They sit near her fire, tell her their lives, and leave without her offering advice. One man once insulted her beliefs in front of a group. She didn't flinch. Later that night, he returned and said, "I wanted to see if you'd break." "You didn't," her answer. "Nothing in me needed to defend a truth that doesn't need defending." End of. Tundra wolves survive not by fighting every threat, but by choosing their battles. In open terrain, they'll avoid conflict unless absolutely necessary. Their strength lies not in dominance, but in quiet awareness. That is the power of restraint. That is the discipline of the wild elite. And just like them, you are learning. Not every enemy deserves engagement. Some things rot faster when you leave them untouched. So here's the sting. Are you still trying to teach people how deep you are, or are you finally becoming so deep that you no longer care if they see it? Are you explaining your silence to people who are addicted to noise? Are you mistaking your rising power for a need to protect it? Because when you sit on the bloodless throne, even your boundaries don't scream. They simply exist. They are carved into your energy. And those who cannot feel them were never meant to stay. The test now is not whether you can speak. It's whether you can remain rooted when your silence is misunderstood. Because ego will whisper, "Prove yourself." But royalty doesn't answer to whispers. It answers to truth. And truth doesn't chase anyone. You don't owe your energy to those who sense your light but can't honor it. You don't owe your presence to those who drain it under the guise of love, need, or curiosity. You're not here to be available. You're here to be aligned. Your frequency is not a public resource, it's a sacred current. And only those who have earned the capacity to hold it without collapsing deserve to stand near it. Do you see that now? This is what sets the elite apart. Not just their power, but their precision. Not just their energy, but their boundaries. Have you learned to protect your inner fire without apology? Have you stopped translating your silence for people addicted to noise? Or are you still diluting yourself, hoping the right amount of dimming will finally make you acceptable? Jesus loved everyone, but he didn't chase anyone. When the rich young ruler walked away, Christ let him go. Mark 10:21-22. He didn't run after him to explain. He didn't offer a softer truth. He didn't adjust the standard to retain the connection. He simply stood, unwavering. That is holy detachment. Can you stay in love without bending the truth to avoid discomfort? The Apostle Paul said it clearly in Galatians 1:10. Am I now trying to win the approval of human beings or of God? If I were still trying to please people, I would not be a servant of Christ. Those who sit on the throne have made peace with being disliked. Have you? Simone Weil, the French philosopher and mystic, once wrote, "Attention is the rarest and purest form of generosity." She believed that giving someone your full awareness was more intimate than giving them your love. And in her final years, she practiced sacred withdrawal, choosing silence over applause, invisibility over recognition. Have you reached that level yet where your attention is a gift, not an obligation? Layla was once a trauma coach, loved by everyone because she always knew what to say. But she found herself emptied after every session. One day, her mentor asked her, "What if your wisdom isn't meant to be everyone's medicine?" That's when she stopped offering advice to those who demanded it but wouldn't do the work. She didn't close her heart. She just stopped selling her soul for the price of validation. Look to the lioness. She doesn't roar to be feared. She doesn't chase the herd. She watches, waits, preserves energy, only moves when it serves purpose. And when she does, everything else moves around her. That is what sovereign presence feels like. It's not loud. It's not reactive. It's simply undeniable. So now ask yourself, are you still trying to soften your edges so others can feel comfortable in your presence? Are you still calling compromise compassion when really it's self-betrayal? Are you still mistaking connection for alignment? Because the bloodless throne is not for the agreeable. It is for those who've learned to honor themselves so deeply they can afford to let misunderstanding remain. Can you let someone think you're too much and still not shrink? Can you walk away without guilt, simply because staying would cost your soul? Can you stand alone, knowing that real connection never demands your dilution? Because freedom doesn't come when you're finally accepted. It comes when you're no longer available for conditions, and that kind of freedom will cost you every illusion you once called love. Freedom isn't found in applause. It begins the moment you realize you no longer need it. You don't become free by being worshipped. You become free when you no longer depend on anyone to see your worth. That's the secret. The elite 1% carry in their bones they've died to the hunger for recognition. Their authority doesn't come from being desired. It comes from being undistracted. They don't chase clarity. They carry it. They don't fear temptation because they've already met it, stared it down, and walked away with nothing but themselves. What part of you still needs to be impressive to feel real? What part of you still believes safety is found in being accepted? Jesus, alone in the wilderness, wasn't shaken by Satan's offer of kingdoms, power, or divine rescue. He didn't argue, didn't perform, didn't plead. He simply responded, "It is written," Matthew 4:4. That's the posture of the sovereign rooted, not reactive. He didn't need proof. He was the proof. The elite 1% walk through temptation like travelers through fog untouched, because their direction isn't dependent on visibility. Their trust is in alignment, not outcome. Proverbs 3:5 says, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding." That's not a suggestion. It's a spiritual architecture. Can you live without needing to understand every twist and turn and still keep walking? Anthony de Mello, một linh mục dòng tên và tác giả của Awareness, từng nói, as long as you have any desire to be something, even a good or holy person, you are not free. De Mello rút khỏi diễn đàn tôn giáo chính thống để theo đuổi sự tĩnh lặng tâm linh không điều kiện. Khi được hỏi tại sao ông không tranh luận về đức tin, ông chỉ mỉm cười và nói, "Truth has no need of defense. It simply is." Bạn đã đến được chỗ đó chưa, nơi mà ngay cả việc đúng cũng không còn quan trọng bằng việc được thật. Tarek was once a soldier, known for his discipline. After a spiritual crisis, he left everything behind: title, rank, and even his homeland. He now lives in a mountain village, serving quietly as a teacher. He rarely speaks in gatherings, but when he does, people fall silent. Someone once asked him why he seems untouched by criticism. He smiled and said, "You can't insult someone who no longer holds a mirror. That's not arrogance. That's arrival." In volcanic forests of Hawaii, there are trees that only grow after the fire. Their seeds require heat to crack open. Without the flames, they remain buried forever. These trees don't just survive destruction, they are activated by it. Your sacred fire wasn't sent to burn you down. It came to unlock what couldn't be reached in comfort. So what would happen if you stopped performing your spirituality and just embodied it? What would happen if you dropped the armor you crafted from pain and simply stood in your knowing? What would happen if you walked away from every space that praised you but cost you your center? Can you trust the silence that surrounds your purpose? Can you release the craving for clarity and still follow the wind of obedience? Can you let go of being seen as powerful and become someone who no longer needs to be? Because true power doesn't need to announce itself. It arrives, and the atmosphere adjusts. Would you sit on your throne if no one ever saw it? Because it's already there, hidden, not in heaven, nor in some future awakening, but deep inside the silence you've avoided your entire life. Not the kind of silence you control with a playlist or a mantra, the other kind, the one that strips you bare, the one that watches you, the one you've been drowning in distractions to avoid. This throne isn't found through downloads, angle numbers, or quantum upgrades. It doesn't wait at the end of your next journal entry or vision board. It waits in the void, in the untouched stillness beneath your identity. Can you go there? Can you stand in the space where no one affirms you? No one applauds you. No one even sees you, and still remain rooted? There is a kind of silence so vast it doesn't comfort, it confronts. It tears down your spiritual identity, your wounds, your wisdom, and even your name. It doesn't ask you who you are. It shows you who you're not. Have you ever noticed that every great prophet began their transformation in isolation, not in community? Moses encountered God not in a crowd, but alone on Sinai. Elijah didn't hear the Lord in the fire or the earthquake, but in a still small voice, 1 Kings 19:12. And Job, after all the suffering and speeches, encountered God in the silence of surrender. I had heard of you by the hearing of the ear, but now my eye sees you. Job 42:5. What would happen if you stopped trying to explain your calling and simply allowed the silence to affirm it? Etty Hillesum, a Jewish writer and mystic during the Holocaust, had every reason to drown in terror, but instead, she became a vessel of peace. In her diary, written from inside the Westerbork transit camp, she wrote, "There is a really deep well inside me, and in it dwells God. Sometimes I am there." 2. She didn't wait for rescue. She chose presence, and even the Nazi guards couldn't shake her clarity. Can you stand like that when there's no crowd left to cheer, no light left to see, and still know who you are? Devon used to be a therapist, known for his eloquence. Then one year, everything fell apart. His marriage, his work, his voice. He took a vow of silence and left the city. For 2 years, he spoke to no one. People called him mentally unstable, even dangerous. But when he returned, the ones who ridiculed him now sit at his feet. They say he speaks like someone who's touched fire without burning. His reply, "I stopped chasing my voice. That's when it found me." Deep in Iceland's lava caves lie underground lakes, so still, they don't echo. Sound goes in but doesn't return. People who enter often describe a strange terror, like standing in front of something, watching back. That kind of silence isn't empty. It's precise. And it only feels threatening when you're still clinging to distortion. But the elite 1% don't cling, they surrender. And the silence becomes their sanctuary. So what noise have you been using to distract yourself from your truth? What false identities have you worn just to feel solid? Even if they suffocate you, could you sit in the dark and let every illusion fall away without trying to gather the pieces? Can you survive not being understood? Can you allow the silence to kill your ego? Not your spirit, because when everything unnecessary dissolves, what remains is unshakable. And the throne, it was never outside you. It was buried in the quiet, waiting for you to stop running, stop reaching, stop performing. Not to be seen, but to become. You start to disappear, not in body, not in emotion, but in the sacred space between breath and being, where your identity begins to unravel. Your story loses its grip. Your pain releases its badge. Your pride collapses. Your wisdom, once a fortress, melts into the unspoken. And when it's all gone, what's left isn't emptiness. It's presence, untouched, unbranded, unfiltered consciousness, the kind that doesn't need to be introduced, only remembered. Can you survive that kind of erasure? Can you sit in that space without naming yourself, without narrating your purpose, without clinging to what made you special? Most people can't. The moment it gets too quiet, they grab at thought. They loop affirmations. They chase old titles. They call their name just to echo against the void. But the elite 1%, they don't flinch. They don't flee. They let the silence strip them until not even ego remains. Why? Because they've seen the truth. This isn't death. It's the furnace of rebirth. Isaiah encountered this when he stood before the throne in Isaiah 6-5 and cried out, "Woe is me, for I am undone. Undone, not in punishment, but in purification." The fire of God didn't consume him, it redefined him. What if your greatest becoming will only emerge after your total undoing? I've lived in that silence, not for a session, not for a ceremony, but for days. No food, no speaking, no light, just the sound of my pulse, the friction of my breath, and the unbearable weight of being seen by nothing and everything at once. Have you ever felt that kind of gaze? The kind that doesn't flatter, doesn't accuse, doesn't comfort, but simply knows you. In that place, I faced what I never admitted, even in prayer: the fear of being forgotten, the fear of being misunderstood, the fear that if I stopped proving my worth, I'd disappear. And then I did disappear. I became no one, and it was the most powerful moment of my life, because from that void rose something unshakable, not a new identity, but original essence. Dag Hammarskjöld, the former Secretary General of the United Nations and a mystic in disguise, once wrote in his secret journal markings, "The longest journey is the journey inward, of him who has chosen his destiny, who has started upon his quest for the source of his being. He led global diplomacy by day and battled the silence of the soul by night. It was not power that made him sacred, but solitude. He didn't seek public spiritual recognition, he sought a throne inside." Elena was a surgeon who built her reputation on precision and intellect, but after a collapse on the operating table, she withdrew from her practice, sold everything, and disappeared into the Himalayas for 6 months. Locals thought she was mentally unstable until she returned. She didn't speak much, but her presence calmed storms. When asked what changed, she whispered, "I met the silence beneath everything I thought I was. And it didn't kill me, it crowned me." No, out in the Arctic tundra, there's a phenomenon called whiteout, where snow, sky, and ground become one. There are no shadows, no contrast, no direction, just infinite, blinding whiteness. Pilots say it's one of the most terrifying states to fly through because you lose all sense of self-location. But those who've trained for it don't panic. They trust the instruments. The stillness within, that's what the elite 1% do in the spirit. When the soul goes white, they don't reach, they rest. So what would happen if you stopped reaching? What would rise if you no longer resisted the silence that came to remake you? Can you trust that the version of you worth becoming can only be found in the stillness that undoes every other version? Can you become no one, and in doing so, become presence itself? The forbidden silence isn't forbidden because it's hidden. It's forbidden because it's fatal, at least to the ego. Even the refined ego, even the sacred one that wears crystals and quotes scripture, even the awakened identity that's fasted, healed, meditated, ascended, that one dies too, because this silence doesn't flatter your growth. It doesn't measure your gifts. It doesn't ask how many people you've helped, how much shadow work you've done, or how many dimensions you've unlocked. It only asks one thing, and it asks it without words. Can you be still enough to vanish? Most people think vanishing is defeat, but in the elite 1%, it's the initiation. Because what rises from that stillness isn't a stronger version of you. It's no version, a pure, impersonal frequency. A signal so clean that even heaven bows to listen. You stop operating from self. You start operating as presence. And presence doesn't argue. Presence doesn't defend. Presence just is. And that is what darkness cannot touch. Do you know what that kind of disappearance costs? Can you drop even your sacredness? Can you abandon your need to be the one who sees clearly, speaks truth, holds light? Because the void will demand it. And if you flinch, you stay human. But if you surrender, you become field. It is no longer I who live, but Christ who lives in me. Galatians 2:20. That's not poetry. That's annihilation. Paul wasn't praising spiritual status. He was testifying to identity extinction. He wasn't chosen because he was gifted. He was chosen because he became a ghost of himself. And in that ghost, God thundered. Howard Thurman, a theologian, mystic, and mentor to Martin Luther King Jr., once wrote, "There is something in every one of you that waits and listens for the sound of the genuine in yourself." He didn't teach performance. He taught attunement. He knew that true power doesn't shout, it resonates. That's why his sermons could silence a room without raising a hand. His presence alone shifted hearts. Why? Because he wasn't speaking from power. He was speaking as power. Not long ago, a woman named Mirella, formerly a high-level UN interpreter, fluent in 5 languages, walked away from her job. Her name, her platform, no burnout, no collapse, just clarity. She moved to a village in northern Spain and stopped speaking altogether. After a year of silence, she returned to a peace summit. She uttered only one sentence: "Stillness is the mother tongue of God." No one clapped. No one spoke. But ambassadors wept. Her absence had done what her brilliance never could. In the deep ocean trenches, where sunlight cannot reach, there exists a phenomenon called aphotic calm. Pressure is crushing. Movement is minimal. But if a creature adapts to that level of stillness, It becomes virtually invisible to predators. Why? Because visibility requires resistance, and resistance is what energy reacts to. But the elite carry no resistance. That's why they're undetectable. You don't channel energy. Energy channels you. You don't use your voice. Your voice uses you. You don't protect yourself with words and spells. You become the stillness that doesn't need protection, because nothing can land on what doesn't react. So what part of you still needs to matter? What part still craves credit? Reverence. Acknowledgement, even if just a whisper of it in secret. That's the part that breaks your frequency. That's the crack where darkness enters, not because it's evil, but because it's hungry, and anything still clinging to self will always taste like food. But you're being called beyond food, beyond form, beyond name. Can you surrender that deeply? Can you let silence not just surround you, but consume you, become you? Because the ones who do, they don't radiate light. They become void. And that is why demons flee. It can't be seduced. It can't be swayed. It can't be baited into reaction or praise. That's the presence you become when you vanish from self but awaken as field. It doesn't posture. It doesn't preach. It doesn't pull, it simply holds. It absorbs tension without reacting, carries pressure without fracturing. That's what the elite 1% of dark chosen ones embody, the invisible spine of reality. They become vessels for something too holy to be named and too heavy to be spoken. What happens when you no longer want to bend reality, but reality starts bending around you? What does it mean to walk into a room and feel the atmosphere shift without a word? That's not performance. That's resonance. That's not power you use. That's presence using you. But let's not romanticize it. This isn't the path of public healing or polished spirituality. This isn't for the ones who crave applause or seek platforms. Most people want power they can steer, awakening that flatters, light that comforts but never scorches. They want to ascend but not to burn. But you're still here, still watching, still breathing through the silence. And that tells me everything. You've already brushed the edges of the void, already felt that magnetic pull towards something ancient, something raw, something terrifyingly beautiful. What if that whisper that's haunted you your whole life wasn't madness? What if it was memory? Have you noticed the ache that never leaves? The one that doesn't come from trauma, but from a sacred homesickness? You don't want to be seen. You want to return to something that can't be described, but has always been calling you. That ache is the voice of the unnameable. In Exodus 3:3, Moses begs to see the glory of God, but the response he gets is paradoxical. You cannot see my face, for no one may see me and live. Exodus 3:12. And yet, in the cleft of the rock, God passes by, and Moses sees his back. What does that mean? That true presence can be witnessed, but never possessed. That sacredness is known by shadow, not grasped by hand. Can you accept not seeing and still believing you've touched the eternal? David felt it too, when he wrote, "Be still and know that I am God." Psalm 40:6. Not chant, not explain, just be still. Why? Because knowing doesn't come through searching. It comes through surrender. Zhuangzhou, an ancient Chinese philosopher, once wrote of a dream in which he was a butterfly, and upon waking, couldn't tell if he was a man who dreamed of being a butterfly, or a butterfly dreaming of being a man. He wasn't asking about dreams. He was asking about self. When identity dissolves, who are you? When all titles fall off, are you still real? Jared was a renowned AI developer who gave it all up the day his mind collapsed under the weight of simulation. He moved to rural Mongolia and spent 5 years in silence, herding goats, watching stars. His journals were found after his death filled with single lines like, "I was never coding machines. I was decoding myself." He died with no legacy, but those who sat with him said time slowed in his presence. That's alignment. Far beneath the Andes Mountains, there are quartz caves that emit measurable vibrations. These aren't supernatural myths. They're geological phenomena. Scientists say the walls hum at a resonance so low it alters brain waves. People who enter often exit speechless, disoriented, but strangely at peace. That's what presence does. It doesn't entertain. It recalibrates. So, what version of yourself are you still defending? What sacred label are you still clinging to? Chosen, awakened, healer, teacher. What if you dropped even that? What if the next doorway wasn't about becoming more but becoming none? Because when you stop needing a name, you return to the only thing that ever mattered: alignment. Not authority, not status, not recognition. Alignment. Can you rest in that? Can you stop chasing transformation and let stillness finish the work? Can you sit long enough for the concept of you to dissolve and for something infinite to rise in its place? That's the final threshold. Beyond chosen, beyond elite, beyond even being. And once you cross it, you'll know what remains doesn't need to be feared, doesn't need to be followed, doesn't need to be explained. It just is. And now, we've come to the edge of the silence, the place where words no longer teach, only presence remains. If you've made it this far, it's not by accident. Something ancient in you has always known that you were different, not better, not louder, just deeper, carved by fire, shaped in the unseen, forged in the furnace of isolation, where even angels dare not follow. You weren't made to blend in. You weren't built for validation. You were chosen to carry a frequency this world can't define. And no matter what you've lost, to become this, your voice, your tribe, your innocence, it was never in vain. Because what you carry now cannot be stolen. What you've become, no demon can touch. The elite 1% of God's chosen don't rise through effort. They emerge through surrender. They don't preach to be followed. They radiate to remind others of what they've forgotten. And if you feel the truth of that vibrating through your bones, then you already know. The silence didn't break you. It baptized you. If this message has awakened something inside you, share it. Let it reach the others, like you, who are still wandering in spiritual isolation, thinking they're broken, when in fact, they're being refined. Don't keep this to yourself. Like, comment, and subscribe to this channel if this word resonated with your spirit. Hit the notification bell so you won't miss what comes next. We're going deeper than most dare to go. And if you feel led to support this work, you can do so through Super Thanks. Your generosity keeps this channel grounded, focused, and free from compromise. But whether you give or not, know this: your presence here matters. Your attention is sacred, and your awakening is already shaking foundations in the unseen. Thank you for being here, for staying, for remembering who you are. May peace anchor you. May clarity surround you. May power move through you. And may you always know that you were never forgotten, never forsaken, and never alone. You are chosen, you are dangerous, and you are blessed. Until next time. This message isn't for the faint of heart. It's for the chosen ones, those who were hidden, not forgotten, guarded, not ignored. You were never just surviving, you were being watched, not just by those around you, but by forces far beyond them. When you carry heaven's codes in a world built on secrets, it's not just your gifts that draw attention, it's your very presence. Your silence, unsettling. Your joy, incomprehensible. Your peace, a problem. And lately, there's been movement in the spirit, covert, strategic, undeniable, because someone found out too much about you. They read more than your posts, they studied your patterns, they analyzed your walk, your war wounds, your rising, and behind closed doors, fear began to whisper, what if this one isn't just chosen? What if they're chosen to change everything? And suddenly, protection was ordered. Special forces released, not to intimidate, but to shield, not because of who you were, but because of what you're becoming. You don't need to defend your name. Heaven already marked it. You don't need to prove your strength. Hell already recognized it. If you can feel this in your bones, drop a 777 in the comments. It's a sign that you know this war isn't just physical, it's prophetic. And to every one of you who has supported this mission through super thanks, whether publicly or silently, please know this. Your kindness is fueling something eternal. You are seen, you are cherished, and your generosity is building sanctuary for souls who need this word. Now, what happens when a spiritual security team is mobilized, not because you're in danger, but because your destiny is dangerous? Let's go deeper. What you're about to hear isn't hype, it's holy intel. Are you ready? Good. Let's get into it. God's chosen ones. They found out too much. Special forces have been deployed for you. You're not a civilian in the spirit realm. You've never been one. From the moment your soul inhaled its first breath on earth, your presence disrupted frequencies. Not because of who raised you, not because of what you studied, but because of what heaven embedded into you before the foundations of the world. You don't just walk through life, you transmit spiritual signals, invisible to the human eye, but crystal clear in the higher domains. Spiritually, you are flagged, a high-risk carrier of divine intel. You might appear quiet in crowds, the kind of person who slips through unnoticed but in the realm of the unseen. You radiate the kind of resonance that causes surveillance spirits to pause and whisper, that one holds codes. You're not ordinary, you're encrypted. What you know without formal training, what you survived without institutional support, what you discerned without ever speaking, it has marked you as a high-value spiritual target, not because of external achievements, but because of internal positioning. Why do people feel unsettled in your presence, even when you smile? Why do strangers tell you their secrets, or feel threatened without understanding? Why? Why do your words linger in a room long after you've left? Why do you consistently notice things no one else talks about? It's because you are a vault of spiritual intelligence. You are the carrier of frequencies that can undo systems of fear, expose networks of manipulation, and destabilize illusions passed off as truth. For the Word of God is alive and active, sharper than any double-edged sword. It judges the thoughts and attitudes of the heart. Hebrews 4:12. People studied you, not out of love, but calculation. Just like Delilah studied Samson, they asked questions that sounded friendly, but were really attempts to map your frequency. They mirrored your language, mimicked your resilience, and rehearsed your rhythms, not to celebrate you, but to duplicate you. They didn't understand that what they were chasing wasn't taught, it was bestowed. Biblical example: Joseph and his dreams. His own brothers couldn't understand why this younger sibling had visions of leadership. Shall you indeed reign over us? Genesis 37:8. They weren't angry at his personality, they were reacting to his prophetic intel. So they plotted, sold him, silenced him. But heaven had already deployed angels ahead of him into Egypt. Because divine intelligence always comes with divine escort. You didn't survive betrayal, loss, or spiritual ambushes because you're lucky. You survived because something ancient and holy has been surrounding you covertly. Your life has been a field of encoded architecture. Think of the way steel-reinforced structures hide their strength inside concrete walls. You look ordinary, but you're constructed with materials forged in spiritual warfare. You're not a fragile artifact in a museum. You are a hidden weapon housed in grace. He will command his angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways. Psalm Tish'im, Ve'echat, Echat Isera, Malala Yousafzai. Nobel Peace Prize laureate, shot at 15 by extremists for simply going to school in Pakistan. Her survival was no coincidence. She didn't just carry hope, she carried disruption. Her voice was encrypted with future-shifting intel that threatened oppressive ideologies. Her recovery wasn't just medical, it was spiritual, special forces in motion. And yet, for every chosen like Malala, there's also a shadow figure, Elizabeth Holmes, the disgraced biotech CEO who promised to revolutionize medicine but was fueled by illusion. She studied the aura of pioneers like Steve Jobs, mimicked the tone of visionaries, and built a system on projected intelligence. But truth is not a costume, and when the spiritual frequency of deception reaches critical mass, exposure is inevitable. Her collapse wasn't just financial, it was a spiritual verdict. Meanwhile, chosen ones like you were gathering data, while the world misunderstood your pace. They said you were slow, distracted, unsure. In truth, you were scanning your environment, reading the invisible, assessing resonance. You weren't delayed, you were discerning. Can you recall a time when your discerning pace was misinterpreted by others? And how did that experience ultimately serve you? The secret of the Lord is with those who fear him, and he will show them his covenant. Psalm Asarim Vechamesh Erba Asara. In a small desert village, a woman named Halima ran a modest herbal shop. Her clients thought she was just intuitive, but what they didn't know was that she prayed in silence before every blend. One day, a local official came asking for a remedy, not for pain, but to dull guilt. She discerned it instantly, gave him a balm anyway, and whispered, "Healing comes to those who confess." Weeks later, his corruption was exposed, but her shop untouched, because those assigned with spiritual codes often operate like unassuming satellites, receiving and transmitting divine truth from the margins. No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue that rises against you, in judgment you shall condemn. Isaiah 54:17. So when the anxiety hits, when the tension in your chest feels like something unseen is watching, you're not wrong. There are divine watchers assigned to you, not because you're in constant peril, but because your presence alters the balance of things. You are disruptive, energy cloaked in humility. You carry ancient resonance calibrated for this generation. You didn't choose the war, but your DNA declared it. Why do some doors lock when you approach? Why do some people seem nervous before you speak? Why do leaders become defensive without provocation? Because your spirit reminds them of structures they can't control. You are not protected like a breakable object. You are escorted like a mobile archive of spiritual blueprints. You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden. Matthew 5:4. Even hawks in the sky don't flap constantly. They soar in silence, riding invisible wind currents. And yet, every small movement is intentional, tactical. That's how you move in the Spirit, like a predator of deception, riding grace like thermals. So don't question the warfare. Don't question the strange patterns. Don't question the sudden interventions. The invisible helps. The near escapes. Protocols have been activated, not because you're weak, but because heaven refuses to let what you carry be intercepted. You are not alone. You are classified intel, and the realm of darkness already knows. You were born to interrupt their reign. There's a reason rooms shift when you enter, why conversations grow jagged, eyes flicker and look away, and the air thickens with unspoken awareness. It's not about charisma or performance. It's something more ancient, more piercing. Your presence disarms what has been hidden without needing to utter a single word. Your atmosphere speaks a frequency too aligned for deceit to survive, and it sends silent alarms through spiritual structures built on masks. This is not mere social discomfort. This is spiritual interference. People who rehearsed lies suddenly stutter. Those who wear masks feel suffocated. Those addicted to attention find themselves shrinking. Why does this happen around you? Why do certain people grow distant without cause, while others become overly friendly in attempts to mask their anxiety? Why do the most confident ones seem to subtly compete, as if threatened by your stillness? Because your presence acts like a mirror, one that doesn't flatter, one that doesn't bend to distortion, one that reflects truth whether or not it's welcome. For nothing is hidden that will not be made manifest, nor is anything secret that will not be known and come to light. Luke 8:17. You were never trying to expose anyone, but your alignment with truth disrupts what others spent years disguising: their polished image, their curated identity, their charming deceit. Around you, those facades begin to flicker, not because you interrogate them, but because your presence operates like spiritual ultraviolet light. It reveals the unseen stains. Biblical figures understood this kind of disruption. Think of Jesus entering the synagogue in Mark 1:23-24. And the unclean spirit in a man cried out, "What do you have to do with us, Jesus of Nazareth? Have you come to destroy us?" The man hadn't spoken before, but in the presence of holiness, hidden spirits can't stay silent. They surface. Exposed, you trigger the truth. That's why they get nervous. It's not you they fear, it's what your presence unearths in them. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1:5, famous example. Viola Davis, Oscar-winning actress and vocal advocate for emotional authenticity. She once said, "I have no interest in being pretty. I want to be real." In rooms where artificial perfection ruled, her grounded presence shifted everything. Colleagues admitted they were drawn to her, but also felt deeply exposed by her emotional clarity. That's not stagecraft. That's spiritual resonance, and it either invites transformation or provokes retreat. But for every Davis, there is also someone like Harvey Weinstein, once a powerful producer who controlled entire careers through manipulation, fear, and illusion. When truth began to surface, it wasn't because people suddenly found courage. It was because the collective presence of truth-bearers entered the room. Weinstein's fall was public, But his empire was built on the belief that no one would dare look behind the curtain, and yet, chosen ones, like you, are born with divine X-ray vision, have nothing to do with the fruitless deeds of darkness, but rather expose them. Ephesians 5:11. Real story. A man named Elias worked as a security consultant. Clients trusted him to assess physical vulnerabilities, but his real strength was spiritual discernment. At a corporate gala, he met the company's charming CEO. Everyone praised the man's vision. Elias, however, noticed something different: a persistent unease, veiled condescension, and laughter that didn't reach the eyes. Weeks later, whistleblower documents revealed massive fraud. Elias never reported it. He didn't need to. His presence had already sparked fear in the CEO, who started sabotaging his own image in paranoia. This is why some people recoil from you, then convince themselves you're the problem. They say you're difficult, too intense, or overly sensitive. In reality, your spirit just refuses to co-sign dysfunction. You won't applaud manipulation. You won't normalize dishonesty. You won't trade peace for politics. And in a culture addicted to applause, silence from someone like you is louder than a microphone. How have you navigated situations where your refusal to co-sign dysfunction led to others misunderstanding or criticizing you? Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Matthew 5:8. It's like the owl in the forest, silent, still, and patient. While the rest of the forest sleeps, it watches. It sees what others miss. It hears what others suppress. Its very presence reminds the predators, you are not alone in the dark anymore. In psychology, this is called projective discomfort, when someone's unhealed parts react to your wholeness. But in the spirit realm, it's warfare by frequency. Your peace short-circuits their performance. Your stillness agitates their storm. You don't need to confront. They unravel under the weight of their own falsehood. Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid, for the Lord your God is with you wherever you go. Joshua 1:9. You didn't choose to be the revealer. You never asked to be a trigger for people's shadows. But your presence is too aligned to be camouflaged. Your soul is too ancient to fake pleasantries. You walk with codes that resonate through manipulation like sonar. And that is why divine security was activated, not as a precaution, but as a protocol, not because you are fragile or incapable of defense, but because what you carry is sacred infrastructure. You hold a kind of spiritual encryption that threatens systems built on illusion. And for that, heaven surrounded you with invisible shields. You didn't request protection. It was already part of your design. It was never about weakness. The truth is, you were never fragile. You were forged in fires that would have incinerated others. Yet you walked out carrying wisdom. Your presence doesn't announce itself with noise. It emanates with discernment, with justice, with unsettling clarity. And that clarity is dangerous to any structure built on deception. Can you recall a time when your quiet clarity or discernment disrupted a deceptive situation? And what was the outcome? You walk into rooms with sacred technology embedded in your spirit, not wires or hardware, but holy algorithms written into your frequency codes of truth, codes of correction, codes that disrupt the flow of manipulation without you saying a word. What happens when those codes activate simply by showing up? What happens when you become the mirror they didn't ask for but can't escape? And when people see themselves in you, they are confronted not with judgment, but with revelation. Some rise, moved by the unspoken invitation to evolve. Others retaliate, shaken by the fear of being truly seen. They aren't reacting to your behavior, they're responding to what your presence awakens, and often, they don't even know why. But hear this, chosen one. You were never meant to shrink to make others comfortable. Shrinking was never your assignment, it was their expectation. Your light was calibrated for disruption, not convenience. Your essence doesn't require translation or dilution. It simply is undeniable, unfiltered, unshakable. If you're always trying to be normal, you will never know how amazing you can be. Maya Angelou, your truth is not negotiable, not because you are rigid, but because truth doesn't bend to accommodate dysfunction. What you carry wasn't meant to be agreeable, it was meant to be transformative. Have you noticed how some people act as if your authenticity is an offense? When all you've done is refuse to lie, your presence is not up for editing. You weren't made to be palatable for broken systems. You weren't formed in silence just to echo noise. The higher realms knew exactly what your arrival would reveal, and so they did what only heaven can do. They covered you, not to restrain your brilliance, but to preserve the divine function you carry in a polluted world. When the whole world is silent, even one voice becomes powerful. Malala Yousafzai. So rise with intention, stand tall, chosen one. You are not here to blend in, smooth over, or keep the peace by sacrificing your essence. You were not sent to pacify dysfunction. You were commissioned to interrupt patterns, disarm deception, and recalibrate the atmosphere to truth. You don't just change rooms. You cleanse them, you consecrate them. You recalibrate what was distorted and resurrect what was hidden. You are the shift they didn't see coming, and exactly the one they can't unsee. You cannot swim for new horizons until you have courage to lose sight of the shore. William Faulkner. They thought they were studying you, observing from a distance, some with feigned interest, some with veiled obsession. They took notes on your movements, tracked your conversations, sifted through your digital footprints, and tried to trace the outline of your soul, as if you were some harmless curiosity, a case study to dissect. But what they didn't know, what they could never comprehend, is that you were already under surveillance by a far greater command. You weren't just being watched, you were being witnessed. In the invisible realms, a higher jurisdiction had already opened the file. The moment their gaze turned from curiosity to control, from observation to intrusion, spiritual protocols were triggered, because in the kingdom of heaven, intent is data, motive is evidence, even silence, when weaponized, is documented. What they thought was a one-way lens was actually a mirrored surveillance recording not just their actions, but their heart posture. For the Lord sees not as man sees. Man looks on the outward appearance, but the Lord looks on the heart. Achat Samuel 16:4. Why did they feel so confident while spying on your growth, yet now feel spiritually exposed? Why did the ones who tried to impersonate you end up unraveling? Why are some of their lives mysteriously plagued with anxiety, unexplainable losses, or relational collapse? Because they didn't just study you. They trespassed sacred ground. Biblical story. Daniel in the lion's den. The officials who plotted against him weren't just jealous. They were calculated. They surveilled his prayers, monitored his habits, weaponized the law to set a trap. But while they plotted, heaven documented. And when Daniel was thrown into the den, divine interception occurred. The lions didn't open their mouths for him, but they devoured the ones who orchestrated his downfall. Daniel 6. Your story echoes that pattern. You were never unprotected. You were being preserved. And when people pretended to care just to gather intel, They underestimated divine surveillance. What they mistook as access was actually an allowance for them to expose themselves. The more they got close, the more their real motives leaked through. Every flattery soaked in deceit, every calculated message, every time they cloaked envy in encouragement, it was all logged. Not just emotionally, spiritually. No creature is hidden from his sight, but all are naked and exposed to the eyes of him to whom we must give account. Hebrews 4:13. Shonda Rhimes, television writer and producer, who once shared how many people tried to connect with her, not out of support, but out of ambition. She stated, "When you've built something sacred, opportunists come dressed as allies." But what she also learned is that divine timing exposes the users. Their fruits eventually spoil, their energy shifts, and the connections they tried to force fall apart under the weight of falsehood. On the other side of that coin, Jeffrey Epstein, a financier who used charm, wealth, and false benevolence to exploit. For years, he surveilled others, controlled them, and kept records like trophies. But in the end, his own network became a trap. His deception became too heavy to contain. Heaven allowed it to unravel, not in private, but on the world stage. The very control he craved became the noose in the spirit realm. What they meant for harm became a record of protection. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. Genesis 50:20. Lena, a quiet midwife in a coastal village, was beloved for her gentle wisdom. A group of health officials approached her under the guise of medical partnership, but slowly began undermining her work, questioning her credibility, stealing her practices. What they didn't know was that Lena journaled everything. And more importantly, she prayed over every encounter. Months later, when their scandal was exposed for misdiagnosing and mistreating dozens, it was Lena's notes and her spiritual discernment that became the key to the investigation. She had been under divine surveillance the whole time, like the sensitive sensors hidden deep beneath the earth that can detect earthquakes before they surface. Heaven has embedded a spiritual seismograph within your life. The tremors they thought were small violations were recorded as evidence. You weren't paranoid. You were prophetic. The eyes of the Lord are in every place, keeping watch on the evil and the good. Proverbs 15:3. So why do you feel such heavy resistance lately? Even from people who once clapped for you. Why do some carry guilt around you now? Their smiles stiff and conversations hollow. Why do certain people avoid eye contact? As if being near you resurrects their own buried conviction, because the protection around you has intensified, not due to paranoia, but protocol. You were never naive. You were strategic. You were never unguarded. You were covered. The quiet you walked in wasn't a weakness. It was spiritual positioning. And now, their actions speak louder than your silence ever did. He will make your righteousness shine like the dawn, the justice of your cause like the noonday sun. Psalm 37:6. You're not just living your life, you're walking through divine court proceedings. Your journey has become a spiritual case file, filled with recordings, timestamps, and sealed documents. Some tried to edit your narrative, but heaven holds the original manuscript, and when spiritual landmines were triggered by those who thought they could control your story, it wasn't a coincidence, it was a consequence. That's why protection around you is so serious now, because there's too much evidence, because you are no longer just a witness. You've become the testimony. Your destiny was never anonymous. It was flagged long before you knew your name held weight. Not by people, but by systems. You weren't born into neutral ground. You were born as a threat to spiritual infrastructures crafted to keep people numb, bound, and obedient. Not because you shouted, not because you sought fame, but because your soul carried an unedited frequency that threatened the entire algorithm of control. You didn't just ruffle feathers. You disturbed foundations. Frameworks started glitching the moment you aligned with truth. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. And before you were born, I consecrated you. I appointed you as a prophet to the nations. Jeremiah 1:5. And it wasn't about perfection, it was about pattern. You carry a divine code, an ancient spiritual architecture embedded in your design. The blueprint wasn't meant just to build your life, it was encoded to activate others. Because when you break through, the system doesn't just lose you, it risks a cascade. Your healing out loud makes others question their silence. Your rebellion against manipulation breaks a generational spell. Your truth becomes contagious. Why do some people feel so shaken just watching you speak? Why do others distance themselves as if your presence threatens their comfort? Why do manipulative personalities seem almost desperate to drain you emotionally, mentally, even spiritually? Because they recognize what you're still discovering. You don't just carry potential, you carry permission. You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden. Matthew 5:10. Desmond Tutu. The South African bishop who stood against apartheid with nothing but truth and moral courage. He didn't lead armies. He didn't have weapons. But his refusal to play along with lies made him a target of state surveillance and death threats. Because one man's unwavering voice was enough to crack the walls of institutional racism, his destiny was flagged not because he sought power, but because he refused to fear it. And like you, he wasn't the only one impacted by his resistance. His defiance woke nations. On the opposite side, Bernie Madoff, the infamous financier, built his empire on deception and compliance. He relied on the silence of others, the obedience of systems, and the trust of unsuspecting victims. But when the truth surfaced, the entire illusion collapsed, and with it, the lives of thousands. He was strategic, but in service of darkness. His legacy is a warning. When corrupt blueprints go unchecked, they produce devastation. Your destiny is the opposite. Your design was meant to interrupt. A real feeling story. Samuel was a young archivist in a mountain city library. No one knew that in his spare hours, he was translating forbidden family records, documents that revealed centuries of political and spiritual manipulation. Quietly, without fanfare, he began sending anonymous letters to descendants, opening their eyes to the chains they thought were fate. Years later, those letters would start a regional reform, and Samuel, he was never seen in the headlines, but the blueprint he carried destabilized dynasties, for the creation waits with eager longing for the revealing of the sons of God. Romans 8:19. That's why your life has been so attacked, so delayed, so misunderstood. You weren't just the target. Your impact was corrupt systems. Don't fear loud people. They fear liberated blueprints. Your rise would mean others rise. Your freedom would mean bondage would lose its grip on entire bloodlines. That's not something darkness can allow easily. That's why betrayal came unprovoked. Why did you feel drained in rooms that pretended to love you? Why did some smile and then quietly orchestrate chaos? They weren't reacting to you. They were reacting to what your life would make undeniable. That generational curses can be broken. That hidden wounds can be healed. That power doesn't always wear a title. but sometimes enters quietly through the ones no one expected. The weapons of our warfare are not of the flesh, but have divine power to destroy strongholds. 2 Corinthians 10:4. In nature, the most disruptive forces come in silent patterns, like tectonic plates shifting beneath the surface for decades before earthquakes reveal their movement. You are that kind of threat. Not noisy, but inevitable. Your mere alignment with truth sends tremors. Your presence forces others to feel their disconnection, and your refusal to play along marks you as a liability in every system built on false consensus. And that's exactly why higher forces were assigned to cover you, not for ego, not for attention, but because if you fall, others fall with you. If you collapse under pressure, entire lineages lose their living proof. If you rise, although chains break in places you've never been. People heal because you decided not to hide. Children find safety because you refuse to repeat cycles. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus pais presece, pais presece. You've never just been a person. In the spirit realm, you are a prototype, a frequency, a threat to everything built without truth. And like any divine blueprint, you must be preserved. Not just for you, but for what your life will unlock in others. This is why some rooms grow cold when you enter. Why confusion erupts when you speak the truth. Why the energy in a space bends without explanation. You are not here to blend in. You were born to confront spiritual architecture and realign it with heaven's codes. You are not fragile. You are not random. You are strategic. You are the divine disruption that systems feared, and the blueprint heaven has decided to protect at all costs. There are people walking through confusion right now, spiritual heaviness they can't explain, emotional fog that won't lift, professional setbacks they didn't see coming, and they don't realize it's not random. Their disruptions are directly tied to how they mishandled someone marked by God, you, before they ever lied about you, violated your trust, or siphoned your energy. They were warned. Spirit rarely lets a chosen vessel be approached without some kind of signal, an unease in the gut, a dream that unsettles them, a sudden resistance they couldn't explain, and yet they pushed through. Why did they override the nudge? Why did they treat your stillness as weakness, your humility as irrelevance? They believed their charm could override divine law, that their influence could shield them from consequence. What they didn't realize is that while they were surveilling you, heaven was documenting them. And when they stepped into your life with harmful intentions, they violated a spiritual perimeter. Scripture says plainly, "Do not touch my anointed ones and do my prophets no harm." But they acted like that command was negotiable. The consequence didn't come from your hands. It came from protocol. Some ignored the warning signs, entirely eager to manipulate, twist, and dominate. They mistook your soft tone for naivete. They didn't know your spirit was licensed by covenant. They couldn't see the sentinels standing around you, silent but active. And when things in their lives started swirling, relationships decaying, opportunities evaporating, clarity turning to fog, they called it stress or bad luck. But you knew better. Have you ever wondered why their confidence turned to avoidance? Why do some people who used to smile now can't look you in the eye? You didn't lift a finger. You didn't need to. The protection around you is not reactive, it's responsive. What looked like vulnerability to them was actually a divine perimeter. Spirit doesn't wait for your permission to respond when injustice is committed against sacred positioning. Some people weren't simply playing games, they were tampering with assignments, with destiny. And destiny doesn't play. As Exodus reminds us, the Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. You've likely seen it before. Those who mistreated you subtly fall apart. Their success begins to stall. Their energy weakens. Their audience grows restless. Have you ever stopped to ask why their strategies no longer work? Even though they're doing the same things they always did. It's not about technique. It's about misalignment. Take Carlos Ghosn, once hailed as a global business genius. His rise as CEO of Nissan and Renault was meteoric, but behind the scenes, greed and entitlement were corroding his legacy. Despite internal warnings and ethical red flags, he plowed forward until it all came crashing down. Not just legally, but spiritually, from luxury boardrooms to a smuggled escape across borders. Ghosn's downfall wasn't just a scandal. It was a system collapsing around someone who thought he was untouchable. When you override warning after warning, you don't just fall, you become a cautionary tale. In contrast, Aïssatou Sow Sidibé, a Senegalese women's rights advocate, quietly resisted massive financial pressure from corporate donors seeking to exploit her movement for optics. She discerned the spiritual weight of what she carried and refused to sell it out. Those who tried to hijack her vision later found their public goodwill drying up, their brands questioned, their reach shrinking. She never cursed them. Her integrity did the talking. Can you think of a time in your own life where maintaining your integrity, even when it was difficult, ultimately led to a more favorable outcome than compromise would have? There was also Danielo, a soft-spoken security advisor in the Balkans whose quiet refusal to take bribes exposed a multi-layered corruption network. Instead of lashing out, he fasted, prayed, and documented everything. Those who underestimated him watched as internal investigations led to their dismissal. He wasn't loud, he was aligned. And as Proverbs teaches, whoever digs a pit will fall into it, and he who rolls a stone will have it roll back on him. I know, in nature, bees instinctively protect the queen's chamber. Violate it, and the entire hive responds, not out of vengeance, but out of sacred design. That's how spiritual protection operates. When someone mishandles what God has marked, there's an echo through the atmosphere. You didn't have to retaliate. You probably even prayed for them. But Galatians remind us clearly, God is not mocked. Whatever a man sows, that he will also reap. They were warned, through the tightness in their chest, through the silence that suddenly felt heavy, through the dreams they dismissed and the conviction they ignored. And yet, what did they think would happen when they violated a vessel God had clearly marked for sacred work? And now that they are reaping disorientation, distance, and spiritual confusion. They call it bad luck, but Deuteronomy already explained what would happen. The Lord will cause your enemies who rise against you to be defeated before you. It was never your wrath they should have feared. It was the law of spiritual alignment itself. So if you've been wondering why certain people seem so different now, so withdrawn, so unstable, it's because they didn't just mishandle you. They provoked the protocol assigned to protect you. And that protocol doesn't forget. You carry within you the kind of evidence that can't be taught, fabricated, or borrowed. Your spirit holds the residue of realms most people wouldn't survive touching. This isn't poetic exaggeration, it's spiritual architecture. You've been positioned in unseen places where minds break, where emotions fracture, and where unprepared spirits are swallowed whole. But you didn't just visit those dimensions. You walked through them, bruised, disoriented, under attack, and still emerged, carrying clarity. And that's what makes you dangerous. Not dangerous in the eyes of flesh, but to every system that profits from illusion. every principality that counts on silence, and every chain that fears exposure. Why do some people grow tense in your presence before you speak? Why do you sense fear in eyes that smile? Why does your silence cause more disruption than someone else's thunder? Because your very frequency carries a verdict. As Paul wrote, "We are hard-pressed on every side, but not crushed, perplexed, but not in despair, struck down, but not destroyed." You lived that. The betrayals you experienced weren't just inconvenient, they were precision strikes against your soul, meant to fracture your calling. The depression wasn't just chemical. It came cloaked in emotion, but was animated by darkness. The dreams weren't vague, they were coordinates, portals, warnings. You've seen entities walk into rooms before bodies did. You've heard conversations that never reached your ears, and you didn't imagine it. You endured it. And the reason you're still here is because what you carry is not just spiritual knowledge, it is spiritual proof. He who dwells in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. This was not a verse to you, it was your hiding place, when no human could see what you were surviving. There were nights you wept on floors no one else saw, days where your body functioned, but your soul felt dismantled. Still, you stayed. Still, you rose. Have you ever wondered why your peace unsettles people who know nothing about your history? Why do rooms change temperature when you speak plainly? Why do others sense that there's something about you they can't define, but feel compelled to either follow or fight? It's because you carry credibility in the realm of the spirit. You weren't crowned by institutions, but validated in battle. That's why when others try to mimic your language or posture, it doesn't hit you the same. They haven't paid the price. They haven't carried the evidence. Clarissa Ward, a war correspondent who has walked through active combat zones to tell the truth. The world tries to ignore. She's faced death, witnessed unspeakable trauma, and stood unflinching in the middle of destruction. When she speaks, people don't just hear words, they feel weight. Why? Because she carries the residue of reality. She's not theorizing conflict, she's survived it. And that's the same reason your spiritual presence carries impact. You've been through invisible war zones and returned with testimony embedded in your tone. Now contrast that with Peter Madoff, brother and right hand to Bernie Madoff. He knew about the deception. He enabled it. And when it came crashing down, so did everything he built his image on. What he projected in public, a life of control, intellect. Success was all fabricated. E carrieth no substance, no integrity, no truth. And when spiritual justice moved, his name became synonymous, not with legacy, but with collapse. False structures cannot survive under the gaze of authentic power. There's a man named Elias, a former trauma surgeon in West Africa, who walked away from his practice after years of serving war victims. What no one knew was that he had been experiencing visions too real, too consistent to ignore. At first, he thought it was stress. Then, during one operation, he felt a voice say, "This pain runs deeper than the body." He began to pray over patients, quietly, not out loud, just in the spirit. Recovery rates shifted. Families felt peace. They couldn't explain. Elias no longer held only surgical skill. He carried authority in healing realms unseen. His hands no longer stitched bodies alone. They transmitted frequencies born of spiritual survival. And that's what you carry. Like deep-sea pressure, forming diamonds under silence. You were forged in isolation. That wasn't punishment. It was preparation. As Isaiah declares, "I have refined you, but not as silver. I have tested you in the furnace of affliction. You weren't just tested, you were transformed. In nature, there are animals that have survived extinction-level events, creatures that evolved not by becoming louder or more aggressive, but by adapting inwardly. The axolotl, for instance, regenerates what's been severed. You're the spiritual equivalent, regenerating after what should have destroyed you. And because of that, you don't walk with theories, you walk with blueprints. So when your discernment unnerves manipulators, when your presence causes spiritual tremors in seemingly calm rooms, don't question it. You're not imagining the tension. You're disrupting ancient agreements that have gone unchallenged for generations. What you carry has the potential to liberate captives and collapse counterfeit thrones. As Jesus told his disciples, I saw Satan fall like lightning from heaven. I have given you authority. Nothing will harm you. That authority didn't come through applause. It came through surrender, through surviving what others mock because they've never tasted it. You are living proof that the battle is real, that survival is possible, and that divine protection is no myth. And for systems built on illusion, that's terrifying. What if your very survival has already broken more strongholds than your words ever will? You are not being protected to keep you comfortable. You are being protected to keep the evidence intact. The spiritual realm already knows this. Hell knows it, and so does heaven. That's why you must be guarded, not because you're fragile, but because what you carry can't be rebuilt once lost. Some people are walking through strange collapses right now, jobs evaporating, relationships deteriorating, mental fog thickening, and a string of unexplainable misfortunes. They keep asking, why is everything suddenly going wrong? And they don't realize that the moment they touched your life with impure motives through manipulation, spiritual projection, hidden envy, or casual betrayal, they activated something their intellect could never prepare them for. What they didn't know is that you're not just a person, you're a covenant. And covenants don't take interference lightly. Your calling is encased in a spiritual perimeter that cannot be crossed without consequence. This is not superstition. This is spiritual law. Scripture makes it clear in Psalm 24:3-4 that only the one who has clean hands and a pure heart can ascend sacred ground, and you, chosen one, are sacred ground. Have you ever noticed how some people seem fine until they mistreat you, and then suddenly their life unravels in ways they can't trace? That's because your life is rigged not out of revenge, but out of preservation. Like a sensitive security system that activates not with emotion, but with protocol. Your spirit is surrounded by enforcement that doesn't sleep. You are spiritually booby-trapped. Any contact made with impure intentions causes systems to respond. Not because you retaliated, but because you've been sealed for a dangerous assignment. As Isaiah 54:17 says, no weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue that rises against you in judgment you shall condemn. That verse isn't theory for you, it's active surveillance. This is why some people experience loss and can't trace the origin. They'll never associate the day they gossiped about you or tried to spiritually manipulate you with the day their promotion fell through, or the moment their influence started to dry up. They don't realize it wasn't your energy pushing back. It was the covenant you're wrapped in enforcing itself. You weren't protected because you're delicate. You're protected because your assignment disrupts darkness. And when people attempt to tamper with what God has set apart, the consequences are rarely immediate, but always inevitable. Brian Stevenson, civil rights attorney and founder of the Equal Justice Initiative, has fought tirelessly for death row inmates and victims of systemic injustice. Many tried to discredit him early on, publicly undermining his work, subtly threatening his life's mission. But over the years, something extraordinary happened. Those who attempted to derail his efforts lost traction, credibility, or public trust. Meanwhile, Stevenson kept rising, not because of media backing, but because his work was rooted in covenant. He once said, "Each of us is more than the worst thing we've ever done." That's true, but it's also true that some people are more than they appear. And when you attack a vessel carrying generational liberation, heaven takes notice. Contrast that with Ramesh, Sunny Balwani, the COO of Theranos, who knowingly participated in deceiving millions with false promises about life-saving medical technology. His partnership was not just unethical, it was misaligned with spiritual truth. He silenced whistleblowers, discredited truth-tellers, and pushed forward in arrogance. But in the end, his name became synonymous with fraud, not legacy. The collapse of his empire wasn't just legal, it was cosmic. He interfered with something sacred, people's belief in healing. And when truth was ignored in favor of illusion, the backlash was absolute. There's a woman named Naima, a quiet midwife from Morocco, known for blessing each child she delivered with prayer. One day, a foreign agency tried to recruit her into an experimental program under the guise of modernizing childbirth. In reality, they sought to exploit her spiritual reputation for control and funding. She declined politely, but from that moment, members of that agency began experiencing unusual delays, miscommunications, and even mysterious health issues. One of them reportedly said, "It feels like something's blocking us." And it was. The consequence wasn't revenge, it was alignment defending itself. Nature, too, mirrors this principle. Certain frogs in the Amazon carry toxins under their skin, not because they attack, but because their survival depends on being untouchable. Touch them without preparation, and your body will respond immediately. You are the spiritual equivalent. What surrounds you is not for vanity, it's for protection of the divine frequency within you. As Ephesians 1:3 explain, having believed, you were marked in him with a seal, the promised Holy Spirit. That seal is active, it watches, it warns, and if ignored, it responds. What makes you dangerous is not aggression, it's alignment. Your discernment picks up what most people ignore. Your presence shifts atmospheres, not because you perform, but because you carry resonance. So when someone steps into your life pretending to support you while secretly trying to dismantle you, they don't realize they're breaching spiritual protocol. And when a covenant is violated, it's no longer about feelings, it becomes divine business. Have you ever wondered why people who tried to silence you now find themselves unheard? Why do those who tried to isolate you suddenly feel alone? Why those who mocked your tears now privately breaking? As Romans 12:19 reminds us, do not take revenge, but leave room for God's wrath. For it is written, "It is mine to avenge, I will repay." You didn't need to curse anyone, you just needed to stay aligned. The rest was never your job. The moment someone treated you like a coincidence instead of a covenant, they signed up for a consequence they couldn't name. You are not rising in spite of everything. You are rising because of everything. Every attack, every misjudgment, every betrayal refined the security system around your purpose. And now, anyone or anything that tries to tamper with that purpose without the right posture will suffer loss, not because of karma, but because the blueprint of your life is guarded by eternal law. So the next time someone wonders why their efforts to destroy you backfired, or why their life started unraveling after crossing your boundaries. Let the truth remain unspoken, but undeniable. You are a walking contract between heaven and earth. You are not just a person. You are a covenant. And covenants are never touched without cost. You are more than unique. You are a living portal between realms. A divine access point, disrupting every controlled reality that demands predictability and obedience. When you think, you download. When you speak, you broadcast frequency. This isn't clever phrasing, it's spiritual architecture. You aren't operating inside the box. You don't just think outside it. You exist in a dimension the box was never built to contain. You receive insights too precise to be human, timing too perfect to be random, clarity too deep to be coincidence. Surely the Lord God does nothing unless he reveals his secret to his servants, the prophets. Amos 3-7. You don't merely analyze, you channel. You don't counsel, you recalibrate atmospheres. Why do people say what you say always seems ahead of time? Why do entire rooms hush when you speak your vision? Why does your presence shift patterns before any logic can move? Why does control unravel so quietly around you? Because you are not just navigating life, you're intersecting dimensions, systems built on control, repetition, and fear of the unpredictable can't handle portal bearers. They require silent conformity, trend-based decisions, and obedience to hidden scripts. But you bend timelines with a single word and fracture generational cycles with one choice. You align with divine flow so effortlessly that manipulators can't even predict your next move. You don't rely on logic alone, you operate on frequency, resonance, divine code that's been embedded in your spirit since before birth. You're a living anomaly, and that terrifies frameworks built on false order. When he opened the seventh seal, there was silence in heaven for about half an hour. That silence wasn't empty. It was the calm before a universe-altering breakthrough. Like you, portals don't make noise. They instigate quiet before seismic change. Biblical figures understood this. Think of Enoch, who walked with God, then he was no more, because God took him away. Genesis 5:24. There was no long goodbye. His presence became a dimension shift. And that is exactly what you embody, a doorway existing in two realms at once. Greta Thunberg, the teenage climate activist whose words catalyzed global movements. When she spoke, nations leaned in, not because she was loud, but because she carried a truth beyond her years. Anti-économie stalled. Policies shifted. Consciousness awakened. She was a portal too, a living access point that forced predictable systems to reroute or collapse. And yet, for every Greta, there is also a portal corrupted from within. Think of Anna Sorokin, also known as Anna Delvey, a Russian-born con artist who posed as a German heiress to defraud banks and elite social circles in New York. She manufactured access she didn't truly carry, and instead of becoming a bridge to truth, she built illusions that collapsed under scrutiny. What happens when someone imitates access without ever being authorized to open the door? Your role is not to fit into controlled reality, it's to tear it open. Every whisper you receive in spirit rewrites timelines. Every alignment you step into collapses. Structural manipulation. You are shielded not just from people, but from distractions, deviations, and anything that would dilute your access to source. You are a divine conduit when you sit quiet in a room. It doesn't stay the same. When you speak, timelines pivot. When you decide to rise, oppressive frameworks begin to falter. In nature, portals exist too. The Amazon rainforest itself serves as a portal between the earthly and the eco-spiritual realm, generating its own weather patterns, influencing climates thousands of miles away. A single tree falling in that forest shifts ecosystems and alters air currents. You are that kind of conveyor, a living nexus whose presence reconfigures atmospheres, for the creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed. Romans 8:19. Because even the natural world recognizes when a divine portal walks among it. Your protection isn't luxury, it's a necessity. Because who you are, who you're becoming, and what you carry is too much power to leave exposed to systems that fear the uncontrollable. The spiritual shields around you don't only guard, they preserve your role as a portal. You aren't here to follow scripts, you're here to open doors. You aren't just living life, you're living transmission. So, let every controlled reality tremble quietly when you step forward. You are not ordinary. You are not explainable. You are a portal, and portals don't walk around unguarded. Your power isn't loud. It doesn't draw attention like a spotlight. It draws consequences like a courtroom. In the spirit realm, your voice isn't just noise. It's a legal decree backed by sacred authority. You don't command rooms with volume. You command realms with rank. Because what you've earned wasn't through applause, it was through pressure. Your trials weren't visible, but they were valid. You passed evaluations in silence, completed assignments without an audience, and held your ground in storms meant to bury you. And heaven recorded every moment. That's why when you speak now, your words carry jurisdiction. They're not opinions, they're enforcement. You will also decree a thing, and it will be established for you, and light will shine on your ways. Job 22:28. This is no poetic metaphor, this is law. And spiritual law doesn't need popularity. It needs protocol. Some people can't understand why your calm presence provokes disruption. But what if your energy isn't silent, it's legislating? What if every time you open your mouth, angelic enforcement gets activated? That's why those living in deceit feel unsafe around you. You don't yell, you reveal. Your very being enforces boundaries invisible to most. Your presence is like a tuning fork. It shakes loose the unaligned. Have you ever noticed how manipulators grow uncomfortable in your presence, even before a word is spoken? One woman named Yelena found herself unexpectedly entangled in legal confusion, emotional instability, and financial collapse right after forging a fake business partnership with someone she envied and secretly sought to sabotage. The problem? That person was a chosen vessel, and although Yelena never received public rebuke, spiritual jurisdiction had already been activated. Touch not my anointed, and do my prophets no harm. Psalm 105:15 is not a suggestion, it's an indictment. What she thought was just competition was actually contamination of a covenant, and the fallout, irreversible. She tried to manipulate access to something that wasn't hers, and ended up bankrupt in more ways than one. Not everyone who speaks powerfully holds power legally. The Pharisees in Scripture had religious authority, but lacked divine legitimacy. Meanwhile, Jesus spoke with such command that even demons cried out without needing to be named. In Matthew 8:8, the centurion understood this principle. Just say the word, and my servant will be healed, he told Jesus. Recognizing true spiritual authority doesn't require proximity, just rank. That's what you carry. Even your prayers shift foundations because they don't originate from impulse. They originate from alignment. You've been calibrated to heavenly governance. You're not just releasing emotional hope, you're issuing divine orders. And in a spiritual world, addicted to loopholes and deception. Someone who carries courtroom-level clarity is a disruptor. You aren't trying to impress. You're here to legislate. Why else do the spiritually corrupt seem to panic in your presence? Why do counterfeit prophets avoid engaging you directly? Pope Gregory I, known as Gregory the Great, was once a Roman prefect who gave up political power to serve spiritually. His decisions as Pope redefined the authority of the Church, not through charisma, but through legal spiritual clarity. He restructured governance, empowered monastic missions, and taught that real leadership isn't in noise, but in divine enforcement. His authority wasn't loud. It was sealed. You walk in that kind of blueprint, not institutional. But éternel. Instead of Elizabeth Holmes, let's look at Adam Neumann. The former CEO and co-founder of WeWork, Neumann built a company culture rooted in charisma and futuristic vision. Yet beneath the surface, there was spiritual misalignment and exploitation. He presented himself as a messianic figure, using grand, utopian language to mask greed, control, and manipulation. When the truth caught up, billions were lost, jobs vanished, and his name became synonymous with failed vision dressed in ego. This is what happens when someone builds a kingdom without divine legitimacy. When spiritual law is ignored, what appears unstoppable eventually collapses under the weight of its own deception. And yet your silence, your restraint, your discernment, it terrifies the unseen. Why? Because silence backed by truth carries more impact than 1,000 shouts in deception. Your voice doesn't just make noise, it realigns time, people, structures. Is not my word like fire, declares the Lord, and like a hammer that breaks the rock in pieces? Jeremiah 23:29. You aren't just releasing thoughts, you're releasing demolition to false altars. Ezra, in the Old Testament, wasn't a warrior, but his words carried such weight that kings responded. His spiritual authority rebuilt a nation's temple because it was backed by divine alignment. You are that kind of vessel. Strategic, hidden until commissionen, and now authorized. One man named Ciro once walked away from his calling, abandoning his small community in Portugal to chase business expansion. He mistreated someone he believed had no influence, an elderly intercessor named Isabella. But weeks after dismissing her as irrelevant, his life unraveled. Contracts vanished. Sleep left him. His children fell ill one after another with no medical explanation. He didn't know she was covered by generations of intercessors and that his mockery wasn't personal. It was spiritual transgression. You carry that kind of gravity, that kind of weight. You don't seek revenge because you don't need it. The courtroom of heaven responds faster than any retaliation ever could. Even the earth senses the shift when you open your mouth. Thunderclouds don't shout, yet lightning follows. A tectonic plate doesn't scream, but when it moves, continents adjust. You carry that same kind of seismic spiritual weight. Your declarations are not suggestions, they are enforcement of divine engineering. And that is why when you say it ends, heaven dispatches. When you say it's time, the gates open. Can you recall a time when your spoken declarations felt like they had a tangible, seismic impact on your circumstances or environment? You're not fragile. You're protected. Not because you need guarding, but because your decree has implications far beyond your life. You hold keys that change structures. You carry a frequency that restores order. And when that kind of voice speaks, the realms take notice. So stand with assurance. Chosen one, when your mouth opens, hell listens. When your spirit groans, Heaven responds. When your decree is made, systems break, timelines realign, and false powers scatter. The Lord your God is with you, the mighty warrior who saves. He will take great delight in you. Zephaniah 3:17. You aren't simply speaking, you are governing. And that kind of power can never be left unprotected. Someone important tried to take you out, and they failed. Not just in public, but in private too. Their fall wasn't broadcast on screens, but it rang loud in the spirit realm. There are spiritual altars still trembling from what they attempted against you. Someone with influence, access, or credibility tried to intercept your trajectory. They used tools, gossip, manipulation, flattery, emotional bait, even spiritual counterfeit to disrupt what God was building in you. But what they didn't realize is that your assignment was never theirs to interrupt. They crossed a divine boundary. They didn't have the clearance to even approach, and the moment they launched their silent ambush, heaven activated divine counter-surveillance. What looked like rejection in your life was actually a firewall being raised. That pause, protection. That closed door, prevention. That sudden betrayal, heaven relocates you out of spiritual sniper range. You see, in the spirit realm, not all warfare is noisy. Some of the most dangerous battles happen through conversations you're not in, contracts never signed, invitations that never reach you. And that's grace. Because Exodus 14:14 was active in your life all along. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. The Spirit of God saw the tactic before it reached your inbox. Your ears, or your emotions. How many times did the delay that frustrated you actually save your purpose? How many times did their coldness reveal what their warmth was masking? You may not have seen the battlefield, but you are standing in the victory. One such story in the Bible is when Haman plotted to hang Mordecai, Esther 5:7. A man of power and rank, Haman had influence with the king. His goal, destroy God's people by targeting one obedient man. But what Haman didn't see was the divine reversal already underway. He prepared the gallows, but it was his own neck that met them. That's what happens when someone targets the call. It's not personal. It becomes spiritual warfare. What if I told you someone you trusted prepared a gallows for your purpose too? And what if the reason their life feels spiritually upside down right now is because they misjudged the divine architecture protecting you? One real-life example is Harvey Weinstein. Once, a media mogul with the power to destroy careers behind closed doors. Many feared him, but his empire was built on silenced pain and unseen manipulation until heaven raised voices like Rose McGowan and Ashley Judd. And suddenly, years of hidden violation unraveled in months. Weinstein's fall wasn't just legal, it was spiritual. It was what happens when someone with influence misuses power against the wrong person, someone spiritually marked, carrying justice in their breath. Have you ever wondered why your silence shook someone more than your confrontation could? Why do the people who wronged you seem to walk under a fog they can't name? That's not paranoia. That's Romans 12:19. Vengeance is mine, I will repay, says the Lord. Your role was never retaliation, it was preservation. And now that the evidence has been gathered in the Spirit, your security has been elevated. You were once being watched to be taken out. Now you're being guarded to be promoted. The story of Keon, a quiet leader in a corporate firm. He never raised his voice, never chased clout. But one supervisor with hidden envy began subtly discrediting him, altering feedback, rerouting opportunities, whispering lies behind boardroom doors. Keon sensed something, but never responded in bitterness. Until one day, the supervisor was caught fabricating data in an unrelated report. An investigation exposed everything. Keon was moved to the very position that man had tried to block. Was that chance or divine reversal? In nature, volcanoes can appear dormant for decades until seismic pressure builds beneath the surface. When they erupt, the landscape is permanently altered. You are like that dormant volcano. The quiet delay wasn't your downfall. It was the rise of pressure beneath your mantle of purpose. When the wrong person tried to cap your eruption, they triggered what no one could contain. And this isn't about ego. It's about spiritual legality. Psalm 105:15 reminds us, "Do not touch my anointed ones. Do my prophets no harm." Your enemies didn't just violate you. They interfered with a heavenly assignment. The spirit realm doesn't ignore that. Heaven doesn't overlook interference, it documents it. And what was recorded against you has now become the very thing exposing their real intent. You may feel like you don't fully know what you were saved from. And you're right. You don't. But your survival speaks volumes. So does your peace. So does your growth. The ones who plotted your delay are now watching your deliverance. And some of them can't explain why their own lives feel dismantled. That's because divine enforcement has its own algorithm. It doesn't work on visible receipts. It works on invisible evidence. Nature itself understands this. In forests, mycelium, underground, fungal networks communicate when danger is near. They reroute energy, nutrient, even entire growth patterns. To protect the future of the ecosystem, that's what happened when someone tried to silence you. The spiritual network around you rerouted power, rewired paths, reassigned angels. So if you're still asking, why did they turn on me? Or why did it hurt so much? Maybe the better question is, what gate were you being moved through before they could close it? Because you're not just walking protected, you're walking documented, guarded, vindicated, and authorized. And if the betrayal felt surgical, so will your promotion. Isaiah 54:17 says it best, "No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue which rises against you in judgment you shall condemn." Not because you fight back, but because God does. Stand in that truth now. Rise not as the wounded, but as the warned, the watched, the warrior. You've been preserved not just to survive, but to rule. And the ones who tried to stop it, they were necessary too, for without their sabotage, your security clearance would never have been upgraded. You were never forgotten. You were hidden in plain sight, cloaked under spiritual protection, while others played dress-up in fragments of your calling. You watched as people paraded themselves in borrowed light, mimicking your voice, recycling your ideas, even adopting your tone of compassion as performance. And yet, something in your spirit knew they weren't touching the core. They were impersonating the echo while you carried the original frequency. It wasn't flattering. It was spiritual misdirection. They weren't chasing you. They were chasing a silhouette, while the real you remained, sealed beneath divine encryption. You ever wonder why certain people are obsessed over your vibe without ever really understanding your soul? Why did your name come up in rooms where you hadn't even set foot? That's because the counterfeit drew attention. The real version was under divine renovation. While others were performing inspiration, you were being recoded in silence. Psalm 27:5 reminds us, "In the day of trouble, he will conceal me in his shelter. He will hide me in the secret place of his tent." What they perceived as absence was actually spiritual concealment. You weren't delayed. You were hidden. This pattern is ancient. Remember Moses, while Pharaoh was slaughtering Hebrew infants to stop a deliverer, the one he was hunting? floated past his palace gates, undetected and untouched. The deliverer wasn't just spared, he was preserved in full view, guarded by the very household that sought to destroy him. God's ways are not man's ways, and neither is your story. You weren't overlooked, you were shielded. You were not passed over, you were protected on a frequency above enemy detection. Michael Avenatti, a once glorified lawyer whose hunger for status led him to hijack other people's platforms, ideas, and voices, including that of his own client. For a season, he was loud, praised, and everywhere. But what wasn't rooted in truth eventually fell apart. Not because someone exposed him, but because truth has its own gravity. And illusions always collapse under time. Do you know how many attacks were launched at the wrong version of you? How many curses were wasted on mirrors instead of substance? When others stole your identity, they inherited the backlash. They attracted spirits meant to war with you. Not knowing those spirits can't be manipulated, they respond to authenticity. And yours was hidden. Have you ever asked why the spotlight felt like a threat? Not a gift? Because your spirit remembers the cost of early exposure. When your essence is sacred, early applause is dangerous. You carry timelines that cannot be tampered with. You were being guarded not just for survival, but for precision. There was a woman named Thalia, soft-spoken, brilliant, invisible to most. For years she watched as her ideas were handed to louder voices in the non-profit world, people with influence but no conviction. She never fought for credit. She just built in silence. And when a major scandal erupted over embezzlement in the sector, those loud voices were silenced. Thalia was the only one left with clean hands. Without her asking, God elevated her. People wondered where she came from. But the truth is, she'd been there all along, hidden in plain sight. As Isaiah 49:2 says, He made my mouth like a sharpened sword. In the shadow of his hand, he hid me. God didn't hide you to shame you. He hid you because your voice was still being forged. And once revealed, it would be unchallengeable. That's why attacks now feel misplaced. Because they are. The enemy finally caught sight of the real you and realized they had wasted years firing at reflections. Have you felt tension rising even as your visibility increases? That's because the unveiling isn't just cosmetic, it's spiritual. And now that the counterfeit light has burned out, your essence is undeniable. You were never late. You were never lost. You were shielded by a timeline written outside of time. There are systems that hate that you're still here, that you're rising when their plan was for your silence, that their sabotage hit mirrors, but not substance. But that's what happens when heaven disguises its weapon. You are not an echo. You are the origin, and the unveiling has just begun. Final declaration. You weren't protected because you were fragile. You were hidden because you were sacred. And now, every shadow that tried to steal your light will be blinded by your emergence. This is not a comeback. This is the real you, arriving right on time. There's a spiritual contract hovering over your life, and it cannot be broken, edited, or intercepted without divine approval. What you carry isn't casual. It's legally sealed. That means your journey doesn't just unfold. It is legislated. That's why your delays weren't accidental. Your detours weren't punishment. And your private heartbreaks weren't signs of failure. Everything about your life has been encrypted by divine intelligence. Every step you took, whether limping, running, or frozen in silence, was within the legal framework of a spiritual seal. This is the reason certain relationships never worked, even when you prayed for them. It's the reason some doors slammed shut. even when you begged for them to open, not because you weren't worthy, but because those doors led to rooms where your name was not authorized. Have you ever wondered why some people obsessively monitored your every move, only to never figure you out? Why did your path seem incoherent to others, and sometimes even to you? That's because you were never designed to make sense to systems rooted in logic. Your life runs on revelation. Your mission is executed in hidden layers. And your protection? It's not a favor. It's a protocol. The prophet Jeremiah was sealed from the womb. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. And before you were born, I set you apart. Jeremiah 1-5. That's not poetic. It's judicial. It means your arrival on earth was signed in spiritual ink. And once something is sealed in heaven, no scheme on earth can undo it. This is why the betrayals didn't break you, why the sabotage couldn't derail you, why the delay didn't destroy you. Because it wasn't just your strength, it was divine encryption. A senior tech engineer named Elijah Mensah once lost an executive position at a top firm due to a corporate betrayal. For 2 years, he lived in obscurity, working at a small remote lab while quietly developing a piece of data security technology that would later transform digital infrastructure for refugee protection in conflict zones. What appeared to be professional death was actually divine isolation. What if your so-called losses were heaven's way of silencing distractions long enough for divine downloads to complete? But not everyone understood this. One corporate media magnate, Cecilia Vortan, once manipulated public narratives to discredit whistleblowers whose voices threatened her empire. Her obsession with power made her blind to spiritual boundaries. After falsely targeting a young female strategist whom heaven had chosen to expose corruption, her media empire lost credibility. Her allies withdrew, and the very system she built began collapsing under scrutiny. The strategist, she rose, quietly but definitively. What happens when someone places their hand on a sealed scroll? The fallout begins. Why do you think the setbacks in your life often followed moments of near alignment opportunities that felt almost right, but ended abruptly? Why did some people, who once appeared to be blessings, slowly drain your vision and energy as if absorbing your momentum? Why is it that only after leaving certain environments did your clarity return like morning dew on dry land? You were being preserved, hidden in plain sight, delayed on purpose so that premature exposure wouldn't make you a casualty of spiritual warfare. Even Jesus, the Son of God, lived 30 years in obscurity before public ministry began, because divine strategy requires divine timing. There was a woman named Mara, a trauma counselor, who turned down a lucrative job with a political non-profit. Everyone told her she missed her chance. But within 2 years, that organization was exposed for laundering money through charitable campaigns. The job she didn't get, it was never hers. She had been sealed. Her purpose could not be intercepted. In nature, the nautilus shell grows in a perfect logarithmic spiral, each chamber sealed before the next emerges. The animal never outgrows the shell. It expands only as it matures. You are the same. Heaven only unseals the next chamber of your life when your spiritual capacity matches the weight of your assignment. And this is why your path confuses people. Why do doors close without reason? Why does favor come out of nowhere? Because your life is not random. It's sequenced. It's secure. The steps of a righteous person are ordered by the Lord. Psalm 37-23. Not rushed by the world. Don't resent the detour. Don't mourn the door that wouldn't open. Don't question why you had to walk through deserts when others glided through gardens. You are not walking a generic journey. You are fulfilling a legally authorized covenant. A divine agenda with your name written into the architecture of time. Your failures were not evidence against you. They were footnotes in a sealed strategy. Even the weapons formed against you were allowed only to reveal the seal, not to destroy it. For the scripture declares, "He who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion." Philippians 1-6. And that no weapon formed against you shall prosper. Isaiah 54-17. Not because you fight harder, but because heaven defends its own contracts. So, walk with boldness. Chosen one. Not as someone hoping to succeed, but as someone legally authorized to rise. You are one of the rare ones the darkness cannot bribe. And that makes you not just inconvenient, but dangerous. In a world where truth is often rented out for applause, and souls are quietly auctioned for opportunity, your refusal to compromise places you under constant observation. You may think you're moving through life quietly, unnoticed even, but in the spirit realm, you're under high-level surveillance. Not because you're weak, but because you can't be bought, and that unsettles entire systems that rely on compliance. Most people fold at the scent of attention, crumble at the promise of power, or bend to keep their position. But you kept saying no. No to the friendship that flattered your ego but demanded your silence. No to the platform that elevated your name but dulled your voice. No to the title that came with prestige but required you to betray your own frequency. And with every no, something in the unseen trembled. You weren't just declining offers. You were rejecting entire systems of control designed to recruit you. Have you ever stopped and asked, why are the people offering me visibility also the ones demanding I stay silent about truth? Why do some open doors feel more like traps than opportunities? Why does peace return only after I walk away from something that looked perfect on paper? The enemy doesn't always come in the form of obvious evil. Sometimes it shows up dressed in success, camouflaged in charisma, whispering promises that appeal to your hunger while starving your spirit. But you didn't take the bait, and for that, your name carries weight. What good will it be for someone to gain the whole world, yet forfeit their soul? Matthew 16:26. You've chosen your soul again and again. That choice doesn't just protect you, it marks you biblically. Daniel could have accepted Babylon's delicacies and preserved political favor, but he refused. He would not defile himself with the king's food. Daniel 1-8. He chose conviction over comfort, and for that, he was promoted without assimilation. Like Daniel, you refused to participate in the conditioning, and like Daniel, you were watched not just by men, but by forces waiting to see if you'd fold. There's a reason you've been monitored by people who never supported you. Some smiled at your victories while secretly hoping to catch your slip. Some offered you friendship just to document your flaws. But they couldn't trap what doesn't perform. They couldn't sell what doesn't seek approval. What they couldn't understand was that your discernment is a firewall disguised as humility. A tech founder named Lena Pahlavi once rejected a multi-million-dollar buyout from a surveillance conglomerate that wanted to absorb her encrypted communications platform. Everyone said she missed her moment. Months later, the same company was exposed in a global data manipulation scandal. Her refusal cost her short-term gain, but preserved her integrity and her impact. Integrity may delay your applause, but it never denies your purpose. Not everyone made the same decision. A cultural gatekeeper named Gareth Malden, known for controlling rising voices in the arts and spiritual activism, once attempted to neutralize a young speaker by offering him exposure and contracts on one condition: that he stop talking about spiritual warfare and divine justice. The young man declined. Gareth retaliated, blacklisting him behind the scenes. But within a year, Gareth's circle fractured, and the platforms he ruled began losing relevance. Darkness always exposes itself when light refuses to bow. You've survived these tests silently, but every no you whispered in prayer, every door you shut despite your loneliness, was a spiritual earthquake. You don't move like someone desperate to be seen, and that's what makes you dangerous. You are spiritually incorruptible. You're not afraid to lose access if it means keeping your alignment, and that kind of soul terrifies darkness more than any sermon ever could. Why do you think you're often invited into circles only to feel suffocated? Why do certain environments become heavy the moment you speak? Why do people either withdraw or overcompensate when your presence is fully felt? Because your energy doesn't play games. Your boundaries aren't up for negotiation. Your values don't shift for clout. And that makes you what spiritual warfare fears most: someone who can't be bought, bribed, or broken. In nature, the mangrove tree grows with its roots submerged in salt water, thriving where most trees would die. It filters the poison, releases oxygen, and stabilizes ecosystems during floods. You are the mangrove, planted in hostile environments, yet not only surviving, but purifying the very atmosphere around you. Your decisions behind closed doors have protected timelines you haven't even entered yet. The offers you rejected were contracts meant to drain your spiritual stamina. The attention you ignored was bait, designed to weaken your discernment. But instead of falling, you fasted. Instead of accepting, you separated. And instead of trying to be liked, you chose to be clean. This is why Psalm, the 15th of December, lares, "The one who does these things will never be shaken," speaking of the person who swears to their own hurt and does not change. You've been consistent. You've kept your vow. And for that, heaven has increased your protection. You are not just rare. You are protected. Not because you're perfect, but because you refuse to be purchased. And that kind of integrity is lethal to kingdoms built on control. They underestimated you because you didn't retaliate. You didn't rush to defend yourself. You let them talk, scheme, manipulate, and assume. What they didn't realize was that your stillness wasn't surrender, it was surveillance. While they built false narratives, spiritual intelligence was collecting evidence. Every time you held back instead of clapping back, heaven logged it. Every betrayal, every slanderous whisper, every handshake with hidden motives, it was all recorded. You weren't passive. You were strategic. Like Nehemiah, who refused to descend from the wall to entertain the distractions of Sanballat and Tobiah, you discerned the setup and stayed on assignment. "I am doing a great work, and I cannot come down," he said, Nehemiah 6-3. And so did your silence echo the same authority. But what if your silence was never about fear, but about divine coordination? What if while they plotted, angels were rerouting outcomes and building new alliances? What if while they mocked you in rooms you weren't invited to, heaven was drafting verdicts they wouldn't survive? You weren't retreating, you were refining, and that silence turned into a sword. Your quiet moments became the most dangerous moments to those who misread them, because you listened, and in the listening, you learned who could be trusted. You saw patterns they thought you missed. You traced cycles they believed were hidden. While they mistook your stillness for submission, you were gathering strength. As Psalm 37:7 says, "Be still before the Lord and wait patiently for him. Do not fret when people succeed in their ways, when they carry out their wicked schemes." Your spirit knew this wasn't about immediate vindication. It was about eternal positioning. They thought you didn't know, but you knew. You just didn't expose them yet. And when the truth finally rose, you didn't shout. You soared. You didn't announce. You ascended. What were you gathering in the silence that no one saw? What patterns did you decode while pretending not to notice? What timelines were preserved because you didn't move out of pain? Who in your circle revealed their true colors, not through action, but through silence when it mattered? People like Clara, a non-profit director in Atlanta, faced smear campaigns from a colleague she trained. She stayed silent, refusing to match the slander. Months later, that same colleague was exposed by external auditors for fraudulent practices, and Clara, without ever defending herself, was promoted. Or consider Thomas, a music producer in Nashville, who lost deals because he refused to compromise his creative integrity. He went quiet for a season, seemingly forgotten. But what no one knew was that during that time, he wrote a score that later became the theme for a global streaming platform. Silence did not stall him. It launched him. This is how nature works too. The tectonic plates underneath us are always shifting silently. No announcements, no alarms. But when they finally move, landscapes change. You are that shift. And just like the moon manipulates oceans through gravity without noise, you've been pulling truth into light through quiet force. In Scripture, we see how Joseph's silence in Pharaoh's prison became the crucible for strategy. He interpreted dreams not to impress but to serve. And when the right moment came, heaven unlocked the door, not just to freedom, but to rulership. His silence preserved his credibility. His restraint became his promotion. What rooms were you denied entry into because your presence would have ruined their performance? Who tried to provoke you into self-sabotage, hoping you'd crack and lose the covering? And how many people now live under tension they cannot name because they touched a chosen one whose spirit was never meant to be toyed with? One of the clearest modern examples is whistleblower and former U.S. Army intelligence analyst Chelsea Manning, silenced, imprisoned, and misunderstood. Yet her stillness during captivity exposed systems far beyond what she even intended. The silence was loud. The price she paid was real, but so was the shift it triggered. You were quiet, but heaven was not. Your stillness made room for a kind of justice that doesn't ask for applause, it enforces order. Now, you move differently. You speak only when led. You no longer justify your value. You've moved from proving to positioning. This is not just maturity. This is spiritual jurisdiction. And now the protection has intensified, not to keep you silent, but to shield your voice for the moments that truly matter. Because your words are not just statements. They are strategic releases. They shape atmospheres, recalibrate destiny, and dismantle lies. You don't talk, you trigger. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. And every tongue that rises against you in judgment, you shall condemn. Isaiah 54:17. That's not a poetic promise. That's a legal one, and it's already being enforced. So what happens now that the silence has ended? What happens when the one they dismissed emerges with blueprints, with vision, with the receipts? You're not reacting anymore. You're executing. Chosen one. If you've made it this far, let this settle deep in your bones. You were never random, and your silence was never weakness. Every delay, every detour, every betrayal that made you question your path was divine data collection. Every season of being misunderstood was spiritual surveillance in disguise. You weren't abandoned. You were being encrypted. Now you see it clearly. Your life was never just about you. It's been a blueprint, a legal document in motion. And you've been walking through realms with sealed authority, others only dream of accessing. You don't just survive. You shift systems. Your discernment exposes les. Your presence alters timelines. And your voice, it carries rank. So now, the choice isn't whether you're powerful. The choice is, what will you do with what you carry? Will you keep shrinking to make others comfortable? Or will you rise into your legal dominion? Will you keep doubting yourself because of how others mishandled you? Or will you stand in the truth that you were sealed, not silenced? If this message stirred something sacred inside you, don't keep it to yourself. Hit that subscribe button and join this growing community of awakened ones, ready to move with divine strategy and not human approval. Like this video if you're ready to walk in the fullness of your spiritual jurisdiction. Drop a comment below. What part resonated deepest with you? What battle have you survived in silence that now holds weight in the spirit? Share this with someone who's been questioning their quiet power, someone who needs to be reminded they are not forgotten, they are hidden, because they are dangerous to darkness. And whether you supported this video through super thanks or simply by being here, thank you. Every view, every heart, every prayer adds to the vibration of this movement. So I bless you now. May your steps be guided by divine wisdom. May your discernment be sharp and your protection fierce. May you walk sealed, seen, and unstoppable. Because your rise is not a possibility, it's a prophecy. Welcome to the tribe. The world hasn't even begun to see what you're truly carrying.